Hey there, everyone. Welcome back to Utility Sports. Today is going to be a fantastic day, the very first day of the NBA trade deadline week officially. But oh my goodness, we've already had a great start and a busy start to the 2025 NBA trade deadline. Of course, the Luka Doncic trade shattered the internet. The Utah Jazz made a trade with the Los Angeles Clippers centered around PJ Tucker's contract for some depth pieces in Patty Mills and Drew Eubanks. So there's been a lot of movement already. And then, of course, last night, a lot of you were here for the De'Aaron Fox trade to the San Antonio Spurs. So we've had a ton of movement, a lot of crazy stuff. And we've been having a great time here, honestly. So I've been super stoked about how the beginning of the trade deadline has gone. Now, obviously, as a Mavericks fan myself, I do feel like I got rained on a little bit in not a good way. So I've been a little bit bummed about the Luka Doncic trade, but I am still overall very excited. Welcome everyone to the stream. And for the first time ever, we are also live on Twitch. I've never ever streamed on Twitch before today. So I'm extremely excited. It's going to be a fun day live on both YouTube and Twitch today. D-Sanj here, welcome to the stream. He says, hey, Utility, what do you think the Raptors will do? This is a great question. And I think one of the most important things that we can do here early on is go over to the Utility Sports Draft Pick Tracker. And if you guys were here yesterday, you got to see me debut the piece that I've been working on very hard for a while now. And that is the Draft Pick Tracker here at Utility Sports. So let's give a quick recap here, especially at the beginning, so everyone knows what's going on. This is a draft pick tracker. This is every single draft pick over the next 7 years. I have them all listed. Every second round pick, every first round pick over the next 7 years, who owns them, who has which picks. And if you see this color blue, this Utility Sports blue box, that means that pick cannot be traded due to the Stepien rule. For example, since the Sixers have their 2025 first traded out the door with the protection on it, they cannot by rule trade these picks in the lighter colored blue. So when we go down to the awesome question here from specifically D-Sanj here about the Toronto Raptors, let's get down to the Toronto Raptors and talk about them. What do they have to work with? Well, Toronto has a ton of pick flexibility. They own pretty much all of their own draft capital besides their second round pick this season. So that's a great start. And then also from the Pascal Siakam trade, you see they own this 2026 first round pick as well from Indiana, which has a top 4 protection on it. So the Raptors are in a very good spot right now where they own their own draft picks and have one other pick. So, a question about Brandon Ingram. I think he makes a ton of sense for the Toronto Raptors. Again, welcome everyone to the stream. There's been a lot of reported interest, but the Raptors are fascinating because they have Bruce Brown's expiring contract. They have Kelly Olynyk's contract, Chris Boucher's contract, that are definitely valuable role players that other teams could target to go after and get. I do think Toronto will be active, and I think Masai Ujiri is going to find a creative way to maybe buy some value while also trying to trade some of the pieces that don't really fit into the long-term plan for the Toronto Raptors moving forward. 3x3 Hoops says, breaking, Dallas Mavericks trying to GM Nico Harrison for a McValue set. I wish they would have done that before the Luka Doncic trade. Light Skin Disgrace says, I know you're still sick. Appreciate you being in here. Obviously, again, the Luka Doncic trade has me feeling like I got rained on. Just a pretty disappointing night, obviously, a couple nights ago. But I'm refreshed, ready to go. We got Kendrick Nunn in the chat. Welcome, Kendrick Nunn. He says, any chance Jimmy goes to the Bucks? When there's a will, there's a way. I actually think Milwaukee would be a pretty fascinating fit for Jimmy Butler, but from a draft pick component, when we go look at Milwaukee specifically, one of the top teams on this list by alphabetical order, they don't really have a lot of picks. They don't have their pick in 25, 27, or 29. So by rule, they cannot trade 26, 28, or 2030. So the question is this 2031 first right here, is that enough to land Jimmy Butler in an actual trade, especially if you have to, first of all, salary dump Pat Connaughton somewhere so that you can aggregate salaries, get below the second apron. And then from there, you have, Bobby Portis's contract, Chris Middleton's contract. You have Marjon Beauchamp's contract. Can you combine those things and try and make a push here to go get Jimmy Butler? And that's really one of the big questions, I think, at this point in time. Mario Gonzalez says, hey, Sheldon, anything from the Rockets? Nothing yet from the Houston Rockets, but they do have a ton of expiring contracts. We also have a special guest for the live stream today. My cat Reese. Reese, say hi to the stream. He is typically a little bit of a problem causer when I'm recording. So we'll see how he behaves today. Hopefully he behaves pretty good. But Reese, make sure to wave hi to the stream. We got some W's in the chat for Reese, I'm sure. Shout out to Reese. But nothing yet from the Rockets. But when we go down to Houston, so the first thing is they can't trade their 2025 first because they do not own their 2026 first. But going forward, they have a ton of other flexibility, and these picks are actually tradable because they have two here, so they can trade one of the two of these in 2027. So they've got expiring salaries, they've got tradable pieces. What I think really makes the most sense for them is hoping for another Phoenix Suns flameout in the postseason this year, and then using this 2025 first, this 2027 Suns first, and this 2029 most favorable of Rockets, Mavericks, Suns in a deal with Phoenix for, say, Devin Booker. So we'll see if that happens. Icy Demp says, good morning, Sheldon. Don't forget to support him, y'all. He's been grinding for years. You guys heard Icy Demp. Let's get some W's in the chat right now and some balloons even for Icy Demp. Appreciate all of you guys in here. Depleted Mind says, Brian Wright did that. Go Spurs, go. Brian Wright was awesome trading for De'Aaron Fox. I think all in all, a very good trade yesterday. For the Spurs, I gave them an A+ grade. I think they walked away very, very happy with that. Brian King here says, the YouTube NBA channel champ is here. Time for the annual week-long bash. Let's go. I'm so glad to have you all in here. Listen, really early start time today, 8 a.m. Eastern time, which is absolutely insane, absolutely crazy. But I'm very, very excited to be live all week long here. Fred the Jig says, hit the likes, family. You guys heard him. Everyone smash that like button right now. I'm going to be checking the live, seeing how we're doing on the likes. Already 20 likes, and we're just a few minutes in. So you guys are doing a good job here. Reese, again, trying to get in the video. He's going to be a little bit of a problem today at some point. We might have to take him out of the room, but he's trying to get along pretty good right now, but he's being a little bit difficult. So we'll see. If he gets too difficult, I might have to step away from the computer for about 1 second. But Preach says, good morning. Do you see the Lakers getting another center? Who is that center to see for the Lakers? This is a great question. Watch for Robert Williams III. I think he's the type of player that they could get without possibly having to trade a first-round pick. He could be a significant upgrade for both rim protection, a lob threat with Luka Doncic. We saw how effective Derek Lively and Daniel Gafford were when Luka was on the court. And I think with that in mind going forward, an athletic rim finishing big man with rim protection skills like Robert Williams makes a ton of sense. Now, people are going to say, well, he's often hurt. That's why you can afford to get him for pretty cheap comparatively to to what his market value realistically should be for his talent. Shout out to Michael Orlando. We got some W's in the chat right now for Michael Orlando. I'm going to throw that in there. Thank you so much for the super chat. $25. Pizza money for the draft stream. So sorry to hear about Luka. Absolutely stunning for fans and basketball fans in general. Well, first of all, Michael Orlando, huge W's from you. I'm going to throw in some hearts for you because you're an absolute beast. And let's also get some confetti flowing in here too. Michael Orlando, you're an absolute beast. Thank you so much for the 25. Of course, the super chats do go a very long way in supporting the channel and really supporting me being able to do this and take the whole week and stream every single day for hours and hours and hours on end. So let's get some W's in the chat from Michael Orlando. He's an absolute beast, so I appreciate you a ton. KD here says, bro, the Spurs fleece the league, man. I think the Spurs are really, really well set up. Wake Up here says, what do you think the Pistons are going to do? So the biggest thing with Detroit specifically, if we go back over to our sheet here, they don't actually have a ton of draft pick trade flexibility because of this first-round pick that they owed this year, which is to Minnesota. Let me undo that. Whoops. They owed this pick to Minnesota. Through this pick's been traded like 4 times. But because of that, since it has backup protections into 26 and 27, they cannot trade any of these 3 first-round picks in the light blue. They do have other future firsts, though. And if possible, I'm sure that they could work out some kind of deal with Minnesota where they could unprotect this pick. Given how good the Pistons have been, I think the Pistons would be willing to consider that. I think Minnesota would be willing to consider that. And it would open up a lot of trade flexibility in 27 or 28. So for most importantly, the Pistons have cap space. Brandon Ingram makes a lot of sense. Otherwise, they could look at taking in smaller contracts that could maybe help this team out a little bit. But the flexibility is a little questionable, but they have, the cap space, which is their best tool for flexibility right now. Zaj here, welcome to the stream, says, how do you think Lakers will approach building roster around Luka? That's a great question. First of all, they already have a good head start. They have Dalton Connect. They have Austin Reeves. They have some young pieces already in place there that they did not give up in the deal for Luka. Those players will be essential. Having a secondary initiator in Austin Reeves, I think long-term is super important. Having a guy like Dalton Connect, who's a floor stretcher, super important. Now, are Connect or Reeves untouchable? I do not believe so. I think that if some trade comes along that the Lakers think makes more sense stylistically around Luka moving forward, those two guys, either one of them or maybe even both of them, could be available for trade. They still have their 2031 first-round pick as well. Let's go down to, let's get to that part. They have their 2031 first-round pick that they can trade. So this 2026 first cannot be traded because of the Stepien rule. So keep that in mind. And this 2031 pick right now can be traded. This is their asset to work with. And the fact that they did not give this up in the Luka trade gives them some flexibility. So I think they are going to look for athleticism. They need more front court play for sure. Depleted Mind says, utility, just be a Spurs fan. It's going to be pretty nice in San Antonio for a while, man. It really is. Fred the Jig says, I'm looking for a trade for Kobe White to Orlando and upgrade without getting too expensive too quickly. Kobe White would be pretty good in Orlando. I actually really like that fit. Logan here says, how do you get Lonzo to the Pistons? He would fit seamlessly, being similar to Cade. So that's the thing. Lonzo Ball is a guy who makes a ton of sense. And you saw him on the thumbnail today for a reason. Lonzo Ball's contract fits pretty neatly into Detroit's cap space. They would have to attach some other salaries to get there, but not very much, about $7 to $8 million of salary to get to Lonzo Ball's number only. So it's very, very doable. And I think, like, if you're looking at maybe this Toronto Raptors draft pick, the second round pick this year, or maybe this Mavericks one, and then a future one like this Knicks 2029 second or a Bucks 2029 second, some combination of second round picks probably gets Lonzo to Detroit, primarily using cap space and some other salary to get to a deal. Matthew says, Sheldon, you look awesome for someone who slept only 5 hours in the last 48. It's been a wild ride here. The De'Aaron Fox trade, the Luka Doncic trade has sent me spinning, but we are trying our best over here. Tomas says, hello, welcome to the stream. Tomas, he's been watching the streams for a while. I see Dem W, says Brian King. Brandon S says, good morning, all. Pistons play the Hawks tonight, so Hawks trades incoming, I guess. We'll have to watch for everything around the NBA, of course. This will be your one-stop shop for all of the different news and everything that you need to know. So shout out to everyone in here. Hen City says, crazy last couple of days. Sorry about Luka. It's all right, man. It's all right. We're living. Napat here says, can you do the Wizards? Yes. So for Washington, you see this is kind of where their draft picks are kind of complicated. Now, remember, Washington is probably not going to be looking to trade draft picks. They're probably going to be looking to try and acquire more. So Kyle Kuzma, Malcolm Brogdon, Jonas Valanciunas, obviously deferring levels of value there. I think a sneaky player to watch for at the trade deadline this year could be Corey Kispert. If he gets traded, he could be a really valuable addition for a contender. So the Wizards are interesting. Remember, get those W's in the chat from Michael Orlando. Like seeing those in there now. Tomas says, what should the Bucks do now that LaVine is off the table? That's a great question. I think they would love to land someone like Miles Turner. I think that's going to be a real challenge. So I'm not sure if that's really going to be doable. Raumer says, good morning, Sheldon, from a Spurs fan. It's a good day. Yes, it is. If you're a Spurs fan, you should be ecstatic, honestly. Lewis here says, not going to lie, I want OKC to try and get into the conversations for Miles Turner if the Cam Johnson stuff doesn't go as planned. I think Oklahoma City is not going to be buying. Miles Turner would be awesome in OKC, but I think the biggest addition for the Thunder will be getting Holmgren back healthy at some point this season. Grant Info says, am I the only person that feels that the Luka trade just might bring a chip to the Mavs in the next 2 years? If it's just between you and me, yes. I do not think that will happen for Dallas. I really don't. Jimmy Pope says Wemby and Fox going to be nasty. Those two together are going to be very, very fun. Mr. Ray says, good morning, Sheldon and NBA fans. Hope you're all well. Smash that like button on the way in. Also, don't forget to subscribe if you are new. Mr. Ray, shout out to you. Appreciate you a ton. Markieff says Brown and Boucher with a first-round pick for Ingram. I'm not even sure if it's going to cost like a real first-round pick, Mark. It really might not. Like, now it's kind of tricky because we go back over to Toronto here. Like, this Trailblazers second-round pick is like in the mid to early 30s. I could see that being included, and like a combination of other second-round picks. Otherwise, I could see like this Pacers 2026 first. Something that's a little bit less valuable. So we'll see. Brandon says, I'm a really big fan of the trade. Sam Vicente proposed a few weeks ago. Pistons taking Smart as a third team. You get more intel about Duran defensively, secondary ball handler while Ivy's out. I don't hate Marcus Smart for Detroit either, to be honest. Like, that's not a terrible idea. So I have not even thought of that, Brandon. So thank you for sending that in there. Brew Crew says, with LaVine now unavailable, who do you think is next in line for the Bucks to trade for? Again, that's kind of difficult right now. There's when you look at their salaries, it's hard to kind of completely envision what they could do. They could salary dump Pat Connaughton. They could salary dump Pat Connaughton somewhere and then use Portis or Middleton. Jimmy Butler, I still think is somewhat on the table, although not really the most likely thing. Bradley Beal, I would not completely rule out yet, because if they can get, let me go down to Phoenix. If they can get some of these first-round picks, the 2025, 2027, 2029 picks, let's just picture that they had these, okay? These 3 first-round picks, the 2025, 2027, 2029 picks, for eating Bradley Beal's contract. If we go back up to Milwaukee, look at that. It fills in the years that they don't have these picks. And it would open up a ton of trade flexibility. It would open up a lot of trade flexibility. They would then, by definition, have 4 tradable firsts. So it could be a good long-term plan, honestly, for Milwaukee to consider. So Isidore here says, morning, brother. Spurs Nation, we are so back. Spurs fans got to be feeling good today for sure. Spurs need a big, says Depleted Mind. They do, but I also think that they're trying to give like kind of runways for Sohan to be a small ball 5 for stretches. And obviously when you have Wemby, who's going to be playing 36 to 40 minutes per game in the important games, like it's not going to be your biggest priority overall. Yuli here says Lakers give up Hachimura and Vincent and a 2030 pick swap for Claxton. Luka needs an athletic lob threat. So when we go back down to the Lakers pick again, I think a trade for Nick Claxton does make a ton of sense. Just looking at Nick Claxton's contract, it's a descending contract, which is extremely valuable. And I think for the Lakers specifically, not only are you looking for a lob threat, like Yuli says here, you're also looking for someone to protect the tin. And you go back to some of Nick Claxton's performances a few years ago when he had Kevin Durant, Kyrie Irving next to him, when he had other great players around him. He was a tremendous defender. Honestly, should have been in the running for Defensive Player of the Year in like 2022, 2023. So Nick Claxton's awesome. And I think if the Lakers were able to get Nick Claxton, that would be absolutely incredible. And like Alex says here, I think this is one of the most important things. Almost every single team in the NBA needs a big right now. And there's not a ton to go around. Maybe the Mavericks look to move one of Daniel Gafford or PJ Washington, depending on what they want to do moving forward with Anthony Davis there now. But pretty much every other team is looking for big men. There's not enough big men in the NBA to go around. David Soto wants to know which center would be a good fit for the Spurs. Daniel Gafford would be one that I think would be awesome in terms of both contract value. It's not a huge contract, so you could fit him in. And then also just the skill set, being a lob threat dunker, and has really, I think, improved, especially as a shot blocker over the last couple of years as well. Light of Wisdom says, really appreciate you for doing this. Utility Sports, much respect. Appreciate you, Light of Wisdom. Welcome everyone to the stream. Really do appreciate you guys a ton. Simi wants to know what the Bucks are doing. We'll get to them when there's a little bit more news for sure. Bulls Fanatic says, what other trades do you think the Bulls make? They'll trade Nikola Vucevic. They'll trade Lonzo Ball. I think they'll consider a Kobe White trade if one materializes and they get very good value for it. I don't think they feel pressured to trade Kobe White. I think that they would look to trade Patrick Williams if possible. Pretty much everyone in Chicago is available for the right price. But after the Luka trade, maybe that's true for every player in the league, honestly. Devin Miles says, should the Pacers bring in expiring contracts to help re-sign Miles Turner in the summer, or bring in another piece now to get them past the big three in the East, Cavs, Knicks, Celtics? So if you're Indiana, first of all, you have to feel like you have a chance against these three teams to begin with. They played super competitive with Boston last year. The Celtics seem a little down this season, although I'm not super concerned. Last year they beat the Knicks. Now, obviously, Karl-Anthony Towns is there, but there's some unique schematic advantages you have against Karl-Anthony Towns playing in drop coverage. So if you're Indiana, I think keeping Miles Turner needs to be your priority because his floor stretching and screen pop ability paired with Tyrese Halliburton is probably their best asset, their best tool to work with. So in my opinion, that's like the biggest thing. Mr. Austin says John Collins to Detroit is needed. Collins is having a phenomenal season and is an upgrade on Tobias Harris. Detroit could get him for cheap. Again, any player making between like $12 to $20 million should be on the Pistons' radar because, again, when it comes to making a deal, like they have the cap space to already have a good head start on any kind of trade for a player making money comparable to John Collins' contract. Chris Carson here says nobody wants Jimmy as he's a loose cannon. The second next team that gets him will be good once he's matured. I mean, he's 35, so I don't know how much more maturing he's going to do, honestly. But I think Phoenix is where he ultimately lands. Private A says, good morning. I'm thinking THJ Fontecchio and a second-round draft pick for Ingram to Detroit. This kind of construction does work now when it comes to the Pistons and their actual draft compensation. To get Brandon Ingram, they might have to give up more than 1 second. But again, this Raptors second-round pick might be a very good head start. This Maverick second could be included, and they have all of these future seconds as well. Less favorable if Clippers, Hornets. They have Knicks, Heat, Knicks, Bucks. They have a Timberwolves far out second-round pick. So they could offer a variety of second-round picks in some kind of deal to New Orleans. And I think one of the most important things here, too, a trade between Detroit and New Orleans makes a ton of sense because the Pelicans, as you're going to see down on the bottom here, in the luxury tax non-apron status, on the ticker, the Pelicans are a tax team right now, and they have never spent the tax in the history of the New Orleans Pelicans. This team is going to dip below the tax. They're about $2+ million over the tax right now. This kind of trade for Hardaway Jr., Fontecchio, and draft capital gets the Pelicans out of the tax as well, which would save them a ton of money and also make the owner some money for when the league redistributes the tax spending. Coach Dreadhead says Rockets trade Tate and Landale for Marcus Smart. Obviously, the Ime Udoka connection there. I also wouldn't rule out Robert Williams III. There's a few different options for sure. Arhan here says, keep up the good work, Sheldon. You're creating some of the best content on YouTube. I appreciate you guys. Everyone, make sure to smash the like button if you're enjoying the stream so far. I want to get some, let's get some balloons in here. We haven't had balloons for a little bit. There we are. Really do appreciate you guys a ton. You guys are all killing it with the comments. D-Roy here says, do you expect the Raptors to be buyers or sellers? So in reality, the Raptors probably should operate as sellers at this deadline, but knowing Masai Ujiri, he's going to do a little bit of both. That's what he constantly does. And honestly, like, he looks for value. That's what he does. Steven, welcome to the stream. Says, with LaVine out and Butler not wanting an extension with the Warriors, who do you think is currently available for Golden State to trade for, whether a star or not? And this is a very good question, and specifically for the Golden State Warriors, when we look at their overall cap table, and we're going to pull up their draft picks here too so that you guys can get a good idea. The Warriors do have some limitations for trades, just a few. I'm going to real quick make my my camera a little bit smaller here in the top left so that you guys can see this just a little bit better. There we go. So I moved that a little bit. So here's where they sit right now. They have some tradable assets, right? They have some stuff that will be worth something on the trade market, but they do have some limitations. And then when it comes to their actual cap table, like they have Wiggins' contract, which is $26 million. They have Gary Payton II's expiring $9.13 million contract. Kevon Looney's contract. And of course, the big chip, Jonathan Kuminga, if they wanted to do something bigger. For me, I honestly just don't see the Warriors being like a super uber aggressive team if it wasn't for Jimmy Butler. And I think them not going after Jimmy, if they don't get Jimmy, I think that's a good thing for them. I do. Julian Velasquez says, how do we feel about Turner or Kessler to the Lakers? Kessler would be awesome. I don't think Miles Turner is going to happen. And I ultimately, honestly, just with where the Lakers draft compensation is right now, they only have one tradable first round pick, really. So with that in mind, this should be blue as well here. So with that in mind, they have one tradable first round pick here in 2031. So I just don't think they're going to be able to get Kessler. But I think Claxton, like Arhan saying here, his value's at an all-time low. Like, here's the thing. I understand what you're saying here about the Nets maybe not wanting to trade him. I think if they get a first-round pick in the future, they might strongly consider it because they could go into this offseason, especially if they get expiring salary back. They could go into this offseason with nearly $80-90 million in cap space, try and sign 2-3 awesome players, and then maybe make some big trades as well if they open up trade exceptions or however they look at going about things. But we'll see how everything goes. But Chris Carson here wants to know about Hachimura for Smart. I think the Lakers are going to be looking for size, not guard play, honestly. So Bulls Fanatic, appreciate you a ton. Trying to keep up on all these comments. I'm only about 5 minutes behind, so you guys are doing great. Micah Bell says Thunder dream targets Cam Johnson, Denny Avdia, and Miles Turner. Ultimately, I do not think Denny Avdia will get traded. The Blazers gave up, pretty decent draft capital to get him, which was pick 14 in the 2024 draft, which turned into Bub Carrington, and then also the second most favorable, if we go down to the Washington Wizards, the second most favorable of Blazers, Bucks, Celtics in 2029. So they give up some picks. They still owe one of those picks out. So I don't think Denny Avdia is going to get traded, Micah. What I do think the Thunder are going to do is they're going to look to prey on some teams that are trying to make trades, and they're going to try and add draft picks in 2030 and 2031 for either trying to help uplift the back end of Shai Gilgeous-Alexander's prime 6-7 years from now, or also just flat out having more talent to either make trades or just draft well, depending on the value there. So, yeah, and that's exactly, Mikey, you're completely right. Yeah, this is exactly what I was just talking about. It's funny that you had left that comment too, because I didn't see that. But they have, like, if you look at their draft picks this year, they have a ton. Sixers, Rockets, Clippers, Heat, Jazz. Like, they have a lot of ways of adding draft capital in the future by using their draft capital this year. So this year's draft is good, but the Thunder just don't have the roster space, honestly, for like three or four players this year. Yuli says, which players do you think could be bought out that can help contenders? Depending on if Lonzo actually gets traded or not, he could be a tremendous option. I expect the Bulls to go like full tank mode down the stretch of the season, honestly, and try and get into the running for a trade or for a potential chance at Cooper Flag. Honestly, Graham Christie here throws in some balloons. I've got a whole bunch of new ones. Let's see what this one does again. I think this is lasers. Oh no, this is fireworks. All right, we got some fireworks. So that's awesome too. We got some cool stuff going on in the stream today, hopefully for you guys. So Inigo here says, should the Kings use one of its new first-round picks to trade for Walker Kessler? So I think Sacramento could be another Robert Williams III destination, honestly. I think Robert Williams III would make a ton of sense for Sacramento. If you look at their overall draft pick compensation, they have this 2027 Spurs first. They have this 2031 Wolves first, which I think is quite valuable. They got this Hornets kind of fake first-round pick, which really just turns into these two second-rounders in 2026 and 2027. Their draft picks overall look quite a bit better. So with this all in mind here, they're kind of in a spot now where, first of all, this pick has become it's not trade eligible yet because of this, actually. So these picks are still not trade eligible because of the Stepien rule, but they have more flexibility now because they have this 2027 Spurs first to trade. So it opened up quite a bit of flexibility. Brandon S says, what Detroit really needs is an elite foul baiter to coach up the guys. Yeah, like I get what you're saying there, Brandon, because like especially Cade sometimes just does not get the whistle I think he deserves, but we'll see. Grand Info says 2025 first for Bulls. Yeah, so the Bulls, to like part of the trade last night, they got their own pick back completely here in 2025, which opened up. As you can see, I had asterisks here, but I'm going to take those out now. Now they just have all of their own flexibility back, essentially. So that's super important to note. So, and they have some of these other assets. Like if the Blazers ever make the playoffs in the next 4 years, they have that pick. And then they also have this Kings second round pick in the future too. So kind of a clean sheet here for the Bulls in a lot of ways. Lakers claim Mo Bamba through it. I mean, maybe like Mo Bamba's not going to help them a ton, honestly. So we'll see. Graham Christie says the West is becoming a shooting gallery. Great content, Sheldon. Thank you again, Graham, for being a member on the channel. Really do appreciate you a ton. I wonder if OKC or Rockets try to condense with the moves in the West. Picks don't have the same value recently. Maybe time to strike. I honestly just don't expect Oklahoma City to do that. I think that OKC is looking at themselves internally as an NBA title contender already, and I think they just want to maintain their championship window for as long as possible, and owning draft picks, owning flexibility is what's going to best help them do that, honestly. Ferdinand, welcome to the stream. He wants to know if I think the Lakers will trade for a center. I do. I think Nick Claxton, Robert Williams III, Walker Kessler would all be possible options. There's, of course, some budget versions of that, too. Maybe another trade with Dallas centered around Daniel Gafford could make some sense for both sides involved. But overall, I think that's kind of where we're at. John K says, when is the trade deadline? The trade deadline, let me put this as a banner here. February 6th at 2 p.m. Eastern time. So let me make sure to leave a like and subscribe. I feel like I lost connection there for just a second. So hopefully everything in the stream is going well right now. Again, I really do appreciate you guys all a ton. Thank you all for being in here right now. And I hope you're enjoying the content. I really do. A lot of fun, crazy stuff going on, of course. So we're doing our best here at Utility Sports to cover everything that you need to know. But again, I really do appreciate you all so much. And remember, the trade deadline is February 6th at 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Here are some of the trades that have already gone down. Mavericks trade Luka Doncic, Maxi, Kleber, and Markieff Morris for AD. 2029 Lakers first and Max Christie. Jazz received Jalen Hood-Scifino and 2 second-round picks in that deal as well to eat some of that salary. And then the next trade, the San Antonio Spurs received De'Aaron Fox and Jordan McLaughlin last night from Sacramento. The Kings walked away with Zach LaVine, who's had a very good season for himself, nearly 64% true shooting, 2 first-round picks, 1 in 2031 from the Wolves, 5 second-round picks, and Sidy Cissoko. The Bulls received their 2025 first-round pick back, Tre Jones, Zach Collins, and Kevin Huerter. So all in all, pretty solid stuff, all things considered. Raisin says, what about the Bucks? I think Milwaukee specifically, when it comes to their draft capital, kind of limited. What you can for sure expect, Raisin, is a salary dump of Pat Connaughton one way or another. Guarantee you that will happen. Reminder, guys, mock draft coming out today on the channel. So we'll see who ends up getting that first overall pick. Just a little bit of a hint. There was a lottery simulation in that video today. So after the live stream, you're going to want to go check that video out. Now I'm going to be live for quite a while. I've been live for a half hour already. Planning on being live for at least 6 hours today. So today's going to be awesome. Grant here says you have lots of Wizards fans that are on channel supporters. I personally sent tons of your YouTube clips to Wizards fans. Grant, I appreciate you a ton, my man. I do have a lot of Wizards fans, and I love that. It's not only fun to have the nation's capital represented with an NBA team, but it's a lot of fun talking Wizards basketball because I'm pretty optimistic about the long-term future there, even though things are kind of ugly right now. That's a good thing. They're trying to tank. They're trying to lose. Everything is intentional right now. John G says, good morning. Go Spurs, go. Good morning, everyone. Hope you guys really are enjoying. I'm going to try and throw some fireworks in here. We're also going to shoot some lasers off, too. Let's see if we can get the lasers going. There we go. We got morning lasers. Welcome, everyone, to the stream. Arhan here says, still can't believe how Mavs couldn't pull Connect in the deal. Connect against Powell was working on the same deal, and LA would have gotten a backup big as well. Here's the thing. Los Angeles just did a great job. The Lakers did a great job letting the Mavericks just kind of work themselves into a deal that doesn't make sense. So, but yeah, Max Christie has been traded already. So he was already on the move. Yeah, this is another great point, though, Coach. So even though Christie's already been traded, Coach Dreadhead brings up an interesting player to watch for, which is Clint Capella. He could be a very, very interesting get for the Lakers. And again, for the draft capital that they have, it's possible that, even right now, they don't have a ton of second-round picks, pretty much none. You look at 26, 27, 28, 29, 2030, and the 2031. They just don't have second-round picks right now. But what they do have is their second-round pick this year. And for Atlanta, who might just be trying to trade Clint Capella to a team that has either cap space or just as matching salary, it's possible the Lakers could try and jump in and land Clint Capella. We've seen Capella thrive in the past with James Harden and Trae Young, two very good lob passers, two very high volume pick and roll ball handlers. Now Capella's at a stage of his career where he's not that same player he was, in 2018 when the Rockets were making conference finals appearances, but he's still a big body and he has playoff experience, and I think the Lakers would be interested in that. Steven here says this is the last up. Who do you think are very realistic for the Warriors to go to? I think like someone like Kelly Olynyk would be interesting for Golden State. I think Chris Boucher, a couple of Raptors guys that make quite a bit of sense for the overall fit there in Golden State, just from a size length perspective. It's kind of hard though, because there's not a lot of good players making only $8 to $9 million if they decide to go that route. Like that's some of the difficulties here, honestly. Like, who I really think would be awesome there? Aaron Nesmith. But do I think that the Pacers are going to trade Aaron Nesmith? No, I don't. Like Jonas Valanciunas, I just don't think moves the needles. He could be a Los Angeles Laker as well, by the way. Jonas Valanciunas would be an interesting name to watch for. Pat Connaughton maybe for the Warriors in some kind of 3-team trade. That would be interesting. Connaughton, I think, would be a slight upgrade for them over some of their other pieces as kind of another wing shooter player. But again, I just don't know if teams are super excited about Pat Connaughton at this point in time. It's kind of where it's at, honestly, like in terms of players who I think could be on the table, like maybe Caleb Martin from Philly, maybe Cody Martin from Charlotte. It's funny, the two of them make almost the exact same amount of money. Caleb Martin makes $8.15 million. Cody Martin makes $8.12 million. Those are names that I think should be on their radar for sure. That's kind of where I think the realistic possibilities are. Very recently, he's talking about Maxi Kleber. Oh, I see. So Kleber actually, he can't get aggregated in a salary in a trade. So you can't trade Maxi with another player right now. So that's an important rule to know too, based on the recently traded rule. Carlos Perez says, what about the Orlando Magic trades? Real rumors. So right now, I think like for rumors, you're thinking guard play, right? You're thinking someone like Colin Sexton of Utah. You're thinking about someone like Anthony Simons from Portland. You're thinking players who can create their own shot and shoot a lot of pull-up jump shots and score effectively that way. And I think Anthony Simons, who is an Orlando native, I'm pretty sure, I think he makes a ton of sense. This 2025 first and this other 2025 first would be a very good starting point in a trade with Portland. You have matching salary options, whether you do Cole Anthony plus something else on your roster, or you could start with KCP and maybe get out of KCP's contract. Now, Blazers fans aren't going to be stoked about that, but walking out with 2+ first-round picks, 2 firsts, maybe a couple of seconds, and KCP is not bad value at all for Portland, in my opinion. So would be interesting to see that kind of play out. Brandon Strickland here says, go Jazz. We got a lot of different fans in here. What I want everyone to do right now, down below, comment your favorite team. I want to know who you're a fan of right now. I want everyone to say the name of their favorite team. Reminder, we're also live over on Twitch, but thanks to all the YouTube viewers. If you are new today, make sure to leave a like on the stream. Of course, that is one of the most important things you can do. Then also subscribe. Like, just make sure to hit that subscribe button. This is a great place to be. I really do appreciate you all so very much. So make sure to subscribe, everything like that. Let's look at all of the favorite teams coming in. Old Dirty here says Pistons. Edward says a Rockets fan. Jimmy's a Raptors fan, as is Light of Wisdom. Karen Moss is a Suns fan. John Piner is a Wizards fan. Time for the Wizards to move all these vets except Poole, looking to get that coveted draft capital. Lord knows we need it. The Wizards are looking for those draft picks, that's for sure. Grant here says Wizards. Boogie is a Knicks fan. Brethren is a Nets fan. NBA Games of Highlights says Los Angeles Lakers. Ethan Eli says OKC. Bryce Cooper says Pistons. Dapper Drabe says Pacers. We got Spurs fans, Rockets fans. Shout out to all of you guys. Dameron here says he's a Hawks fan. What move do you think we can make? Something around Clint Capella. I think a player who would be awesome, and I mean really awesome for Atlanta to land. Let me get to the Hawks here, their draft pick situation. Cameron Johnson, I think, would be just absolutely great. You know, the rumor here is that the Nets were looking for 2 first-round picks and more. And the Nets are also looking for expiring salaries. They already have 11 expiring salaries. If they traded Cam Johnson for an expiring salary himself, They would have 12 expiring salaries. So this kind of trade here where the Hawks send Clint Capella and 2 first-round picks, these 2 specifically, this Kings one in 2025 and this Lakers first, could give the Nets a lot of flexibility. Now, Brooklyn maybe would want a future pick instead. So maybe instead of this Lakers pick or instead of this Kings pick, maybe you see something down the road like this 2029 or this 2030 first-round pick. And it would be interesting to see if Atlanta is willing to do that. But I think Cam Johnson is the type of off-ball player and fit that, well, yes, I know Jalen Johnson's hurt this season. Your long-term team-building plan for Atlanta should be centered around Trae Young and Jalen Johnson. I know Jalen Johnson's hurt, but you're still trying to build a team not just for this season, you're trying to build a team for multiple years. Cam Johnson, age-wise, fits into this timeline. Cam Johnson, skill set-wise, fits very, very well around the dynamic duo of Trae Young and Jalen Johnson. So Cam Johnson, I think, would just be absolutely awesome. Yuli Kastner says, former Dallas fan, now Lakers following Luka Doncic, it appears. Inigo says, Kings, love that. Steven finds a Wizards fan. Adam Perry says, Pistons. Jake says, Suns. Wizards here for John Piner. DJ Hammer says Sixers with a little bit of a sad emoji there. I'm sorry, man. And the Sixers are kind of tough because even though they have some draft picks to trade, they are kind of limited with some of their assets because of the Stepien rule, which is difficult for them. This is actually, I don't know why I labeled this. Oh, it's because this has backups into 2028. That's right. Yeah, so they don't really have as much trade flexibility as it looks like they should. Because of some of their protections. Kobe White linked with the Magic. Yeah, he's another name. I forgot to mention him. Thank you, Iceman, for throwing that in there. DXE says Pacers. T-Dot says Raptors. Mr. Tingley's a Blazers fan. Cody's a Blazers fan. D-Roy's a Raptors fan. Zoe says he's a LeBron fan. I totally get that. Graham Christie here says, work your positive vibes, Magic for Jalen Duren to the Spurs, Sheldon. You willed us Wemby. Duren would be really solid with Wemby, Fox, CP3, and the other young core in San Antonio. Hashtag trade deadline greedy. So, Graham, you might remember back to my my final mock draft in, I think it was in the Jalen Duren draft. I think the Spurs, ultimately the pick that became Jeremy Sohan, I had mocked Jalen Duren to San Antonio in my final mock. Unfortunately, did not get that right. I had a lot of picks right that draft. I think 7 or 8 of them, which is, I think, a really good number, honestly. But I'm pretty happy with how accurate a lot of my mock drafts have been, especially toward the end of the cycle each year. But I think Jalen Duren would have been awesome in San Antonio, but I think they should be happy with Sohan. He's been pretty good. Kingsley here says, Kingsley says, what is a realistic trade for Miami? Let's go over to, let's get a Fanspo trade machine going here. Welcome everyone to the stream. Remember, we're going to be covering everything you need to know about the NBA. And we're going to do it all in a lot of fun while having a lot of fun this trade deadline. Of course, you guys are all making it super awesome as well. And realistically, a trade here. So this will all center around Pat Connaughton getting traded because, so if you look at this right now, the Bucks are in the second apron presently. Okay. So this second apron space is what is going to be limiting Milwaukee right now. So what they have to do, and I there's no way for me to show you this on Fanspo. Shout out to Fanspo, by the way. They follow me over on Twitter. But Pat Connaughton, I can't show the mechanics really in one trade. So just know that this will work if the Bucks first salary dump Pat Connaughton, okay? That is the most important thing. Jimmy goes to Phoenix. This is where Jimmy Butler wants to be. The reason he wants to go there is so that he can get extended and get paid. And the Suns are the most willing team to do that. They're the most reckless team in the NBA. So they are willing to do something like that, and it will be the reason that Jimmy Butler ends up in Phoenix. Give me 1 second. All right. Sorry, my cat was being a little difficult. He was messing with my blinds in my room here. So that was crazy. But a realistic trade for Miami here. Again, Jimmy Butler goes to Phoenix. Now the question is Bradley Beal. He has a no trade clause. He's going to, the only team that we've heard reportedly that he'd even be remotely interested, and the LaVine trade now changes everything where Chicago is just not an option like I thought they would be. So ultimately I was not right on that. But Bradley Beal to Milwaukee is maybe something that these teams would consider. Now, again, the issue here is the Bucks need to get to the salary mark. Middleton to Miami, Bobby Portis to Miami, and then maybe Marjon Beauchamp to Miami. And you're looking money-wise, like this is still a problem. They have to send out more salary than they're taking in. But again, they're a first apron team over here too, Miami is. So they can't take in more salary than $48.7 million. So you're going to need a fourth team. You just flat out need a fourth team in this deal, which is, again, where difficulties come in. Now, this could be any different team, especially ones that have trade room, like exceptions and stuff. I'm just going to use the Pistons because they literally have cap space, okay? Like, they literally have room to just take in salary. They have $14 million of cap. So what we're going to do in this is now, like, this is where things get complicated, but we're going to have to send salary somewhere else. So, like, Kevin Love, for example, could get traded to Detroit here. Again, it's probably not going to be the Pistons. I'm just using Detroit as this example. It's going to be whatever fourth team decides they want to get involved in some kind of trade, okay? When you're looking at this now, though, the issue here is Milwaukee still has to send out like $3.3 million. And to get there, it's a little tricky, but you could see like DeLon Wright to Detroit, and you could see like Chris Livingston to Detroit. Something like this, where the Pistons have cap space, they can take this in. The Bucks are sending out more salary, and the Heat are sending out more salary as well than they are than they're taking in, actually. So Kevin Love might not even have to be in this, but just looking at this kind of deal, like, you know, the Suns, which picks do they have? They have these first rounders from these teams, so we're going to send all of those, these two to Milwaukee, and we're going to send this 2029 first to Miami, which opens up some flexibility for the Heat. And the Heat are going to send a second-round pick to the Pistons. Remember, the Pistons are just kind of your gap filler team here. I'm not actually thinking it's going to be Detroit. And again, it's going to say that it doesn't work, and it's because of this Milwaukee thing, right? Because of the financial stuff with the second apron, like they're not allowed to aggregate salaries, which I have them doing in this. But remember, it would again stem from Pat Connaughton being traded first. So once the Bucks are a first apron team and the Heat are a first apron team, they can make any kind of trade like this as long as they're taking back less salary than they otherwise would. So I think that's the important thing to consider here. And keep in mind, I think this is kind of the beginning framework of a potential trade that could make sense. And the biggest thing is Milwaukee walks out with draft picks. They walk out with some draft capital in this. It opens up flexibility for them. It opens up trade options. And I think that's the most important thing to consider moving forward. James Harden is a Rockets fan. Appreciate you being in here, my man. Adnan says, where is Nurkic going? Again, on the topic of the Phoenix Suns, there are a bunch of different ways that Phoenix could look about going about this and trying to make improvements, as my cat is trying to just be super difficult today. He's not happy right now. Of course, when I'm streaming, he has to be as difficult as possible. So when it comes to a Jusuf Nurkic trade, like Orlando could be an interesting one for a few reasons, because they have the ability to take in a contract like Nurkic's, and they have some players, one being Wendell Carter Jr., that would make some sense. Cole Anthony's contract could make some sense in this. Now, Cole Anthony is probably not a player that the Suns will want, though. So let's go a different route than just Orlando. Let's go look at the Bulls, for example. Now, why would the Bulls not work? Vucevic makes more than Jusuf Nurkic. Now, we could do something around Patrick Williams. These two kind of work together. And could they get, this one first-round pick here in 2025, which is going to be pick number 30 because it's the Cavaliers? Like, something like this works. And Phoenix gets a younger player, and they get rid of a guy who's been terrible for them this season. So, and the Bulls get a first-round pick for Patrick Williams, which otherwise would not happen, I don't think. So, like, that's not a crazy deal. Toronto, again, they run into some of the same issues. Bruce Brown cannot get traded to Phoenix for Jusuf Nurkic because of salary, second apron rules. Jakob Poeltl cannot go to Phoenix because of the same reason. So then maybe you get down to like the Kelly Olynyk price range. You get to the Davion Mitchell price range. And this is where like maybe a Chris Boucher plus a Davion Mitchell for Jusuf Nurkic and a first-round pick again this year, if you want to go this year, like something like this is not a terrible starting point. You could even maybe throw in one of these second-round picks or something if you wanted to. But like this as a beginning framework is something that could, in theory, make sense for both sides. The Raptors get a first for Chris Boucher and Davion Mitchell. Mitchell, I think, is expendable with Jamal Shed there. And Boucher, I think, is a player who would net a valuable second-round pick probably. So getting a first for these two, I think, is pretty fair. Yes, you have to eat 1 year of use of Nurkic's contract, but it works financially. That's an interesting trade mechanic for the Suns. The Nets, again, some of the difficulties here. Nick Claxton contract just does not work here. Cam Johnson's contract does not work here. Even Bojan Bogdanovic or D'Angelo Russell does not work here. So then you get to these smaller contracts, and it's like, well, I don't really see that actually happening. Charlotte, another team where the players, the contracts just don't really line up as smoothly as you would maybe want. So, they already made the trade with Charlotte for Nick Richards. So that's kind of off the table now. Washington, again, same issue here with Kuzma, same issue with Brogdon. There's not other salaries in here that I see like Phoenix really wanting to sign up for. Maybe Jonas Valanciunas, right? Like that's a potential route. And like Sadiq Bey is like kind of a starting point. And then in here, like Nurkic plus a first again. And this first round pick is pick number 30. So it's not like a super valuable first. So this kind of deal, again, is something that could in theory work for Phoenix and for Washington. So love seeing all the different kinds of fans in here. Akram, Raisin, Brew Crew, Surya, Denver fan. Thank you. Monty says Bulls, unfortunately. It's hilarious. Graham Christie is a big-time Spurs fan. Should be feeling over the moon today, Graham. Over the moon about getting De'Aaron Fox at the price point you guys did. That's a huge, huge, huge W for the San Antonio Spurs, in my opinion. If you guys are looking for ways to support the channel, some of the best ways is going to the links in the description. I have a brand new Substack where we're going to be dropping NBA content pretty much every single day, every single week. New stuff to read, new stuff to learn about in there, about dark horse contenders in the NBA, some mock drafts, some draft boards, some prospect evaluations, all that kind of stuff's going to be in there. Shout out to everyone in the stream right now. Kurt's a Heat fan. I'm pumped for a Heat trade. Definitely one coming soon here with Jimmy Butler. But Jimmy to the Bucks, Kendrick Nunn wants to know. Jimmy to the Bucks is a possibility for sure. One that I do not think is worth ruling out at all. Akram here says go Warriors. Goldo Beard says who's going to start point guard for the Kings. I think it's going to be Malik Monk. I think the Kings play Monk, LaVine, DeRozan, Keegan Murray, Sabonis, which I think's not bad. Like Monk's not a bad passer. And I think with how much of the offense is ran through Sabonis anyway, like I don't really see a problem with that. H-Town's Finest says, what moves do you see the Rockets making at this trade deadline? Love the stream. Yeah, so H-Town, thanks first of all for your kind words. When it comes to potential moves that I could see them making, there's a few that I think are worth considering here, okay? So what we're going to first do is go down to the Houston Rockets. We're also going to go to a team in Portland who I think is worth talking about. This always is so difficult, but here we are right now with Portland. This contract right here, Robert Williams, $12.4 million. They have a lot of different ways to get to this money. There's a few different combinations. Something like Jock Landale and Jayshawn Tate. And then the Rockets would give up probably a few second-round picks. So you're looking at Memphis' second. You're looking at this second-round pick, which is a complicated 4-team thing. And then this 2031 second. Something like this is kind of your starting point. And then the Blazers would send back some other, salary in this deal, like a Ryan Rupert, for example. Something like this to get a deal done. The Rockets would open up a little bit of extra flexibility financially. The Blazers are at a spot where I think that this kind of trade financially is not negatively impactful for them. So all in all, I think this is like a trade where Robert Williams to Portland can make a lot of sense. Otherwise, they could go, and again, I'm not sure if I actually see this happening because of where the Grizzlies are in the standings and the Rockets and how close the games have been between these two teams. But Marcus Smart to Houston. Now, this would be like some 3-team trade, right? Like let's get Brooklyn in here right now, and you'll see why in a second. But we're going to send Cam Johnson to the Grizzlies, okay? And what we're going to do is send Jock Landale to the Nets. Expiring salary, we're going to send Jayshawn Tate to the Nets. And we're going to send Jeff Green to the Nets. Okay, something like this where they're sending out $23 million of salary. In this deal, the Grizzlies, maybe Jake LaRavia goes to Houston in this. And what we're going to give up here is a collection of stuff. So Grizzlies give up their 2025 first. They give up their 2027 first in this. They give up a bunch of second-round picks, maybe these two for sure, and then maybe one more second-rounder. And then the Rockets give up, again, a collection of second-round picks to Brooklyn as well. So not that pick, but this pick here. So something like this where it's an overall real collection of assets. The Grizzlies get Cam Johnson for a couple of firsts and some seconds. The Rockets jump in to take Marcus Smart's salary and Jake LaRavia's salary. And then the Nets get these expiring salaries and just mainly draft capital. Now, you could argue maybe Jake LaRavia has to go here to Brooklyn instead. And obviously, like, we're talking about like framework. So I'm not just saying like, oh, this is the deal. I'm just kind of talking through possibilities. And I think like moves like this, with the Ime Udoka connection, obviously do make some sense. So that's kind of what I have in mind right now. Of course, when it comes to the actual draft picks, Houston has a lot of flexibility. We've talked about them already once, but I do think that they're such an important team to talk about here. They have OKC picks. They have Nets picks in the future. They have, I think one of the most interesting things is this 2029 first, where they get to choose the most favorable of Rockets, Mavericks, or Suns. So that's going to be probably a good pick if I had to bet. Solid here says, good morning. You see any other Spurs move? I think that the Spurs are in a situation where if a trade like makes a lot of sense, they'll go and do it. But I don't think that they feel a ton of pressure now. They've already made their big trade. The Spurs typically don't make a bunch of in-season trades. So I think all in all, they should be pretty happy. Iceman says to trade my cat for a bird. Listen, I love my cat. I've got 2 cats actually. We'll see if the other cat pops up for the stream or not. But I love my cats, but Reese especially is just a little bit of a difficult cat at times. Eric says, do we get the ugly truth? As a Spurs fan, I love to see the Lakers suffer. No picks to trade and an aging roster than the NBA gifts them. Luka? I mean, it wasn't the NBA that gifted him. It was Nico Harrison and the Dallas Mavericks. I don't think there was anything fishy about the NBA. I think that the Dallas Mavericks GM does not know what he's doing, honestly. Diaz says, since Phoenix going for Jimmy Butler, it's less likely Book gets traded. Yeah, this deadline, I completely agree. Now, if they flame out in the first round again or miss the playoffs completely through the play-in or whatever, like, Book doesn't get traded this year. Like, that's been my position the whole time. But Rod Love says, I like Ingram to Detroit, but we need Alonzo Ball, CJ McCollum, or Colin Sexton. McCollum's another good name to watch for Detroit. So, Rod Love, I'm glad you brought it up. Welcome, everyone, to the stream. Over 400 people watching live right now, which is just incredible. The fact that we are a few days away from the NBA trade deadline yet, and the support, the love, and all of that is so good right now. We are just 6 subscribers away from 28,600. So make sure you guys do smash that like button. We've been live for just about an hour here, 58 minutes at this point. Victor Equao says the Mavs now have 3 tradable firsts in 25, 29, which is the Lakers, and 31. Yes, they do, Victor. So let's go up to Dallas. The Mavericks are poised for another trade. I think this has been the most underreported thing since the Luka Doncic trade. I think, obviously that was a huge earthquake. I think people are still trying to figure out everything that's happening after that. The Mavericks are positioned for another trade. It's not accidental that they went out and got this 2029 Lakers first. What that allows them to do is be active again in the trade market with their 2025 first-round pick, their 2029 first-round pick that they have now from the Lakers, and their 2031 first. They're going to be active. I think the Mavericks are not done. I think the Mavericks are going to look to make other moves. So we'll see. Devin Miles says, which player gets the Pacers closer to the championship? Trey Murphy, DeAndre Hunter, Malik Monk or Malik Beasley, Lou Dort or Isaiah Joe. So Trey Murphy the third would be fantastic for India. The issue is New Orleans won't trade him. The other players, I'm not a huge Hunter fan. I think Monk is going to stay in Sacramento, and I don't think Malik Beasley is really going to be on the Pacers' radar. So Kyler says, feel awful for you as a Thunder fan regarding Luka. I wouldn't support that organization anymore. I don't know how you trade that level of talent. It's insane, Kyler. It's really insane. I don't know. I don't know at all. Brianna says, Sixers trade. So welcome, first of all, Brianna, to the stream. Let's get some W's in the chat for all of the awesome viewers. I'm throwing fireworks in here for you guys. Appreciate you all being in here right now. Brianna, make sure to not spam, though, okay? Tim Preston, welcome to the stream. I do think CP3 is probably going to come off the bench. Nick, I think that's what makes the most sense. Although it could be Stephon Castle early, so we'll see what happens. Graham Christie says 100% Sheldon. I thought the family farm was going out to get someone like Fox. Amazed Fox was nabbed for what the Spurs had to give up. Here's the thing. I'm actually not as shocked as most people. I feel like a lot of people are really surprised. On Twitter, I tweeted that it just cannot be like 4 first-round picks and Castle ultimately it just ended up being 4 first-round picks. 1 to Chicago, which was what bought LaVine to Sacramento. And then also it was 3 first ultimately to Sacramento. Now, one of them is a fake first at Charlotte first, but it's 5 second-rounders. So the overall draft compensation and value I thought was pretty fair and even. A lot of people are surprised. I just am not as much. Like, I thought trading Vassell or Castle for Fox would have been such a weird move that didn't make a lot of long-term sense for San Antonio. So I think it was a good, very fair, balanced trade, and I think the Spurs just have the best upper echelon outcomes because they have Wembanyama on their roster. So they're like the big winner because of that. DJ Hammer says Sac really went out there to make Bulls 2.0, but in the West, yeah, they're a better version of those Bulls teams though, because Sabonis is just the best player on the team. Like, and Brogdon as a target for the Rockets, what would the price be? Brogdon, another interesting name for sure. The price, like, so he's expiring, so it'd be like probably 1 or 2 second-round picks. But, you know, again, you're looking at another Ime Udoka connection. I'm just not sure. I think it's kind of tough, but like Brogdon could be a pretty solid expiring player for them to go after, and then maybe they get him back on a friendly deal moving forward, Troy. So good question there. Arroyo says, do you think that the Cavs will do anything? Would love to hear your insight. Love the channel, bro. Appreciate you, Arroyo. Glad to have you all in here. 400 awesome people live right now. Let's get some laser shooting in here like we're at a rock concert or something. But really appreciate you guys. Love having your guys' opinions and perspectives as well. The Cavs are interesting because the Cavs, let me switch the little ticker here. The Cavs are a team that is in the luxury tax right now, and they're over the tax by about $1.8 million. It would not shock me if the Cavs found a way to dip below the tax, which would be really interesting. If they dip below the tax, I think that would be pretty smart. But again, they're a contending team, so they might not want to. Bryce says, what's your perspective on Pistons situation? Push for the playoffs and forfeit their first-round pick this year and take on salary and assets or take on salary and assets while trying to be a lottery team and keep their pick. I'm in favor of making the playoffs and sending the pick, Bryce. And I can justify that positioning here for you as well. If they make the playoffs, they can go into this offseason with all of their picks tradable, basically. Like, that's the one thing is if you miss the playoffs and make the lottery, first of all, you're not getting playoff experience, you're not selling playoff tickets. But then secondly as well, like, then you go into next year still owing this pick to Minnesota, which is it's top 11 protected in 26. And because of that, since these protections span into 2027, you can't trade the 2026 first. You can't trade your 2027 first. You can't trade your 2028 first. If they just flat out make the playoffs this year, they are able to go into the offseason with all of their first-round picks tradable. And I think that is one of the most important things. In fact, I think that's so important. I'm going to tweet it right now. I think that's really essential for Detroit. One of the biggest non-talked about storylines is the Detroit Pistons draft pick this year. Projected, protected top 13 to Minnesota. If Pistons make the playoffs, Detroit goes into the offseason with all of their future draft picks intact and are able to make big trades if they want. Like, I think that's honestly such an important thing here, and something that I haven't really seen get talked about yet so far. Maurice Drake, thank you so much for the 5. Says, good to see you again. Good to see you again, Maurice. Glad to have you back in the streams. He wants to know what a Vooch trade would look like. I'm a Bulls fan. I actually like the trade for LaVine. I thought the LaVine trade was pretty solid for Chicago. For the same reason I just tweeted about Detroit, about getting their future flexibility back by conveying the pick this year. Chicago getting their first round pick back opens up all of their flexibility again, and I think that is very essential. First of all, for Chicago, and then secondly, when it comes to a trade for Nikola Vucevic, again, thank you to Maurice for the 5. Let's get some W's in the chat. I'm going to throw in some confetti here for you too, Maurice. I really do appreciate you a ton. when it comes to some potential trades for Vucevic, I think the first team that we need to talk about is probably the Golden State Warriors, because there's a few things here that could make some real sense for both Chicago and Golden State. First of all, the Warriors have some expiring salaries that they could be potentially willing to include. Gary Payton II and Kevon Looney really being the notable ones. The Warriors also notably have first apron space right now of $18.4 million after including these two guys. So when you include Nikola Vucevic, the issue is we get out of the first apron and the Warriors are actually hard capped at the first apron. So there are some difficulties here in some kind of Vucevic trade if these are the two salaries we're going to use, which means we need to include some other salary in here, which is someone like, and again, when it comes to the money here, the Warriors are at a spot where their roster, like, it's kind of tough because they can't really give up two guys or three guys for one, honestly. So this is where the trade gets a little funky and why a trade for Vucevic is not super clear cut or obvious as to what they're going to do. I think like something like this with Lindy Waters being included and the Warriors send this second round pick and this second round pick here via Miami and this second round pick. So ultimately 3 second rounders for Nikola Vucevic is something that could work and could make some sense. It's an interesting trade. It's an interesting beginning point, but I think this is one of the most important things for them to do. Lots of Detroit fans in here. Love to have you guys Pistons fans in here. You guys are absolutely awesome. Boogie Gordon says, what are some realistic moves for the Knicks? Leon always tends to pull something off that nobody saw coming. So this is another good question here. Thank you, Boogie, for being in the chat today. Appreciate you and a really great question. If you look at the Knicks, so here's the thing. They are hard capped at the second apron, and they only have $535,000 of second apron space. So any kind of trade is going to be difficult for them to get done if they're taking in more salary. They have Mitchell Robinson's $14.3 million. This is probably their best tradable tool or asset right now. Otherwise, we could go look at something like this with Philadelphia. The Sixers, I think, will be an interesting team to watch for. They have Gershon Yabusele's minimum contract. Gershon Yabusele has been a huge positive player this year for Philly despite all of their overall flaws. Could we see something like this? Jericho Sims for Gershon Yabusele. The money matches exactly, essentially. And then you throw in some form of draft compensation. Now, this is where things get tricky again because New York trades so much for Mikal Bridges, but you trade in that second round pick's not even like a real second rounder, really. We're going to send this 2026 second. We're going to send this 2028 second. And we're going to send this other 2028 second. 3 second round picks for Gershon Yabusele. This deal is going to say that, because it's $4,000. So that is one of the difficulties here as well because they are a first apron team. So they technically can't take in even more than $1 over. So we're going to have to rework this trade with someone other than Jericho Sims, which is a little difficult here. But this could be someone like Precious Achiuwa, although he has an implicit no trade clause. So something like this doesn't really work that well. Like we could go over to Boston. I think Boston's a Yabusele landing spot. It could be something around Jaden Springer, which is funny because Jaden Springer just came over last year. But something like this, I do think makes a bit of sense. And you could also see like Reggie Jackson come to Boston in that deal. And then the picks, like one first round pick here. From Boston over to Philly. Of course, that first rounder this year is not going to be very good, but something like this. So Jaden Springer back to the Sixers, and Gershon Yabusele is like a buy now for the Celtics if they're looking that direction. Although I just don't know if they're going to do that. But Coach Stradahead wants to know if I think the Hornets can get Lonzo Ball. They definitely can. When it comes to Charlotte, the Hornets are a team that would be very fascinating to watch for. So. Welcome everyone who is in here for the stream right now. I really do appreciate you guys. And when it comes to Chicago, so Lonzo Ball's contract is now at this point their biggest contract to trade, which is actually kind of funny. They have his $21.3 million. For the Hornets to get to that money, they have a few different ways, right? They could do Cody Martin. They could do Josh Green. Like they could do something like Vasi Micic and Josh Green. And this kind of trade would give the Hornets a couple of pieces back for Lonzo. Of course, Josh Green being the youngest and the perhaps most long-term hopeful or promising. And then the Hornets would give up like the second round pick via New Orleans, which is like a pretty good second rounder. Something like this is like a trade that I think would make a lot of sense for Charlotte if they're going for Lonzo. And for the Bulls, it's, hey, we're trading and expiring for guys who have years left on their contract that we can maybe try and either develop or grow. So Henry says, just found out the Mavs trade their unprotected 2028 first-round pick to OKC for the Gafford trade. That's insane. So that was, remember, what I'm talking about with OKC specifically is they want to prey on teams that are desperate or need help. The Mavericks are one of those teams. They have been one of those teams. Now, this year, after getting this 2029 first, they're not really that way anymore. They have the flexibility to make their own trades with 3 tradable firsts, but they owe this swap option unprotected to OKC. So it's pretty scary, honestly. Runner Flash says, how likely could the Clippers get Lonzo or Ben Simmons or even D'Lo? So Ben Simmons would be a buyout option. If he gets bought out, he could go to the Clippers. D'Lo, if he got bought out, could go to the Clippers as well. I think either of those make sense. Lonzo, I just don't know. The Clippers don't really have a good way of getting to these substantial salaries. So keep that in mind. But that's kind of the biggest issue right now when it comes to a Clippers trade for bigger salaries, is they just don't have the way to get to some of those salaries. So Kobe wants to know about Turner or Clint Capella to the Lakers. Let's go back over to the trade machine. We will talk about that over there now. Hopefully you guys are all enjoying this stream, by the way. It's been a lot of fun. Of course, I'm getting a little bit behind on the comments, but when we're doing the mock trades, I hope you guys are at least enjoying what that process looks like. So I think one avenue that I want to go here is Atlanta with the Lakers. And when you look at the Lakers' overall cap sheet, obviously so much big salary here to LeBron and Luka Doncic, but they do have Rui Hachimura. Now, with the recently traded restriction, they cannot aggregate someone like Maxi Kleber into salary here. So there are some holdups. There are some problems. I think a team that is important to get on the phone here would be Brooklyn. And the reasoning here for this is Capella goes to the Lakers. Cam Johnson goes to the Hawks. Okay, hear me out. Now we have $22.5 million salary to send somewhere. We could do something like Gabe Vincent and Jared Vanderbilt to the Nets. Something like this financially does check out. Now, what the Lakers do, they only have 1 second-round pick, but they will send that to Brooklyn here in this deal for Clint Capella. The Hawks, getting the best player in the trade by a mile in Cam Johnson, would send not 1, but 2 first-round picks to Brooklyn. They would also send a second-round pick to Brooklyn. They would send another second-round pick to Brooklyn. This is kind of your beginning point for this trade. Something like this. 5 picks, 3 of them being second-rounders, 2 of them being first-rounders, and then salaries that are not super attractive. This is maybe one of the biggest holdups. This Jared Vanderbilt contract is not a huge positive around the league right now. So that might be a holdup here in any kind of trade. But this is the type of deal. Otherwise, you could do something with Hachimura plus Christian Wood, which is what we'll do now. So this trade would work. What we're going to do is pivot this a little bit. We're going to send Hachimura instead to the Nets. And we're also going to send Christian Wood, who's an expiring salary, to the Nets. Something like this could also make some sense. Now, again, this is going to say that it doesn't work. And the reasoning for that is the apron status. So let me go back out and fix it, because everything has a little bit of a holdup. But to solve this, you just throw Cam Reddish in the deal. And this is where we're at now, where are we over the second apron? I don't think that's even legit. It's going to say it doesn't work. It's because of the 13 stand. This would work essentially. The Lakers would have to prorate a 2-way contract, but they could make this work. They could fit that number in. So something like this, I think, would be pretty feasible. Clint Capella to the Lakers, bunch of draft picks to the Nets. Cam Johnson to the Hawks would be an interesting beginning trade spot for sure for everybody. But I hope you guys all are enjoying. If you are, make sure to smash that like button. $10 super chat. Let's get some W's in the chat for Devin Miles. I'm going to throw in some balloons right now. It says, you are the man. We all appreciate you and what you do. Thanks for your knowledge and insight. Keep pushing. I appreciate you so much, Devin. Let's get some W's for the chat and W's for Devin. I'm going to throw in a W Devin and W chat. You guys are all super awesome. I appreciate you all so very much. So huge shout outs to you guys. Really appreciate y'all a ton. Love to see the W's flowing in. John throwing in W's as well as Scotto. You guys are all awesome. So Devin, again, thank you so much for the 10. Super chats do go such a long way in helping support the channel. You guys are absolutely awesome. We stack chips here. A Lakers fan with Pringles logo. That's actually one of the funniest things I've seen from a profile picture. That's actually hilarious. He says, for Cam Johnson, that's way too much, and we're keeping Vando Send Rui. Yeah, so I talked through the Rui thing, but Cam Johnson, in case you didn't know this year, we stack chips. Let me pull up Cam Johnson's stats quick. This season, Cam Johnson shooting 49% from the floor, 42% from three, and he's averaging 19.4 points per game. His true shooting percentage is off the charts. He's going to get 2 first-round picks and second-rounders as well. So, at least. He might even get more than that. But that's like a pretty strong starting point, honestly, overall. Rui could go out. Like, whatever it ends up being is fine. But John K wants to know, what about the Celtics trade rumors? Porzingis won't get traded. He'll be in Boston past the trade deadline. Barry Hicks says, what do you think the Utah Jazz will do? Utah's a fascinating team. Danny Ainge likes to play a fun game where he tries to take advantage of everybody. But he's an absolute beast. Diaz here saying, how do you donate like Maurice Drake just did? Utility deserves my money. I appreciate you, Diaz. It's in the chat somehow. There's like a super chat button, I'm pretty sure. But Diaz, you're a beast for even being in here. I appreciate you guys all so much. Devin here said, thanks for your insight. Appreciate it a lot. Should the Pacers bring in one more center or power forward like a Chris Boucher to be safe during the playoffs? Boucher would be an interesting get for sure. I think they're in a pretty solid spot. So Maurice, this is another great question here. He said the Bulls got fleeced. They got a backup center, salary filler, and Huerter. Yes, they got their first back, but no talent. Here's the thing. The Bulls are intentionally not getting back talent. They're trying to lose. The talent is in the 2025 NBA draft. They want to lose this season. They want to lose probably next season so that they can set themselves up for draft picks like AJ DeMonsa, Cam Boozer, Cooper Flagg, Dylan Harper, Ace Bailey, maybe Kasparas Yakachonis. They're setting themselves up for the draft. And I have a mock draft coming out today where they actually, here's a little bit of a spoiler, they moved up in the lottery simulation. And that's kind of the hope for them, is that they move up. CGB here says, who is going to get Bruce Brown and Chris Boucher from the Raptors? I could see the Clippers being a Boucher landing spot. I could see the Lakers being a Boucher landing spot. I could see Bruce Brown going to Miami. I think the Heat are a real team for Bruce Brown. DJ Hammer says, we want first for Yabusele if we're trading him to teams like New York, Denver, or Boston, bro. I mean, like, yeah, but you're going to like probably lose him already as is. So, I mean, trading him at all, like if you get one first from Boston, it's pretty good. Chung here says, go Blazers. Appreciate you, my man. Thank you so much for the $2. Absolutely awesome. Yeah, the Bulls have too many guards right now, but they're not, I mean, their team right now isn't the actual team that they're trying to build long term. So I think that's a really important note. Grant Info says, I'm a Wizards fan and hate losing Corey. Listen, I don't think the Wizards are going to want to trade Corey Kispert. Just like, I don't think that's like a thing that they really want. But overall, I think like the situation here for them really stems from just like how many picks they get. Like they're not going to just trade Kispert to trade him. They're going to look for good value in a deal. So Connor says, when I watched your Spurs offseason guy prediction, I completely agreed on us not making any big moves so that if they didn't fleece the Bulls and Kings, they wouldn't have traded this deadline. So I think the biggest thing is like when I recorded that trade deadline predictions video, for those who haven't seen it, I recorded that before the Kings made De'Aaron Fox available. I just didn't think the Kings would trade De'Aaron Fox. 2 weeks ago, I did not think that. Obviously, the NBA moves fast. You look at the way that Luka Doncic got traded. I mean, it's crazy. Maurice says, based on the trade so far, Cam not worth 2 firsts. I mean, he is, though. Cam Johnson's going to get 2 first-round picks. He's on a great contract. He's going to get 2 first-round picks. Just, like, very point blank. Like, De'Aaron Fox got 2 firsts and Zach LaVine and 5 second-rounders. Like, you'll get 2 first-round picks for Cam Johnson. You will. Everyone throwing in their W's. Appreciate you guys all a ton. Steven here says, with Andrew Wiggins' massive contract, which stars can realistically be traded for Wiggins and expirings? Jimmy Butler was the one player that I thought the Warriors maybe would have a chance at, but I really don't think overall that there's going to be a deal. Diaz keeps asking how you donate. Someone help him out. Okay. And we stack chips talking about. I think this was back to for Cam Johnson. Yeah, he's his numbers are just really good this year. And you know who a coach that I really like. If you're a Brooklyn Nets fan, you should just be super ecstatic. Like, Jordi Fernandez is an awesome coach, and they have a really, really good coach moving forward. Our hand here says Cam might not be worth 2 firsts, but if the best offer is a single first, Nets can get that offer anytime in the following 2 years. Like, they're going to get 2 firsts. I would be pretty shocked, honestly, if Cam Johnson doesn't get 2 firsts. I think they're going to, like, even at 2 first-round picks, they might choose to not trade Cam Johnson because they have max cap space this offseason, even with Cam Johnson on the books. Keeping Cam Johnson might just make sense for Brooklyn, like, long-term, because this isn't getting talked about enough either, really, but Brooklyn is loading up for this draft. They're maybe possibly loading up for next draft, and then their plan is to strike and be good. Like, they don't want to sit through a 7-year rebuild, a 5-year rebuild. They want to have a 2-year retool after trading Bridges. That's why they didn't even worry about their 2027 pick swap from Houston. The plan is be bad in 2025, maybe be bad in 2026, win by 2027. That's what Brooklyn wants to do, I think, very pointedly. So, Luka K says, should the Lakers buy low on Ayton? He might have the highest ceiling among all realistic center targets for LA. That's another interesting one. Now, for me, I am not a huge DeAndre Ayton guy. Point blank, I'm just not. But let's talk through that possibility. Again, I think the salary here is going to be one of the biggest deterrents in this because of how much DeAndre Ayton makes. Like, it's going to be very difficult to fit DeAndre Ayton's salary in $34 million. But you do have options, right? You start with Hachimura's contract. You throw in Gabe Vincent. You're already up to $28 million. But this last $6 million is where things get kind of a little tricky here. Like, you can probably do Vanderbilt's salary. But again, just looking at the way the salaries are kind of constructed on this roster, you're starting to see some of the problems here with that. Otherwise, what you could do in theory is go something like Cam Reddish plus Jared Vanderbilt, or plus Christian Wood. And you're going to get like really close to that $34 million mark. But again, you're not quite at that number actually. So this is again where the difficulty is making some kind of trade. So Vanderbilt comes in, and now you're going to look for some other salary back. Duop Reith from Portland, Ryan Rupert from Portland, something like this, where you're getting in back other salaries, but you're sending out more salary than you're taking in. And this 2031 first, like, do you want to trade the 2031 first for Ayton? Someone screenshot this right now and tweet this at me. I'm going to repost it on Twitter. Is this even a win trade for the Lakers? Like, I just honestly don't know. Like, Ayton is extremely talented. I completely agree with you, Luka. You're getting the first pick in the 2018 draft, and you have the third pick in the 2018 draft now in Luka Doncic. So, Eli wants to know if I'm coming out with an Atlanta Hawks video before the trade deadline. That's the hope. Now, listen, this week can get really crazy, so it's hard for me to promise that content will be there, that specific content especially. I'm planning on recording a few more videos this week before the trade deadline. So, of course, I'm going to be live for a majority of the time and majority of the days. And by the end of the week, my voice is going to be absolute mush. Luckily, this time I've actually prepared. I have water, not sponsored by Stanley, by the way. This is my fiance's cup, but she's an absolute legend for letting me use it for the streams here. But I'm hoping to get an Atlanta Hawks video out, but again, I can't really promise for sure. Burke here says, best trade deadline day show here for the 4th or 5th consecutive year. Appreciate that, man. Burke, appreciate you. Let's get some W's in the chat for Burke. I'm also going to throw in some confetti here for him. Burke, I appreciate you for stopping in again this year. You guys absolutely make this such an amazing experience. Couldn't do it without you. I really seriously could not. Otherwise, I'd just be sitting here talking to my computer. Your comments, your guys' knowledge and intelligence, and your guys' understanding of the NBA. There's times where sometimes I'm rambling. I go on and on about something, and then you guys say, well, what about this? And it's like a great idea. Like this Lakers trade right here, DeAndre Ayton to the Lakers. Like, I probably would never have thought of that as an actual option. It's interesting. It's something that I do think looking at is kind of a neat idea. Now, does it actually materialize? Maybe not, but I think this is something that, again, you guys come up with awesome ideas. So, Burke, really appreciate you. And thanks to everyone in the chat. Brady Thompson, he's been a long time viewer on the channel. Brady Thompson's been one of the longest viewers even on the channel. He's always been active in the comment section as well. So, Brady, shout out to you. Glad to have you in here. Chonuff says Devin Vassell to the Wizards for Kuzma and Valanciunas. I don't think that will happen. I don't think the Spurs are going to trade Devin Vassell. I think that they like him a lot, and he's on a very good contract. Scotto says, any chance my Knicks can get their hands on Terrence Mann or Keldon Johnson? I think both would be great fits coming off the bench. This is another really good idea, one that I probably would not have thought of, but I do think Terrence Mann could, in theory, be an interesting, like, kind of Josh Hart 2.0 off the bench for New York, kind of as a hustle guy. And I think the Clippers would be receptive to that kind of trade package where Terrence Mann, and now this is important, the Clippers are not a first apron team, so they have the ability to make this kind of trade together. Ultimately, it's going to be hard to see any first apron teams trade with other first apron teams this trade deadline without a third team involved. You're going to see more 3-team, 4-team trades this trade deadline than ever because of the new rules. Mitchell Robinson would go to the Clippers, which I think is a tremendous gift for the Clippers in this. Now, for New York to get anything, the reason that Mitchell Robinson has to be here is just from a salary perspective. The Knicks aren't really going to be able to package a lot of pieces together unless you want to trade Precious Achiuwa, Miles McBride, and then you have the implicit no trade clause here. Like, there's difficulties to that. So Terrence Mann, someone who could make some sense. And then also when it comes to maybe another player in this deal, like Kobe Brown's a young player in this that, you know, maybe the Knicks could snag in this deal as well. So it's a 2-for-1. The Knicks improve their depth a little bit, and they kind of change their depth. Instead of having a backup big who's often injured, they go after someone like Terrence Mann in this kind of deal that could play like kind of a hard-nosed, gritty role for them, kind of filling a Josh Hart role when Josh Hart's maybe not in the game. I like this trade a lot for the Clippers, if I'm going to be honest. I think Mitchell Robinson would be such a significant upgrade for their backup big spot behind Ivica Zubac. But I'm absolutely stoked. Relaxed World, the trade deadline is Thursday, like John Parham says. John, thank you for answering his question. Appreciate you a ton. D said, Luka made the Mavs so much money to trade him midseason and leave all the money on the table. Chances to win the West and make the finals makes more sense for the Mavs to do this over the summer. The one thing, I don't know if you guys saw it, but the Dallas Mavericks lost over 700,000 followers on Instagram. They were at about 5.2 million followers. They have dwindled down to 4.5 million. That is a pretty significant loss in social media following after a trade. So, yep, the deadline is February 6th. I'm going to switch up the banner down below, but real quick, I want to cover it at the very bottom right here, down here. Second apron teams, Suns, Wolves, Celtics, Bucks. Bucks could dip below by trading Pat Connaughton. First apron teams, the Knicks, really, really close to the second apron hard cap there. Lakers, Heat, Nuggets, Sixers. All important to note. Luxury tax teams that are not in the aprons. The Golden State Warriors, the Brooklyn Nets, which again is, I think, super important to note that they're going to probably dip below. Pelicans and Cavs. Pelicans will dip below. And then the overall collection of teams that are non-tax teams here in Dallas, Clippers, Bulls, Hornets, Raptors, Spurs, Thunder, Rockets. About half the league is a non-tax team. So, expect the Pelicans and expect the Nets to dip salary-wise quite a bit this trade deadline if possible. Scotto says W. Damo says, what trades do you think the Warriors will make for Golden State specifically? I think there's a few different options. I want to see what your guys' thoughts are on this, but let's go over to Golden State. We're going to get Toronto on the line with them as well, because I do think, like, if they ultimately decide they can't afford to go for Vucevic, also 516 people watching live, which is absolutely incredible. We're 3 days away yet from the trade deadline. You guys are showing up in numbers and huge support, and I do really appreciate all of you for that so very much. If you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe and leave a like so that you don't miss out on more uploads. But here we are. Chris Boucher could be a player that could make some sense for the Golden State Warriors. Otherwise, you could look at Kelly Olynyk as a potential option. And we'll send Gary Payton II over in this deal. And again, the Warriors, who are hard capped to the first apron, they have to essentially send out more salary than they take in because of how close to the apron they are. So this is where trading for someone like a Chris Boucher can be a little bit challenging. Guy Santos has been playing pretty well for them as of late. So I'm going to do Lindy Waters III instead. And again, there's going to be difficulties here with the overall number of contracts. It's going to say that this trade probably fails because of that. Actually does not. So the numbers must have been just barely close enough because they shed salary. So I guess it works out. But Chris Boucher, now, like, here's the thing. I don't want Raptors fans to get mad at me. So let me make sure I go update this because I forgot to include, like, a little bit of draft capital. Like, we throw in this second round pick this year and maybe like a second round pick in 2031. And I think for Chris Boucher, this is definitely fair value. So honestly, I think pretty big trade, pretty big win. Yeah, I wouldn't trade for Ayton myself either. I would not. Michael C wants to know if I think Zion gets traded. This is another great question. So the Pelicans, first of all, the Pelicans are going to shed salary. That's one thing I for sure know. They're going to shed a little bit of salary. Now they can do it in a variety of different ways. So it's not like they're just going to make a rash trade to make a rash trade. But here's the thing about Zion Williamson. Here's his contract. $34 million this year, $36.7 next year, $39 the year after, $45 million. He makes a lot of money, and he doesn't play a ton. I think the trade market for Zion Williamson is going to be really weird. Do you know what I would really love? If somehow Zion went to the Los Angeles Lakers, and the Lakers bet on just trading for talent for players who somehow became available that shouldn't have been. That'd be interesting. Julian Velasquez, how does something like Cam Thomas Sharp for Maxi 2031 first from LA sound? So let's go over to Brooklyn here. Let's talk about the Lakers and the Nets, because I do think that these are a pretty fair discussion point for both of these teams. Like there's both something for these two teams to gain, and it's specifically Nick Claxton. Okay, let's center something around Rui Hachimura here. And it's important to note, we cannot include Maxi Kleber in any trade with another salary. So you can't use Maxi Kleber here, but you could use Gabe Vincent here. And if you look at the money, this trade works. Now, what do the Lakers have to give up? They have this 2031 first, and they have this 2025 second round pick. This is something where you might need to include something else, honestly, in this. So let's go over here quick too. And what we're going to do is protect, swap, others' choice. Okay, that's going to be that pick's going to get traded here too. Okay, this is the kind of deal that I think would be really fascinating for a trade like this to materialize. In fact, I'm going to tweet this out right now. Let me know what you guys think on this trade in the comment section right now. Rate the trade on a scale of 1 to 10 for both teams. Lakers. Or maybe give it grades, like A plus, whatever. I'm tweeting it out right now. If you do not follow over on Twitter, make sure to go do that. Link is in the description. I think that's a fascinating trade, for sure. Fascinating trade. If one materializes there between these two teams. I want to hear your guys' thoughts as well, though. Grant sending in some balloons. Love all you guys so much. Thank you all so much for being in here. Ben wants to know if Sohan's available. I do not think so. Jared here says over under Sheldon's voice makes it to Wednesday. Jared, appreciate you for being in the stream. I'm pretty sure Jared is a big-time Damian Lillard fan, if I'm not mistaken. So I appreciate you. If my voice doesn't make it, it's going to feel like I'm getting rained on or something. So I think my voice will make it. I'm pretty durable. I'm not like Data Davis of the Dallas Mavericks. Here's a question from Graham. Butler and Beal trades difficult. Anything that would work around Harden and Zubats to the Heat. Butler to the Suns, Beal to the Lakers, Bam to the Clippers. Maybe a 1:30 a.m. special. Honestly, I just don't really think I really don't think that Harden is going to get moved, and I don't think Zubats is going to get moved. So I think this is kind of a non-starter for the Clippers, honestly. And I don't think the Lakers want Bradley Beal either, to be honest. So D says the Lakers are not making the finals this year. That's probably true, but the trade is not about this individual season for the Lakers. It's about the next 10 years. So I think the Lakers very definitively won that trade with Dallas. Very definitively, not even close. King David here says, is there a defensive wing the Cavs could get for LeVert's expiring contract? Not really a ton. Here's the thing. The names like Herb Jones. Herb Jones comes to mind salary-wise. That would fit. But the Cavs just don't have the draft capital to really go out and get a meaningful one, in my opinion. So Julio here says Pistons and Pelicans said they have a deal in place if they can't deal Ingram. What do you think that trade looks like? Let's talk about that here now. We'll go back over to the trade machine, and we'll work it through. I do want to see your guys' grades for this trade, though, if you guys have been throwing them in there. F for the Lakers, if they're giving up the 2031 first, they should go after Turner. I mean, Nick Claxton would be pretty darn good with Luka Doncic, I think. So, Luke Davis says, babe, wake up. It's time for the annual Sheldon trade deadline live stream. Appreciate you guys all so much. You guys have been absolutely killing it, of course. Really appreciate you, Luke. You're an absolute legend for that. Grant info, the Sharp, I think, was Dayron Sharp is who they were talking about, I'm pretty sure, from the Nets. DJ Hammer says, a whole first for Claxton. He makes quite a lot of money for a center with a limited skill set. I don't know, man. Maybe a swap in 3 seconds. So here's the thing. He's an awesome defender, and his contract's actually descending. So it becomes less expensive each year, and as the cap grows, that's actually going to be really valuable. So that's where I think the Claxton contract, it looks like a big number right now, but it actually gets cheaper. So Grandpa Yvonne says, boo, Dunleavy for doing nothing. Yeah, he's been very quiet so far, but the deadline's still 3 days away. So just because he hasn't done anything yet, Grandpa, doesn't mean he's not going to at some point in time. Mr. W says Miles Turner and Andrew Nembhard to the Lakers for Rui, 1 first-round pick, and who else? The Pacers won't do this. They like Andrew Nembhard too much, and I believe he's poison-pilled this year, which makes trading him pretty difficult, especially with the new CBA rules. D says Mavs before this trade was at plus 950 to win the West. If you gamble, you know how the Mavs dominated the West last year, and the Mavs balling without him right now. The Mavericks lost by like 50 points yesterday. They lost by like 50 points. I'm going to put D in timeout as well, just because he's spamming a bit. So D, just don't spam. I love having your comments in here. Just don't spam. Okay. Messiah wants to know Lakers realistic trade targets. I think any one of Robert Williams, Jonas Valanciunas, Nick Claxton, Daniel Gafford in a way could make some sense as well. There's a few options for sure. BS Express says Lakers fans need to leave the Pacers alone. Brian King throwing in a W for Devin. Remember, Devin earlier donated 10 with a super chat. So again, appreciate you a ton, Devin, for that. Alfie here says, shout out, sir, from Philippines. I love NBA basketball. Let's go Lake Show. A lot of Lakers fans in the stream today, which I like to see. Shout out to Lakers fans. The other night after my Mavericks traded Luka Doncic, I was going through it. I've been a Mavericks fan my entire life since I was 4 years old. So for 21 years, I've been a Mavericks fan. And I was heavily weighing the future of my fandom. But I've decided I'm going to be a Mavericks fan. I've loved the Mavericks my whole life. That's not going to change. But, man, was I heartbroken that we traded Luka Doncic. I will be cheering for Luka in L.A., by the way. I will be. 4D8 Racing says, what moves do the Pacers need to do to make the finals? I think for the Pacers specifically, that move's not going to come this year. And the reason for that specifically is if we go over here real quick, over to the Utility Sports draft pick tracker, which is a complete W. And I put a ton of time and effort into this, so I hope you guys really do appreciate this all trade deadline stream long. When it comes to the Pacers, they don't really have a lot of flexibility right now, and it's because they owe this pick with backup protections to the Toronto Raptors. So as a result of that, they cannot trade their 2025 first right now until draft night. They cannot trade their 2027 first, and they cannot trade their 2028 first. So they don't really have the flexibility until this pick actually conveys. So I think with that in mind, that's a very important thing to remember here. Now, the one thing that they could do is if they get a 2026 first-round pick back from another team, then they could trade this 2027 first, and that's a possibility here. So the Pacers right now, I just don't see them making a huge, giant trade to push themselves to the finals quite yet. I think they like their team. I think that they should keep everything together. Graham Christie here says, keep up the great work, Sheldon, and your team. Time for bed here. Looking forward to listening to the rest of the feed. Keep that voice in tip-top shape. Enjoying the great content. Of course, Graham, appreciate you. Let's get some W's for Graham in the chat. I'm going to throw in some confetti here for him. Graham absolutely deserves it. He's a legend here on the channel. Of course, has been a member for a while and really supports me in a lot of ways, both by tuning into the content, watching the live streams, and then being a member. So let's get some W's in the chat for Graham. I'm going to throw one in here too for him. He absolutely deserves it. He's an absolute legend. So Graham, shout out to you. Really do appreciate you a ton. Team Emmons here says, what do you think is the ceiling for the Spurs this season after the Fox deal? There'll be the ceiling is playoff team. It might take a while for everything to kind of gel and mesh together, and that's okay. That's okay. That's just kind of how it is. Grandpa here says Kerr needs more point guards. He does like playing guys who are a little small. That's for sure. Shadow here says, what's good, Sheldon? Who do you think the Nuggets can target for a trade? I think Denver specifically is a fascinating team to talk about for a few reasons. Because, one, they don't really have any trade flexibility. You look at the draft picks, they don't have any this year. They only have 1 in 26 that they can't trade. They don't have any in 27. They only have 1 in 28 that they can't trade. They don't have any in 2029. They only have 1 in 2030 that they can't trade. And they only have 1 in 2031. This is their only tradable pick, period. This is their only tradable pick, not even first round pick. This is their only tradable pick. So when it comes to trades for Denver, it's really difficult to see them actually getting one done. Now, maybe they could work out some kind of deal like how Phoenix did, where they trade one unprotected future first for some worse first this year with maybe a team like OKC or something, but or San Antonio, for example. But, I mean, maybe. Like, I don't know. I just don't think I just don't really think the Nuggets are going to have a lot of trade flexibility. They might be able to get something done, but it's going to be a little while for it to actually kind of come to fruition here. So, welcome everyone to the stream. Really do appreciate you guys a ton. Hopefully you all are enjoying. I'm checking Twitter here to make sure I don't miss out on any potential trades or news. Again, if something does happen in the NBA, just start tagging me over on Twitter @_utility sports on Twitter. Links in the description for that if you want to go hit the follow button over there. That would be great. Marie Shaw throwing in those W's for Graham. Love to see that. JK Memes here says, hit the like button. You guys heard him. I'm going to check how many likes the stream is at right now. I want to see how we're doing on the actual likes, and the, of course, the comments, of course, have been all tremendous. So just make sure you guys smash that like button. We are at, right now, 170 likes, which is pretty good. That's a pretty good number, but I know we can do better. I believe in you guys. I trust that you guys can smash that like button. It's completely free to you. And it just lets me know I'm doing a good job. Like, you know, it doesn't give me money or anything. It just lets me know you guys are enjoying. That's all I want to know. So hit that like button if you are, in fact, having fun. Nikola here says, hello from Serbia. Welcome to the stream. Nikola, I'm sure you are a huge Nikola Jokic fan. So super glad to have you in here. Serbia's been producing some good basketball players. And it's perfect you found the stream because another Serbian, Bogdan Bogdanovic, might be on the move this trade deadline. So you're going to want to stick around and see. JK here says to help out content creators. To Mike throwing in some W's. Devin throwing in some W's as well. Denver trade, nothing yet for Denver in terms of a trade quite yet, but we will have all the news as it comes. Grant here says, Sheldon, hibiscus tea with natural honey is what you need for days like today. You got to be a peak performer. People are counting on you. I've got my water, so I'm going to take a quick sip here. I think we're going to be okay. I think we're going to make it. Light of Wisdom. This is a great month. Trade deadline, my 25th birthday on February 25th in the year 2025. Let's go. What a time to be a basketball fan. Light of Wisdom. I've got something to share with you right now. Okay. You're going to have a good, fun birthday. And I'm telling you right now, there is something that you are going to maybe want to watch on your birthday. And that is a Dallas Mavericks game on February 25th. First of all, happy early birthday, Light of Wisdom. You might have a fun pay-per-view type event here for the Mavericks Lakers. Luka Doncic, his first game against his old team, very likely. Now we'll see. Luka's obviously been out with an injury. This is Anthony Davis's return to Crypto.com Arena. This will be insane. This is going to be such a fun regular season game. Like, honestly, like probably the most excited for a regular season game I've been since like 2017 or 2018 maybe. Like, this is going to be cinema. I am so excited for this regular season game. So Maurice Shaw says Spurs are scary now. Hajin says Lakers need a center. I definitely agree with that. They do. I think they will get one at the trade deadline. Again, some of the options are Jonas Valanciunas, Nick Claxton. You have Clint Capella as a possible option. Daniel Gafford. There's a variety of other options as well. Robert Williams, the third from Portland. Duop Reith could be like a cheap, gettable option for sure. So DA wants to know if the Spurs could trade for Claxton. I think they can. They have the pieces and everything to do it, but I just don't know if I actually see that trade coming to fruition. So I really hope you guys are enjoying the stream so far, by the way. I'm going to take off the banner for a little while. Make sure you guys hit that like button and subscribe if you guys are enjoying that content, though. And we're going to go back to this banner here with the little trade deadline date for you guys as well. Like should at least be half of the people watching, says Grant. So that means we need to get to at least 200 something likes at the bare minimum. Let's update quick and see how many we're at now. Almost 200. We're at 190 likes on the stream from what I can see. So I just need 10 of you guys to hit the like button if you haven't already. Grandpa says Dunleavy knows basketball. Still believe his team is mighty. Vucevic in trades and still looking for point guards. I think the Warriors are looking for big men. Them and the Golden State, them and the Los Angeles Lakers probably both kind of scouring the market a little bit for bigs. Obviously, the situation with Jimmy Butler is not going to come to fruition, it sounds like. But here's what the Warriors have in terms of draft picks. They have a lot of their own future first now because they traded this top 20 protected pick to Washington in 2030. There are some limitations, like they can't trade their 2031 first. They can't trade their 2029 first. So I think that's a very important thing to keep in mind. Cash Out Isaiah says, Magic fan wanting a good offensive spark. Any good trades they can make out there before the deadline? Yeah, I definitely think there are. So from a draft pick perspective here, which again, I spent a lot of time on this draft pick tracker, so I hope you guys do enjoy, but it's every single draft pick in the NBA. I've got every single pick on in the NBA on here, on this Excel spreadsheet that I built. So they have all of their own picks. And what I really think the best thing for the Magic to do without sacrificing their long-term flexibility is to try and trade this 2025 first that they have and this Nuggets first. You trade these 2 first-round picks for some type of upgrade now, and I really, really like that outcome for Orlando. Now, people before the Fox trade were asking me, why not De'Aaron Fox? And I think the biggest thing was the Magic weren't trying to commit to 3 max salaries, 3 super high salaries with Franz Wagner, Paolo Banchero, and then De'Aaron Fox. Their cap table would have gotten really spendy really quickly. I think that there are other options out in the market that are a little bit more feasible for Orlando to fit into their cap tables long term. So let's get the Magic in the trade machine here. And one player I do want to go look at from the Portland Trailblazers. I've talked about this player at length before. He's on a contract that moving forward is pretty favorable. 26 million, 27 million. This is about what he'll extend for as well, if I had to guess. Anywhere between $27 to $30 million annually, which is not too crazy in today's NBA. Anthony Simons to Orlando. Kentavious Caldwell-Pope's salary back to Portland, along with Corey Joseph's contract. Now, you can maybe argue Caleb Houston should be in here. Like, right, you have a little bit of flexibility on which player ends up actually going back to Portland. But the overall message here is these picks, these 2 first-round picks this year, you can maybe even throw in a second this year if Portland wants it. I really don't care for Orlando's sake. I don't think it's a huge deal. I think Anthony Simons is a significant upgrade. You look at the offensive impact here, plus 3.44. Now, the defensive impact looks like it's a huge negative, but overall, I think this is a huge plus for the Orlando Magic. KCP's forgotten how to shoot. Doesn't make any sense, but he's just not shooting the ball well at all this season. Anthony Simons is an awesome shot creator. I think would bring real dynamism to their half-court offense. I think this is a pretty substantial upgrade without sacrificing from your young core of Anthony Black, Jalen Suggs, Paulo Banchero, Franz Wagner. Anthony Simons can be a player who fits into their team identity. I think with a better defensive infrastructure around him and a better head coach, he can be a better player. And for Orlando specifically, I think this is the type of shot creation that they need. Anthony Simons has been an effective scorer of the basketball, and he's not going to be overly expensive to, first of all, get via trade, and he's not going to be overly expensive to keep long-term on a contract extension. I think those are the 2 big things for the Orlando Magic, that if they're going to go trade for a guard, this is the type of guard that they need to get. And Anthony Simons, who I believe is an Orlando native, makes a ton of sense here. Wow says Blazers willing to trade Billups for your cat. Yeah, Chauncey Billups is not a good coach. He is not going to be there in Portland much longer, I don't think. DA says Luka versus Kyrie. Who you got? I'm going to withhold a prediction for that Lakers-Mavs game yet, just because I don't know what the rosters are going to look like. Dallas might have another move or 2 yet in them, and I really think the Lakers will be aggressive as well, so we'll see. Adam Perry says, hey, man, this is awesome. I'm having a blast. My dream Pistons trade deadline is just to somehow get a first out of our cap space without taking on a deal that lasts past next year. Is that a possibility? So, Adam, this is kind of the difficulty. And I see what you're saying here. Like, one of the players that comes to mind immediately, I don't want to go to the free agents tab. One of the things that comes to mind immediately here is a potential trade with the Milwaukee Bucks. The Bucks are very much incentivized to trade out salary because if you look here, they are a second apron team by $6.4 million. Because of that, they cannot aggregate players in a trade. But since the Pistons have cap space, Pat Connaughton to Detroit does open this up and removes them from the second apron. That is a super important note. Now, the question is, what do you get back from Milwaukee? If you look at the second round picks, not very plentiful. They do have this 2031 first. Is that what it's going to be? Is that what it costs? I just can't really see that. Now, Connaughton kind of fits into that overall like contract window that you were looking at. He's got this year and then a player option for next season, which he will very, very, very likely pick up. I'd be pretty shocked if he didn't, given his production this season. But overall, that's kind of what I'm looking at. Now, again, I don't know if you actually get that first round pick or not, because the one issue for Detroit, there's other teams that will be willing to work for Pat Connaughton. And the other day I tweeted Bucks, Wizards, and people didn't exactly know what I was talking about when I was talking about Milwaukee and Washington. Look at this Wizards trade exception for Daniel Gafford. This expires in 6 days. They will use this. I'm very, very certain of that. So Pat Connaughton can get traded to the Wizards just like this. Now, the Wizards might want to send some other salary somewhere else to try and get below the luxury tax, which is an important thing to note. They're not going to just want to be a luxury tax team, but it could be something like, Patrick Baldwin and Anthony Gill, for example, going back to Milwaukee, and actually take Anthony Gill out of there. Something like this. So now the Bucks are below the second apron, okay? And this doesn't even hurt their roster space because they have one player for one player. This is the type of trade that, in theory, could make some sense, okay? This kind of trade, and the Bucks would throw in like a second rounder here, right? They would throw in this 2031 second. This kind of trade is something that I think could be very realistically doable for the Wizards. And it gets the Bucks out of the tax, or out of the second apron, excuse me. Coach Dreadhead says, I really want to see Melo Ball get some good help by the deadline. Who's most likely to go to Charlotte? I think Lonzo. We've talked about him once already here to the Hornets. Lonzo's a player who I think makes actually a good deal of sense for the Hornets fit-wise, as kind of a hybrid on-ball, off-ball player. Of course, the Ball brothers together would be super sweet to see. And it would be some type of trade like Josh Green and Vasi Micic's contracts and this Pelican second-round pick, ultimately. Some kind of trade like this. Now, listen, does this move the needle a ton for the Hornets? No, but I think it makes them better. So, Julio says, bro was about to cook up the Pistons-Pelican trade, then just forgot. I'm so sorry, Julio. I'm so sorry. You're completely right. I did forget. My mind's going a million miles a minute sometimes. So, I'm glad you guys still enjoy the streams because sometimes I feel like I'm like losing my mind here. But when it comes to Pelicans-Pistons, what we were thinking was looking at like a CJ McCollum trade, right? Or Brandon Ingram trade, which I think specifically was one that we wanted to look at. Tim Hardaway Jr.'s contract's in here. The Pistons have about $14 million of cap space, so they don't really have to include too much more financially here. So someone like Simone Fontecchio could make a good deal of sense in this deal. Okay, Fontecchio, and now the Pistons will also give up this Toronto Raptors second-round pick, which is pretty valuable. They'll give up this Brooklyn or Dallas 2027 second, and they'll throw in this Milwaukee 2029 second. 3 second-round picks, Fontecchio and Tim Hardaway Jr. for Brandon Ingram gets the deal done. And, there are some flaws in Brandon Ingram's game. You're also going to have to extend him and pay him. But this is the type of deal that I think does make some sense. So, Julio, thanks for reminding me. And I appreciate you guys a lot. Fred the Jig talking about one of the past trades we had mocked, saying he loves that trade. Appreciate you. Steven wants to know if Simon's better than Sexton. At some things, yes. I think he's a more reliable shot maker. He's a worse defender, though, than Sexton. So, he's better at some things and worse at others. So, the Private Ace says, please finish working out that Detroit-New Orleans trade for Julio. Private A, we got it right here. Thank you so much for the 2. Really appreciate you. Let's get some W's in the chat for Private A. I'm going to throw in some lasers here as well. Appreciate you guys so much. Really do Appreciate you a lot. We have 5 super chats. I'm going to run through them again. Michael Orlando starting the day off big for us today with $25 super chat 8 minutes into the stream earlier. Maurice Drake with a $5 super chat as well. Thank you, Maurice. Again, Devin Miles here, $10 super chat. Appreciate you a ton. Chung here with a $2 super chat, and then also Private A with another $2 super chat. Appreciate you guys a ton. We got some hype in the chat here. Appreciate you all so very much. Scott of Greywater Watch says, I don't think the Pistons would trade Ausar, but I would love to have the Twins on my Rockets. Yeah, I don't think Detroit's going to trade Ausar Thompson either, but man, that would be fun, wouldn't it, for Houston? Brennan S says, I'm with Adam. They need a first, only young team to start out their rebuild with a pick deficit because we didn't start by trading an all-star level player. Adam says, I wouldn't take Pat on for less than a first. He's been awful. Cade's contract kicks in next year, and Ivy Duran the year after. They shouldn't be too much, but we need flexibility to get a Cade a Robin. So here's the thing. Ultimately, Adam, that's why conveying your pick this year is so important, because ultimately when the Ivy extension kicks in or the Duran extension kicks in, if one of those two guys don't become the Robin, they'd probably be included in the trade for the Robin with the draft pick. So HW Knight throwing in the triple baller brand, the triple B's big baller brand. Love that. Adam Perry says we may have actually had to pay to get off Blake. I can't remember. It's the Blake Griffin trade that put us in an asset deficit. The Blake Griffin situation. Stan Van Gundy just threw that team into the dirt, which is really unfortunate. And then the issue is Troy Weaver didn't do any positives really either along the way. So B-Max says, smash that like button. B-Max, a big-time Utah Jazz fan. For some reason, I almost said Washington Wizards. But we're over 215 likes now on the stream. Appreciate you guys a ton. Give me a second here. I'm going to take a little sip of some water quick. I appreciate you guys a ton. Unlimited says, I don't know if they trade KCP. It might send a bad message to future free agents since he just signed there. I'd rather give up Cole plus Jet plus most favorable out of Denver, Orlando. See, that's something too. That's not a unlimited. That's a pretty good point. Like the Magic haven't had the most success signing free agents, so going out and trading KCP 8 months after signing him would be kind of rough. A kind of a rough look, unlimited. So I think that's a good point you bring up. Grant Info says, let's get Sheldon to $100 on this live stream because I am sick of this in-stream YouTube ads. I know Sheldon has to get paid, but please disable ads for live streams. So I can't even really control that too much, Grant. I with monetization being on, YouTube just kind of runs the ads. So I'm sorry about that, but hopefully, the nice thing is too, hopefully they're just quick 5-10 second ads is what I'm guessing. Appreciate you so much though, Grant. Mason, one of my best friends, Mason says, this guy grinds. Look at the Darko Milicic. Let's get some W's for Darko in the chat. W Darko Milicic in the chat. We're going to get some W's for Mason in here too, just because he's an absolute beast. W Darko. And then he also goes on to say, what other YouTuber is up this early streaming like this? That's a great question. What I do have to do right now though, and this is a little bit of an endorsement here. Let me go find what I'm looking for. This guy, you guys want to see an absolute legend? I've got an absolute legend for you. He makes funny TikTok skits, and it's one of my best friends, Mason. Makes just absolutely awesome content over on TikTok. So I'm getting the link for that here now. Make sure you guys what I want you all to do right now, I'm sending this link in the chat here. I want you all to go click this link, okay? Everyone copy this link. Go follow him over on TikTok, okay? He does awesome stuff. So make sure to go follow Mason. He's got hilarious skits, some funny little acting in there. He's got some awesome stuff. So make sure to go give Mason a follow over on TikTok. I appreciate you guys all so much. And Mason, I appreciate you a ton for hopping in the stream this morning. He's been in the stream the last couple of days with the Luka trade, the De'Aaron Fox trade. So shout out to Mason. Let's get some W's for Darko Milicic again. Love seeing that. W Mason. No W Darko from Brandon. Unfortunately, struck a nerve with some Pistons fans. Scotto here says YouTube Premium is a must. Definitely get to skip the ads. Not a bad shout at all there either. Definitely works out well. Cool Math Game says, do you think the Lakers do a 3-team trade? LeBron James to the Warriors, Wiggins to the Pelicans, and Ingram to the Lakers. Ultimately, I do not. Let's take a look at the Lakers roster here. Overall, for Los Angeles, I just do not see them trading LeBron James. He has a no-trade clause this season, and he's expressed that he wants to stay in Los Angeles from the reporting by Chris Haynes and a few others. So ultimately, for the future of the Lakers, one, I think that LeBron wants to play with Luka Doncic, and secondly, I think that the Lakers have other flexibilities. They have Rui Hachimura's $17 million to trade. They have Maxi Kleber if they can't. So here's the thing: they can't trade Maxi Kleber with anybody else because of the recently traded rule. But they have his $11 million salary if they want to reroute him somewhere, which is possible. They have Gabe Vincent's $11 million salary. So you look at, Rui plus Gabe Vincent, you're quickly at the $28 million mark. Jared Vanderbilt, another player. Now, his contract might not be perceived as a huge positive around the league because it's 4 years left on it, but he's a player that could be traded. Christian Wood, they have some minimums. They have Shake Milton's contract, again, another recently traded guy, but he could be on the move, right? So there's definitely some options here. Jackson Hayes, Cam Reddish as well. They have guys who are eligible of getting traded. Bronny James will not be traded. I can guarantee you that, but that's where we're currently at right now. Zeke Naji to the Warriors possible. The Warriors won't want Zeke Naji. And this is one of the issues with the Denver Nuggets. You guys are asking some great questions, by the way. I love the way that we're canvassing the league this morning. You guys have been absolutely killing it. When it comes to Zeke Naji, his contract here especially, which is what we're going to pull up on the stream, even though it is slightly descending, he has a player option. There's 3 more years after this year. So just honestly, extremely unfortunate, honestly. Extremely unfortunate. Joe Sneeko says, hi, I'm from Puerto Rico. Tell us something about the Lakers. Pues, bienvenido al stream. I don't know how to say stream in Spanish. I do speak Spanish. I haven't used it for a while, though. But I'm glad to have you in the stream here, Nico. And about the Lakers specifically, let's go back over to the Lakers. The options specifically for the Lakers that I think make the most sense in the order that I would try and go about them. If I was the Los Angeles Lakers, the first player I'm trying to get, and I'm trying to get him pretty hard to be honest, is Nick Claxton of the Brooklyn Nets. Again, if we take a look at this contract, he's on a descending contract. So as the cap grows, his contract actually declines. Only $21 million in 2027 for a player who I think has the potential of being a defensive player of the year. He's the exact same age as Luka Doncic. This is the type of player who makes a ton of sense for the Lakers long term. This is the like dream target in my opinion. Otherwise, you could go over to a team like the Utah Jazz. This is another very good target for them, but one that will be probably even a little bit more expensive to trade for because he's on a rookie contract. He's a player who I think right now you just look at his contract and what his extension is going to look like. He's been very productive early in his career. Like, it's going to be hard to trade for him, and I don't know if the Lakers have enough really to do so. So then let's pivot. Let's try and find other big men who could make some sense. Instead, we go to Portland. This is where someone like Robert Williams III can make some sense. His contract, very tradable, very acquirable by the Lakers, centered around Gabe Vincent, for example. Obviously, some other salaries would have to be included, probably Christian Wood in that deal. But that could look something like this. Robert Williams and Ryan Rupert in return for Christian Wood and for Gabe Vincent. And then the Lakers would include, like, this is one of the issues too. They have, stuff like this, but maybe they could do a pick swap to Portland in 2030. Something like this could, in theory, make some sense. This keeps the Lakers trade flexibility alive in 2031. And while the 2030 first round swap could be dangerous, it is maybe worth getting an actual center upgrade for the season. Now, you could also, like, if the Lakers had more seconds, I think that would just be the way that you'd want to go about it. But unfortunately, they just don't have those second round picks right now. And then if it's not that, you go over to a team like, either Chicago with Vucevic, which I don't like, but Atlanta for Clint Capella, expiring salary here, could make some sense too. So really do appreciate you guys a ton for all of your support. Greg says, so glad the Pistons can beat the Zach LaVine allegations. They did survive those overall. Gremlin says, worst draft pick, Odin over Durant or Darko over Carmelo? Honestly, it's going to be Darko over Carmelo just because Darko wasn't good. Greg Oden was awesome when he was on the court. Diaz, he figured it out. He says, boom, I figured it out. Starby's on me. This guy knows his utility sports stuff. He knows I am a Starbucks sucker. I am going to be having Starbucks later this week. That is for sure. Diaz, let's get some W's for Diaz in the chat. I'm going to throw in some balloons right now. We're also going to throw in some confetti or lasers in a little bit. Let's get W's for Diaz in the chat right now. He is an absolute beast. For the $10 super chat, he says, you killing it, utility. You inspired me to try Fanspo trade machine and worked up Tre and DeAndre Hunter trades to the Rockets for Van Vliet, Reed Shepard, Cam Whitmore, and picks. Hawks reset, Rockets buff up. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Glad you were able to, first of all, figure out how to super chat. Appreciate you a ton, Diaz. Again, the super chats go a long way in supporting us on the channel here at Utility Sports. So first of all, a huge W from you. And secondly, a huge W for the Starbucks love. You guys know I love me some Starbucks. I'm a sucker for Starbucks. I love that strawberry acai lemonade. Not sponsored, by the way, Starbucks, but if you want to start cutting me some checks, I wouldn't be mad. But appreciate you, Diaz, a ton. W's in the chat for Diaz. He's an absolute beast. I'm glad you were able to work out some Fanspo trades as well, and I do appreciate you guys all a ton. Love seeing the W's come in from everybody. Gavin and mimicking G for the W, throwing that in there. Chung as well, who also donated earlier. Again, shout out to Chung. Brandon and Devin throwing in one. He also donated earlier. Grant Info says Darko was just an awful pick for the Pistons. I used to be a Pistons fan until Dumar selected Darko. The Darko thing just did not work out well. RD says any Warriors trade. So RD, welcome to the stream. First of all, glad to have you in here. And when it comes to the Golden State Warriors specifically, when you look at their salaries, this is where some of the difficulties lie. A guy like Clint Capella can make some sense, but this is why trading for the Warriors is going to be hard. Okay, not only do they only have $330,000 of space until the first apron, they're actually hard capped at the first apron. So they cannot at all go above that. They can't go even $1 above the first apron threshold, which, as you can see here, is $178.1 million. So they just barely have any room right now. So any trade for the Warriors means that they almost have to be sending out more salary than they take back in, even though they aren't a first apron team yet. So Clint Capella, like in theory, could be an interesting fit there because he's a big athletic center, not as athletic as he used to be, but still athletic. Like the salaries are hard because it's like Gary Payton II, Kevon Looney, and then you're still not even there financially. So the trades are hard. I keep going back to Toronto because they have these slightly smaller contracts, like a Kelly Olynyk, for example, who I think could make some sense. And that would, again, be something centered like Gary Payton II and, you know, in some ways like maybe Kevon Looney or like there's interesting ways to get there. But again, there's difficulties in this as well because they don't have a bunch of like $15 million contracts. They have $20+ million contracts, and then they have $9 million and less contracts. And that's really difficult to work out a trade. But something like this, in theory, like could work, right? Something along this kind of framework. And you could even get something instead of Garrett Temple, you could maybe even go a little bit more spendy, like Ochai Agbaji. But now you're thinking, okay, well, you might have to give up a first-round pick in this deal. And the Warriors haven't been very good this season, so this is a little bit of a risk. This is a huge win for the Raptors if they're able to get a trade like this, in my opinion. Kelly Olynyk and Ochai Agbaji for the Warriors first this year. This might end up being a lottery pick. And the thing is, do the Warriors even get that much better? Now, again, this works financially by $14,000. It works, but barely, right? So this is one of the problems here for the Warriors that I think just is going to prevent them having a lot of trade flexibility this year. David Gonzalez wants to know if the Spurs can get Jonas Valanciunas or Claxton. So I don't think Claxton's really going to be on the Spurs' radar this year. I really just don't. In theory, they could. The Spurs have enough picks to go and get a bunch of different people. But I think the player that you're bringing up here that's worth talking about is Jonas Valanciunas, who I could also see being a Lakers target as well. Jonas Valanciunas to the Spurs makes a lot of sense because after getting De'Aaron Fox, which is this upgrade? Okay, it is updated. Shout out to Fanspo. I'm going to tweet this out real quick. Let me. We're gonna go back to that screen here in just a second. So don't worry, David. I'm gonna make sure your question gets answered here because it's a good one. But I'm gonna go over here. Spot Track or not Spot Track. Fanspo, excuse me. Follows me. So I do want to shout them out quick. Shout out to at Fanspo. The recent updates to their trade machine and the constant work to update the Luka and Fox trades have made the first day of NBA trade deadline live streaming a huge success already. Great site, and I appreciate their efforts a ton. Honestly, they're awesome. Like, again, not sponsored here. They actually follow me on Twitter. Fanspo is super sweet. Like, they are beasts. Honestly, like, just really great stuff. I really do appreciate Fanspo a ton. So I just wanted to say that because having a trade machine that I trust and that I know is reliable and works and good, and they update it and have everything in there that they need to have in there, like, it's a huge benefit to me. Honestly, for a while, I was considering making my own website to do this, but Fanspo's really upped their game, and it's tremendous. So Valanciunas' $9.9 million contract, you see how easily this could work with, like, Chris Paul's contract. Now, I don't think the Spurs are going to want to do that necessarily, so you might be looking something more like this, some combination of Malachi Branham, Blake Wesley, and, like, Sandro Mamukelashvili or Charles Bassey. Now, Spurs fans might not want to give up either of these guys. Bassey started the other night with Wembanyama out. He actually had a 15-rebound game, and Mamukelashvili is extremely skilled. But, like, I don't know. Something like this might just be, like, a kind of trade that makes some sense. Wizards get a couple of young players. Like, if I was San Antonio, I wouldn't make this trade, and this is part of the reason why trading for Valanciunas at this point might be hard, because you've given up your salaries. You gave up Tre Jones. You gave up Zach Collins, obviously, in the Fox trade. And that was fine. That was good, by the way. Like, the Spurs did really good getting De'Aaron Fox. Like, really, really good. But I do think overall I'm, like, pretty happy about where the Spurs are at. So if they don't trade for Valanciunas, I really don't think it's, like, a big problem, David. Thanks for the question. We got more W's for Diaz in here. I'm also going to throw in, I don't remember what this one does. Oh, yeah, fireworks. There we go. We got fireworks in the chat. Now, Icy Dem says, I'm kind of scared the Suns will be unwilling to move Booker this offseason if they get Jimmy. Rockets fan here. I mean, we'll see. I wouldn't be super scared. The thing is, the Suns aren't going to want to willingly do it. It's going to come from a Devin Booker trade demand is what will force it, which has been my position the entire time. VJ Wizard says, as a Pistons fan, I like being the third team for the Pelicans and us getting Jose Alvarado. Alvarado would be fun. I also think the Milwaukee Bucks are a Jose Alvarado team. So watch out for Milwaukee for Jose Alvarado. I think he makes a ton of sense there from a ball-contained, ball pressure thing, like, from that perspective. So I would keep that in mind going forward. But here we go. Luka says he sent me a trade. Here we go. A possible DeAndre Ayton trade to LA. What would you think? Okay, so first of all, Luka, thanks for sending this to me. So the Lakers salary dump Maxi to Washington for a cheaper but longer contract. Wizards get an earlier, likely better second-round pick. I don't think DA gets Portland a real first-round pick, neither now nor next season. So, okay, so swap rights in 2028, Vincent and Hachimura. Okay, kind of a similar... I see what you're kind of going for here. Kind of similar, but instead of my 2031 first that I had in the deal, I don't think this is, like, crazy. I don't hate the Kleber Bay thing, but I also think Kleber kind of plays a role for the Lakers if he gets healthy, as like a hybrid 4-5. So I'm not sure if they're going to want to trade Kleber, and I'm not sure if it would be for Saddiq Bey, but I don't hate the idea. Luka, very, very good stuff. Thanks for sending that to me. Appreciate you guys a ton. Very, very interesting stuff. Virtually unimportant here says too much for Nick. Talking about Claxton, I don't think so. Play style changes in Brooklyn have hurt his efficiency. this year, but he's still a dream fit with Luka and is on a descending contract, just 25 years old. So I think Nick Claxton's like an awesome fit with the Lakers. Like, that's the type of player that I think could really, really make the Lakers a dangerous team even this season. Luka, thank you so much again for sending that. Grant says Fanspo is great. It really is. Jim Thoroughkill. Jim's been watching the channel for a long time. Let's get some W's for Jim in the chat. I'm going to send in some lasers for Jim as well. Appreciate you, Jim, a ton. Thank you so much for all your support. Says Sheldon, any new deals since the Fox deal? Any more moves for the Kings? The Kings are a team to watch for, and let's talk about the Kings right now. Let's go over to back over to Fanspo, our trade machine, which is extremely helpful and useful here. For the Kings specifically now, after the De'Aaron Fox trade specifically, this is what they sit with. They now have LaVine, of course. They have DeRozan still, and they added extra draft capital. They have more stuff. They have this Bulls pick. They have a collection of other second rounders that they got in the deal. It doesn't look like every single pick's in here quite yet. Let me take a look at the Kings on my end here. The Kings have a 2031. So in addition to what's listed on here, draft pick wise, they have a 2031 Wolves pick now. And they have other stuff as well. So the Kings have some pretty meaningful trade assets. And the player that I just keep thinking makes a ton of sense for them. And this is, listen, you guys, by the end of the week, you're going to be tired of hearing about Cam Johnson. He's one of the most important players to talk about. Arhan, thank you for the 2. He says, warming up for the trade deadline. Let's go Nets. Arhan, thank you so much. You've been awesome in the chat so far already, asking great questions, providing great commentary as well. And again, thank you for the 2. Let's get some balloons in here. Let's get some hype for Arhan. Let's send some W's in the chat for Arhan. I'm going to spam some W's right now. Appreciate you so much, Arhan. You're an absolute W, so appreciate you a ton. But when it comes back to the Kings, Jim, like you were asking about here, you guys are going to be tired about Cam Johnson by the deadline because I'm going to talk about him a lot. He's an important, really important trade chip this deadline. And I think for a trade of Cam Johnson to Sacramento, they have ways of getting the money to work. Now, it's a little complicated after the most recent move, but, I mean, DeRozan's contract exists. Now, is that the move that they're going to make? I don't really know if that's what they're going to do. But they could center something around Trey Lyles here. They have obviously Devin Carter's contract. You're up to $12 million already of the 22. Now you're trying to find out $10 million some other way. Like, would they really trade Keegan Murray? I don't know. Like, so you're seeing some of the difficulties for Sacramento to get to Cam Johnson, but he's a player that I think there would be expressed interest in. And especially with them having apron space, even with Cam Johnson, like let's undo this right now. Like, if they trade these two, they've got almost $30 million of apron space. So they have ways to make this work if they're willing to pay the tax. And right now, like, you know, even though Vivek Ranadive is not the best owner, like, he's spending a lot of money right now. And that's something you have to admit on that. Mason wants to know, is Phoenix going to make any moves? Ultimately, Mason, I think so. I think Jimmy Butler is going to be a Phoenix Sun. I really do. If you look at the Miami Heat specifically, Jimmy's going to get traded somewhere. Like, I just can't see the Heat actually tentatively keeping that team together and just saying that Jimmy Butler just won't play and they're not going to trade him for anything. I just think that's kind of crazy. So then you get to the question of who's the third team, because the Heat don't want Bradley Beal. That's really going to be the holdup here. That's why a trade has not materialized yet. So let's go through and talk about every team and think about if they actually make sense as a third team or not for Beal. Cavs, no. Celtics, no. Knicks, no. Bucks are a maybe because they don't have draft pick capital. This might be their opportunity to get some. Pacers are a no. Magic are probably a no. Pistons are kind of a maybe. Pistons are kind of a maybe, but more likely not. I don't think Pistons fans are going to want Beal, and I'm not going to commit to saying that they get Beal. Hawks are a no. Bulls are probably a no at this point after the LaVine trade already materializing. The Sixers are probably a no unless, Paul George was involved, which that would be, I don't even know what to say about that. The Raptors are a no. Nets are a no. Hornets and Wizards, like, I could see the Wizards maybe trying to get involved in this because they have like Brogdon. You know what? I shouldn't say that the Raptors are not a definitive no, because what they have are some of these salaries. We're gonna operate with the Raptors actually. Bruce Brown to the Raptors, Chris Boucher Bruce Brown and Chris Boucher both to the Heat, and that is $33.8 million. Now the issue is here we have to get to $50 million. So what we're going to do, and this is again where things get really complicated, and this is where some of the holdups are going to really lie. I think a team that's better to talk about than Toronto in a lot of ways is New Orleans. And now you can see why a trade hasn't happened, because me thinking through this, trying to figure out the deal without involving Milwaukee gets pretty complicated pretty quickly. Okay, we're going to add Team 5. Team 5 is going to be Milwaukee, because I think Milwaukee's involvement here just does make a lot of sense. Again, it's going to say failed because of the Pat Connaughton thing. Just keep that in mind, okay? It's going to say failed. It doesn't mean it's actually going to fail in real life, because they'll trade Pat Connaughton first if they want to do this, okay? And this is going to be where things get really difficult really quickly. We're going to send Brandon Ingram to the Raptors. Bradley Beal in this instance is going to go to Milwaukee. And you can see already there are some real difficulties here. Chris Middleton is going to go to the Pelicans. Okay. You're looking at this now financially and you're saying, okay, I kind of see what's happening here. The Raptors are at a spot where this just financially works for them pretty well. The Heat are getting expiring salaries, which is what they're reportedly wanting. Now, Jimmy Butler's going to go to the Suns. This works financially for Phoenix. Phoenix's second apron team cannot aggregate salaries. So this is kind of all Phoenix can do. Phoenix can attach draft picks. We'll do that at the end to kind of decide what has to go where and for how much and all that stuff. Looking at the salary here, Miami has $15 million of more space that they can take in salaries, about $14.9 million. So where are they going to have to take that salary in from? Milwaukee. Bobby Portis can go to Miami in this. And you see already we're getting really close on the numbers here. Everything's starting to make a little bit more sense. The Pelicans, who are going to want to dip below the tax, by the way, and they're going to be able to do that here, will take in Marjon Beauchamp. This kind of salary here can help New Orleans get pretty much below the tax in a way. So I think that's important to note. I think that's important to keep in mind. What we're going to do is we're going to send Jose Alvarado to Milwaukee in this. And again, here's one of the difficulties. The Bucks have to send out more salary than they're taking in. So Beal and Alvarado in, very challenging, but they have other ways to move some money around if they need to. Again, this is where difficulties lie, though. This is where Pat Connaughton's contract becomes kind of essential in a lot of ways. What we're going to do for now is we're going to take Alvarado out just so that we can clear this up and make sure everything is okay. We're going to send Chris Livingston to Miami. Chris Livingston, I think, would work pretty well in Miami, actually, as a rebounding, athletic player. We're also going to send, we're not going to send him. We're going to send DeLon Wright is going to go to, who can take him? We're going to send him to the Raptors, okay? DeLon Wright to Toronto. A return to the Raptors for DeLon Wright. Okay, so now what's happening here is Bruce Brown, Chris Boucher goes out for Brandon Ingram, DeLon Wright. The Raptors are willing to give up this Portland second-round pick. They will give it to the New Orleans Pelicans in this, okay? Now the Suns come in with their first-round picks. And if you're looking at how this is going, this 2025 first will go to Miami. And then now you need to figure out what else is going where. This 2027 first will go to the Bucks for taking in Bradley Beal. And this 2029 first-round pick will also go to the Bucks for taking in Bradley Beal's contract. Then from here, the Heat will give up a second-round pick to the Pelicans for Brandon Ingram being involved. And the Raptors here are at a spot where they're getting Brandon Ingram for expiring salaries. Again, it's going to say failed. The reason that it says failed, okay? Again, the biggest reason it says failed is going to be because of this situation right here. Roster compliance, financial. The reason that this does not work is because the Bucks are a second apron team. Remember, like I said, I told you guys it would fail beforehand. The reason it fails is because of the apron rules. The Bucks would have to trade Pat Connaughton first, but the important notes: apron team sending out more salary than they take in. Apron team sending out more salary than they take in. Bucks apron team sending out more salary than they take in. Raptors non-apron team eat salary. They absorb salary in this deal, but they do it so they can get Brandon Ingram for their expiring Bruce Brown and Chris Boucher. Pelicans, Chris Middleton, Marjon Beauchamp, 2 second-round picks. Again, like you could argue maybe the Pelicans just need a little bit more. I mean, they get a former first-round pick in Beauchamp and 2 second-rounders, and they get Middleton's contract, which becomes expiring next year, that they can do something with. And they dip below the tax, basically, with this. So I think it's a crazy trade. It's a crazy trade, but this is one that I think, in theory, does make some sense all around. So very, very interesting. Scott Jones wants to know about Cam Johnson to the Pistons. That's another possibility. But again, if we go back over to the Utility Sports draft pick tracker, you're going to see some of the problems with that as well. And it really stems from the Pistons not having a ton of flexibility in terms of draft pick trades. And it's because of this first-round pick this year. Now, they could go out, in theory, and amend this protection with Minnesota and agree that the pick just conveys this year regardless. Minnesota would probably be receptive to that conversation if they could get like an extra second-round pick. Maybe they get their 2030 second-round pick back. Might have a done deal, okay? Because the pick might just convey this year anyway. It would be smart for Minnesota to do that. And then what would happen is the Pistons could trade 2027, 2028. But right now, when it comes to trading multiple first-round picks, you see some of the limitations. If the Pistons were to trade for Cam Johnson now, and if it cost 2 first-round picks, it would have to be 2029 and 2030. And while, yes, the Pistons do have their build-around young franchise star in Cade Cunningham, trading your 2029, 2031 first-round picks unprotected or slightly protected or whatever is a scary, dangerous game, and not one that you should want to play all the time. So Cadillacs here says, dude, I watch a bunch of Portland. I think Ayton has been bad. He does none of the little things. He sets the worst screens in the league. Drives me nuts. This is exactly how I feel. Cadillacs, I'm not a big DeAndre Ayton fan. The effort, energy, motor is not really there. He just is. I'm just not a big fan, honestly. I'm just not. So I wouldn't trade for him, but I think he's an interesting name at least. Joshua here says players Lakers should or could trade for to cover Luka's defensive liability. Again, Robert Williams, Nick Claxton are the 2 names that first come to mind. Clint Capella could be an option. The Twig says, I'm a Spurs fan, but I watch a lot of Pistons games because I like Cade and Stu. Beef Stew's awesome, man. Private A says Cam Johnson too expensive for Pistons, at least 2 firsts. That's kind of where I'm at as well. Patrick Talbert, one of the mods on both the Discord, links in the description, by the way, and of course, a moderator here on the channel as well. Really appreciate you, Patrick, a ton. Patrick's absolutely awesome, does a lot of great stuff in the Discord. And if some of you were curious about that Discord, I'm going to send that Discord link in right now. I want you guys to all go join the Discord. If you are loving the conversation here, if you love being a part of a community, the Discord is a great place to be. I would really love for you guys to all be a part of the Discord. And it would be absolutely awesome. Patrick, thank you so much. Appreciate you being in here. D. Tuan says, let's trade Giannis for D'Lo. A. Dot says, Kobe White traded. Possibly. Could be. No More Kings 1 says, what's up, Sheldon? Got your AD Mavs jersey yet? No Anthony Davis Mavericks jersey quite yet. But if I ever do get one, it'll probably go right next to my very thick collection of Luka Doncic ones. Shout out to Fanspo. Let's go back over to Twitter quick. Fanspo actually responded over on Twitter to my little shout out. So again, huge shout out to Fanspo. Appreciate them so much. Look at them. Absolute beasts. They have been absolutely awesome. Joe Rockets fan. Yes, I expect the Suns to make a move before the deadline. Most likely something that helps them in the short term, but also the future. Oh, so just something that makes them better. I'm sorry, but sometimes the comments from reporters, most make a move before the deadline. Most likely something that helps them in the short term, but also the future. What? I mean, that's kind of the point of every trade, unless you're the Dallas Mavericks. But oh, man. But if you guys aren't following, make sure to go follow over. Twitter link is in the description. And again, I really want you guys to be a part of that Discord. Discord link is right here for you. make sure to go join the group. I'm seeing a lot of you come in right now. Effort just joined the group, as well as ARH Positive just joined the group. So I love having you guys in the server. Love having you be a part of what we do at Utility Sports. So make sure you guys all go follow over there. I just do appreciate you guys being in the Discord and being a part of what we do. Been having a lot of fun. We've been live for 2.5 hours exactly right now. 2 hours, 30 minutes right on the dot when I was saying that. Time Lord is an interesting one for LA. Would it cost them a first, though? See, this is the difficulty because the Lakers, what I could see is Portland trading Robert Williams for a bunch of seconds. The issue is the Lakers don't have a bunch of seconds. So they'd have to figure out some way to move around that. But shout out to all the follows over on Twitter. I'm going to show them off here on the stream now. Makai, thank you for the follow. Or Maki. Jay Watt, thanks for the follow. As well as Joe, thanks for the follow. Dimer, thank you to Annalise for the follow. As well as Joey Sam. And also Dag, thank you for the follow. Appreciate you guys all a ton. You guys are absolutely killing it. So chat's been awesome this year again. Not surprised if you guys have been a part of these live streams in the past. You guys know how awesome the chat can be. Joseph here just throws in Sheldon. Yeah, that's my name. Joseph, glad to have you in here. Let's what I'm going to do now is we're going to return the favor here. Let's get some hype for Joseph in the chat. I want everyone to spam Joseph with a whole bunch of H's at the end, just like he did for Sheldon with a bunch of N's. Let's get some hype for Joseph in the chat right now. Let's see. What haven't I done for a while? I haven't done fireworks as much as I probably should. So let's get some fireworks in here. J4 Reyes says, are the Lakers going to make a trade after Luka? Reyes, yes. I think the Lakers are going to be active. Is it going to be like a game-changing trade? Maybe not. But there's been a lot of movement already. So I think this trade deadline is going to be an all-timer, honestly. Just with Luka being traded already, De'Aaron Fox being traded already. It's absolutely insane, all this stuff that we've seen go on so far. Again, here's a look back at one potential trade that I saw as a realistic possibility. It was Nick Claxton to the Lakers for Rui Hachimura, Gabe Vincent, a 2025 second-round pick, a swap option in 2030, and a 2031 first-round pick as well. Nick Claxton, I think, is just a really good fit with Luka Doncic. He's not the best screen setter, but he's really athletic, mobile, and he's a great defender, and I think he would help the Lakers in a lot of different ways. Again, here's, I think, a very important storyline for the Pistons. If their pick, which is protected top 13 this year, actually conveys, Detroit goes into the offseason with all of their future draft picks intact and are able to make big trades if they want to. So it's a huge win. El Blouses, thanks for being in the stream again this year. El Blouse has been in the stream a bunch in the past as well. So I really, really appreciate y'all. ISO here says, I think Mavs should go get a point guard like LaMelo Ball centered around Gafford, Clay, and 2 firsts. Mavs get a new point guard of the future. Honestly, I don't think a LaMelo Ball trade materializes. All right, thanks for being understanding there for a second. My cat's being a little difficult again. He was trying to climb up on my computer, which, if you guys know, for streams, it's not a great thing. A couple years ago, he actually unplugged my computer while I was streaming one time, so he's even lucky to have the door open to be in the room today. So let's get some W's for Reese in the chat. Let's throw in some W's for Reese. He's a beast right now. Let's get some W's in there for him. He's been mostly behaving today, so. That's a win. Now he's not happy with me anymore because I'm holding him. Second rounders are like NBA league currency, honestly. They get traded all the time. They're all over the place. That was like the worst part of my draft pick tracker. Charger City says, blessings forever. God loves y'all too forever. Tell everyone you know and don't know. Jesus loves y'all too forever. Teach everyone how to see and enjoy their blessings too forever. Completely agree. Love Jesus, my Savior. Appreciate Charger City for throwing in the comment here. We got the cat. W's for Reese in the chat. Love to see that. I also saw some Meep hype earlier. If you know, you know. Shout out to the Meep as well. Cat wants some attention. Reese the cat. Yes. How many firsts for the cat? Reese, you've got some trade interest around the league. Luckily, I'm not Nico Harrison, so you're not going to get traded, little buddy. But if I was Nico Harrison, you have to count your days probably. Julio Escobar says, is there a player available this year or maybe even next year you think helps the Pistons pass the 6th seed? CJ McCollum would be an interesting one. So I think there's some benefits about trading for CJ. Possibly if you're Detroit. Obviously, Brandon Ingram's another name. Pelicans Pistons are kind of like the poster child of hey, a lot of different options could make some sense here. But I think specifically for Detroit, part of why CJ McCollum makes a lot of sense if you look at his contract. First of all, it descends a little bit. It gets actually cheaper, under $31 million next season compared to his $33 and a third this year. So that, first of all, makes some sense for Detroit. And you might say, well, why does that make sense? If we go look at Cade Cunningham's contract, this number escalates quite a bit by $25 million. So that, first of all, is kind of an important note. So CJ to the Pistons here, you could use cap space. You could do something like Tim Hardaway Jr., which is expiring salary for the Pelicans. This also helps the Pelicans get below the tax line, which I think is important. Simone Fontecchio can be in this deal. Although you might not want to do Fontecchio, you might want to do some other guard player instead, like Wendell Moore or something could be in this. To me, it doesn't really matter. This kind of deal works already as it is. And again, for draft picks for CJ McCollum, second round pick here in 2027, second round pick in 2029 via New York. 3 second round picks for CJ McCollum. This helps the Pelicans get below the tax. They also get an extra player on their roster, which would put them at 15 standard NBA contracts instead of just 14. So I think this is a pretty big win. Now, I think one important thing, the Pistons would have to add a contract, but again, they're a team that they would still even have cap space, so they could still go out and trade for another player. So I think this is something that makes a ton of sense. McCollum to New Orleans, Tim Hardaway Jr., Fontecchio, 3 second rounders to the Pistons. It's a small buy now upgrade for McCollum to fill the Jaden Ivey hole this year with the injury. But overall, I think this is the type of trade that could help the Pistons a little bit this year. Try and at least make the playoffs, and then from there that would be the benefit. Ethan here says, do the Bucks make a move or are they cooked? I think the Bucks will for sure trade Pat Connaughton. I wouldn't I don't want to say I bet money on it, but I would probably bet money on it. It would be GM malpractice to not try and salary dump Pat Connaughton somewhere. I think Washington makes a ton of sense for that, by the way. Joseph said, I heard someone drug Nico Harrison and made him trade Luka for a Disney. Twig Gaming Channel, Cat will be traded for cash considerations. The Cats cost me a lot of cash considerations, especially, so Reese is a boy. Our younger cat, Moki is her name. She, we had to pay to get her spayed and all that. Oh my goodness. All that stuff costs so much money, man. Troy Dilworth says, love listening to this while at work. Keep the streams going, Sheldon. Go Rockets. Give me Brogdon too while we're at it. Appreciate you, Troy. Let's talk about the Houston Rockets here a bit, and let's talk about a potential fit for them, a little buy now upgrade that's not going to cost them a ton, and it's with the Washington Wizards, and it really centers around Malcolm Brogdon's contract. The one real benefit the Rockets have at this trade deadline is all of these expiring contracts: Jock Landale, Jeff Green, and Jae'Sean Tate. And if you look at the money here, you're like, oh, that lines up pretty darn well. And what do the Rockets have? Well, they have some second-round picks that they could trade. Give this one to the Wizards, and they give maybe one more future one to the Wizards via Memphis. Probably won't be that good of a pick, probably 45 to 57-ish. This kind of deal, I think, makes a ton of sense. The Rockets even save a little bit of money, gives them a little bit more breathing room against the tax if they want it. Brogdon's on an expiring contract, has an existing relationship with Ime Udoka, would kind of understand what his role would be coming in, and you're just upgrading your roster a little bit. Now, the important thing here is they need to sign 2 more players, which is why this tax space is important, because they'd have to add 2 minimum level players or make some other kind of trade, like if it's 1 player for 2 or something. But they'd have to get back to 14. The Wizards would have to waive some guys. They'd probably even just flat out waive Jeff Green and Landale, probably, if we're being honest. But either that or Jeff Green and Jae'Sean Tate. I think keeping Tate would probably be the more likely outcome, though. But that's kind of the overall the overall thing that I think could happen here. Harry Carter wants to know if I've talked about the Bucks yet. I have. I've talked about the Bucks quite a bit, but we'll see if they do that. If they do anything at all. Ethan says, "What can the Bucks do to give themselves a better chance in the East?" They need to upgrade over Chris Middleton. If I'm being completely honest, I like Chris Middleton. I really like Chris Middleton as a player for a long time, but unfortunately, the injuries have just kind of diminished who he is as a player. Joseph says, Sheldon, if my Bucks come up to you for Daniel Gafford and PJ Washington for Middleton and Portis, will you do it? No, I don't think Dallas should do that. I think Dallas will keep PJ Washington this year for sure. ISO says, why do the Bulls insist on not trading for picks and just crappy players? Well, the Bulls got their pick back, so I think the Bulls did okay. Honestly, the Bulls are intentionally trying to be bad, I think so. Danny here says, do you think the Bulls should trade Giddey now or give him an extension? I would trade him. I don't know. I'm just not super optimistic on Josh Giddey's future. And honestly, like, if you guys were watching me 8 months ago, I was kind of optimistic. I was kind of just hoping this year would look different for Giddey. I just kind of wish he was more effective this season in reality. So I don't know. He had one of his best games just yesterday. He had 20 points and 11 boards and 4 assists. But on the year, he's only averaging 11 points. And he's shooting 33% from the three-point line and 44% from the field. So I don't know. It's hard for me to continue holding out hope. AJ Analysis says, when is the trade deadline? Right on the bottom, trade deadline is February 6th at 2 p.m. Eastern time. I hope you guys are all enjoying trades. Dallas Mavericks, remember, trade Luka Doncic, and the Sacramento Kings have traded De'Aaron Fox. Those are the big moves that have already happened. Welcome, everyone, to the stream. I know a lot of you are all diehard NBA fans. Twig Gaming Channel says Pat Connaughton shall be banished to Chicago alongside fellow white boys Zach Collins and Kevin Huerter. Yeah, all the white guys are getting dealt to Chicago this year, except for the best white players. Those guys end up in Los Angeles, it sounds like, with Luka Doncic being, of course, that headliner. Grand Info says Malcolm Brogdon's a good fit for any contending team in the West if he is healthy. That is a big if. Of course, has struggled with some injuries throughout the back half of his career so far, but we're going to hope he's healthy because he's a fun player to watch when he is on the court. Modern Clips wants to talk through some Lonzo trades. Love the streams. Appreciate you a ton. Let's talk through it. Let's talk through some possible trades here that we could take a look at. Let me get over to the Chicago Bulls. And we're also going to look at the Atlanta Hawks could be a team that would make some sense, honestly. Like Clint Capella, his salary for Lonzo, and like a second-round pick isn't a terrible starting spot. Something like that, maybe, which would materialize, I think, pretty well. Milwaukee would be interesting. Like if they do find a way to get out a salary, or like, I mean, honestly, I don't know. I can't see Milwaukee doing that. Like, I don't know. I think that's a little tricky. Probably too tricky, honestly, to figure out, really. Clippers, the issue here is salaries. Like, you don't want if you're going to, like, Terrence Mann, you'd maybe be willing to include in a deal for him. But then it's like, are you also giving up Drew Eubanks and like Batum or something? I don't really know. So I think with PJ Tucker already traded, I just don't know if the trade's going to be there for the Clippers to make some kind of move like that. Otherwise, you get to, some of the other teams, like you're starting to see some of the difficulties of making some of the trades. Like the Spurs, unless you're including Keldon Johnson or Harrison Barnes, you're probably not getting to that Lonzo Ball number. Harrison Barnes could work, but again, I don't know. There's some difficulties with that. I just don't know if the need for Lonzo Ball is there after getting De'Aaron Fox now. Portland's just not going to do it. New Orleans won't do it. Utah could maybe do it. Utah would be an interesting team to see do it. Like if they did like Jordan Clarkson. But again, you're looking at salary differentials here that are kind of difficult, honestly. Like Charlotte remains one of my favorites. Miami, I think, would be an interesting one in like the multi-team Jimmy Butler trade. Like Lonzo's expiring, probably get him back for cheaper than $20 million a year, probably like closer to like 10. And I think they would envision him as a pretty darn good fit next to Tyler Hero. So the Heat, I think, would be an interesting Lonzo spot. Indiana, not really. I have Nemhard. I just don't, like the market for Lonzo Ball, and like I think the long-term question of is he actually going to be healthy? Like, and it's a bummer. He's an awesome player when he's healthy, but Lonzo Ball in Dallas. Let's take a look at the Mavs. Again, I'm just not really sure something's actually going to materialize here or not, but like you have Gafford's contract. Again, some of the same issues we've talked about with all these teams. Like, you don't have the most congruent fits contract-wise for players. So I just don't know if Lonzo Ball is really a realistic option either. So those are some of the difficulties that you see for teams making trades, is they just don't have a $15 million and a $6 million player to trade. So Venkata says, hey, so I know the Clippers already made a move, but I feel like the other move was a precursor. When it comes to the Clippers, I don't know. It's kind of difficult to see trades materializing for them because, like, PJ Tucker was their best trade asset in terms of contract value. Like, trading him was super useful. Like, having that $11 million expiring salary was really useful. Any trade, you're not going to trade Kawhi. You're not going to trade Harden. You're not going to trade Norm Powell with the way he's playing this year. You're definitely not trading Zubats. He's like the anchor of the team on both ends of the floor, honestly. Like, so then it's Terrence Mann. And there, I mean, like, you can trade Terrence Mann. I'm going to go back to a trade that we talked about a little bit earlier. Like, Terrence Mann plus Kobe Brown to the New York Knicks for Mitchell Robinson. And the Clippers can even give up like a second round pick in this deal, honestly. Like, even though Mitchell Robinson deals with injuries all the time, like, this is a player who I think would significantly help the Clippers, and it works financially. The Knicks can't take in more salary than they give up. They don't here. And it also fills out their roster to a standard 15. The Clippers fit on 14 contracts. It works as well. So it's just, like the Clippers don't have this huge flexibility. It's hard to see a bunch of Clippers trades coming to fruition after they got rid of PJ Tucker. But Mitchell Robinson's one that I think makes some sense in theory. Otherwise, like, it's hard to get to some of the numbers here, like Clint Capella, but maybe Bogdan Bogdanovic. But again, he hasn't had the best season. So why are they doing that? Maybe Larry Nance. Larry Nance could be an interesting one. But again, the Clippers aren't going to make this trade straight up. They're not going to trade Terrence Mann for Larry Nance Jr. They're just not. So then it's like, well, what are we really doing here? Like, is there any, like, one in Charlotte that makes sense? The answer is no. My cat's being a complete disruptor now, by the way. Shout out to everyone who is watching the channel. Really do appreciate you guys a ton. Josh Prince, any trade going to happen after the game today? After the game today, Pistons versus Atlanta Hawks. I mean, maybe we'll see what happens. Of course, they've got until Thursday to make trades. Thursday, 2 p.m. Eastern time. So, Reborn Cheese, welcome back to the stream. He's watched a lot of the streams in the past. Says, where can my Wolves move Randall? Dallas, Atlanta, any idea? So Dallas, I think, is not going to be entertaining that at all because they just got Anthony Davis. I don't think a need for Julius Randle is very large. I think the dark horse team in this, again, and we're going to keep coming back to him, we kind of have a logjam right now because the biggest salary yet to get moved is going to either be Bradley Beal or Jimmy Butler. And until that deal happens, the potential remains that any of these other sizey contracts, like Randall's $33 million, it's hard to find teams wanting to get Randall's $33 million. It's hard to see a bunch of teams wanting to sign up for that when he hasn't been a super positive player this year. He's been a positive, but not a super positive player. It's hard to see teams signing up for that unless they're also sending out some salary. So if Jimmy Butler, again, like, let's use Minnesota in a 3-team trade here. Like, again, you're going to see why this is all so difficult and why none of this really makes a ton of sense. And we're going to need a 4th team here that would want Beal. We'll do Milwaukee again. I mean, like, this is the problem here. Like, Julius Randle goes to Miami. Chris Middleton goes to Minnesota. Like, you're starting to see the problems already, I'm sure. Phoenix gets Jimmy Butler. And from here, Bradley Beal goes to Milwaukee. Again, the issue now, financially, the Heat need to take in more salary. This Bobby Portis. Again, remember, the same Pat Connaughton rules apply. Like, since Connaughton's still in the deal, it's going to say failed. But it won't actually. When it actually comes to real life, the trade will work. And then we'll also send elsewhere. Like this is the issue. Here's the like the second apron team right now, second apron, but will be first apron team. Heat are a first apron team. The issue with this, none of these teams can take an extra salary at all. So this is impossible. This trade does not literally work. It literally does not work in any way. So you would need a team like Toronto in here. You need Toronto involved, which would mean that again, now you're trying to figure out extra salary. So every time that there's a little bit too much salary coming in. So for this example, the fact that right now we're at a spot where the Suns, this works on the left here, all of this, but then the Bucks are at a spot where this does not work. So now they need to send $6 million out to Toronto in this. So that's Beauchamp. You're starting to see the flaws here. DeLon Wright, and financially we're still below that incoming number. So this is where things are screwed. Chris Livingston to Toronto. And then this ultimately would work. Now the Raptors do, unfortunately, they'll have to send some money elsewhere too to make this even work. So you're starting to see all the flaws in all of this, and the reason why this is really difficult to actually get a deal done. You might need some kind of 16 trade where Davion Mitchell goes somewhere else to a trade exception or something. This trade's going to say failed, and I'm not even including the draft picks yet, but draft picks would be involved. You guys see the issues here, and why this is not just a done deal already. Why is Jimmy Butler still in Miami? Teams are trying to figure out this answer. None of this makes a lot of sense. It's not really easy to get the trades done, especially with the new CBA rules, the new apron rules. In any trade that included these four teams, I have here, they all have to save money, which means you need someone who's going to play the dead horse and take in salary. And it could be Toronto, it could be Detroit, it could be Washington. If we pivot here and make this the Wizards, they have a trade exception. So all of these things could go to the Wizards here. Beauchamp, DeLon Wright, and Chris Livingston. Again, it's going to say failed because the Bucks can't aggregate salaries, which is what they're doing here. This is a second apron rule where they're not abiding by those rules. Minnesota would save some money here. I think that's notable. Middleton instead of Randall's, whatever. One pick probably goes to Minnesota. Pick or two goes to Milwaukee. Heat get a couple of things. The Wizards just get these young players as salary dump into a trade exception. I don't know. It's messy. As you guys can tell, it's messy. It's very, very messy. So Zach here says, any predictions for trades for my Thunder? Thanks for everything you do. I enjoy watching your channel. I appreciate you a ton, Zach. One thing I think could make a lot of sense, and it really kind of stems from teams that don't have draft picks. So would have been Phoenix, but now Milwaukee, for example. Let's just say Milwaukee wants to get a trade done for, this isn't going to be a realistic example, but let's just say Milwaukee wants Marcus Smart. Okay. Marcus Smart to the Bucks. And what they want to do is trade. Again, this is not realistic, but just, I don't even know. I'm just trying to think of something off the top of my head here. Let's think of a $13 million player, someone who, here, I've got it. Let's go for Mitchell Robinson. Okay. Again, this isn't going to really work because of the trade rules, but you guys just have to bear with me. Okay. Let's, again, for the sake of the argument, say that they salary dumped Pat Connaughton somewhere. Okay. Bobby Portis, and then they would trade. Also in this deal, they would also send Marjon Beauchamp to whatever team. This is going to be a third team though. So this is where OKC could come in and actually help a team out. So by rules here, the Knicks cannot take in more salary because they're a first apron team. By rule, the Bucks cannot take in more salary because they're an apron team. So you might say, well, how the hell will the Bucks and Knicks get a trade done? You need a third team to help take in salary. And the Thunder have a room exception where Marjon Beauchamp can fit into Oklahoma City. And what would happen here is Milwaukee would maybe give up their 2031 first or something, or, whatever. Maybe this is just a swap, other's choice, right? We're going to trade that to the Thunder. You might say, well, why would they trade it to the Thunder when the Thunder aren't even giving up Mitchell Robinson? It's because what the Knicks would want is a first-round pick this year. So maybe the Thunder give up this Miami first to the Knicks, right? And then maybe they give up 2 second-rounders, something like this. This is what OKC is going to be involved in, is stuff like this, where they give up 1 pick this year, Again, it's going to say failed because of the Bucks aggregation rules. I hate that, but that's what it's going to continue to say. Just pretend this says success, and it's after they dump Pat Connaughton, okay? Keep that in mind. But this is the type of thing I could see Oklahoma City doing, where they use exception to take in salary that teams can't take in anymore. They get a future first-round pick in either 2030 or 2031, swap option, whatever it may be. And the Knicks jump in, get some assets for Mitchell Robinson. I don't know. Like, this isn't even a great trade. This is just off the top of my head. So keep that in mind. Devon says, if the Blazers end up buyers again like they were in the Avdia trade, are there possible targets to this deadline that come to mind for you? So that's a good question. Portland, I just don't really know if I see them being buyers. Like, they were with Avdia, but I think that was kind of more of an opportunistic thing. Like, honestly, like, if they were, it would probably be for, like, Corey Kispert. So they'd be working with Washington again. But the issue here is he's poison-pilled because he has a rookie extension kicking in. So it makes trades hard. It makes trades difficult to actually work out deals. But you would need a third team probably involved. But that's the overall thing. Again, yeah, Knicks fan, I totally get not liking that. J4R Reyes says, is it true Mitchell Robinson to the Lakers? I haven't seen that yet, but I would also love Mitchell Robinson to the Lakers. I don't think that's like actually like official yet, though, at this point in time. There's nothing definitive on that here. So IO says, hey, brother, sorry about Luke. I'm a Bulls fan, but we'll be rooting for the Mavs this year. Appreciate you, my guy. Yeah, the other night was a crazy, crazy turn of events. Joshua Ladine says, you got any news from my team, OKC? Nothing yet. No firm definitive news, but I expect them, if we go over to the Utility Sports draft pick tracker, specifically, if we go look at what OKC has and doesn't have, they have a ton of picks from here to here. They have a bunch of picks in this kind of realm through 2029. What they don't have is a bunch of picks from 2030 and 2031. And I think that's what they're going to want to do. So that's what I'm really looking forward to, honestly. Venkata says, wait, but the Clippers have a $6.5 million traded player exception, right? They do. But again, some of the issues with that for the Clippers is, like, first of all, they have that trade exception for a year. They don't just have it for this trade deadline. And then the other thing with that is, like, just because you have one doesn't even mean you end up ultimately using it. That trade exception is going to expire January 31st, 2026. Right now they do have room against the apron, so theoretically they could go out and use it, but they can't combine it with anything. So at that point, you're only looking at players who make $6.5 million or less, which could be maybe Javon Carter or Davion Mitchell. Like, it could be Sadiq Bey. That's kind of like maybe Precious Achiuwa if they do something with the Knicks. Like, there's not a lot of elite options out here, and there's a reason why it's $6.5 million. That's not premium players in the NBA anymore. So Natik here says Chris Paul or Lonzo Ball to Dallas via trade or buyout. I don't think Chris Paul is going to get traded or bought out, but maybe Lonzo via buyout could happen. The Butler one, yeah, exactly, is just hampering a lot of deals. Like, the Butler thing is just slowing everything down, I think, right now a bit. Grand Info says Wizards have a huge trade exception from the Daniel Gafford trade. Does that trade exception disappear if not used in 2025? Yes, it does. That trade exception expires February 9th. So that's very important to know. It expires this deadline if they don't use it, essentially. So Venkata here says, is there any reporting on which team called on T-Man? Not from what I've seen. I have not seen that. If you guys, reminds me too, if you guys see news on Twitter, like, make sure to tag me in it so that I can hopefully see it, because you just got to let me know if you're seeing something actually, like, come to fruition. And Cebu says, do you see the Pistons being buyers? Yeah, I think so. I think that's what they're going to try and use their cap space for. It could be Ingram. It could be CJ McCollum. It could be Zion Williamson. It could be Cam Johnson. It could be a center. I wouldn't even rule that out. Brandon S. says, if you want almost anything not nailed down in Washington, offer them a former top pick that didn't work out. Troy Weaver is over there and loves that. He does. Troy Weaver could not help himself, whether it was Marvin Bagley or James Wiseman. Kevin Knox. That guy was addicted to former lottery picks, dude. That guy was insanely addicted. which is insane. Anthony Morales says, wow, Sheldon OMG, going on 3 years, seeing you. Love that your channel is still growing and my Sacramento Kings still need a GM. I hate them. I hate them. They agree to whatever is stupid. Anthony, it's okay. I think you guys did okay yesterday. You got 2 real first-round picks, 5 second-round picks, and Zach LaVine is a good basketball player. Zach LaVine's very talented. So, Anthony, I would not be too bummed. I think you guys are in a pretty good spot, honestly. Carter Lavelle says, anything for my Warriors? As of right now, I think it's going to be kind of slow for Golden State. Not only has Steph Curry kind of put a fire extinguisher over any pressure on the organization, saying that he's not sure if they're going to make a win-now move. He's also, I think the Warriors kind of internally know that there's not a huge win-now move for them out there that's going to change the course of their season. Even Jimmy Butler, like, if we're being honest with ourselves, do we think Jimmy Butler and Golden State would have elevated the Warriors above Oklahoma City or above Denver? I don't really think so. And I think that's what the Warriors are kind of internally weighing. Now, I think they'll make some small buy move like they did with Schroeder. They'll trade for, Kelly Olynyk or Chris Boucher. There's a couple of other options out there. Maybe they'll work with Brooklyn in some form or capacity, but we'll see. HV here says, get Gafford for Terrence Mann or Coffee. I'm just not sure if Dallas is going to do that. Although Terrence Mann, I actually, I think this is an interesting, a pretty interesting framework, and one that we should actually talk about because it's not the worst idea. So the Mavericks, after getting Anthony Davis, are quite a big team. They have, of course, Davis, PJ Washington, Gafford, Lively, you can't play all three. You can't play 3 of these guys together at one time, in my opinion. So it looks like Gafford's probably the expendable one, which is where this Terrence Mann thing maybe makes some sense. He makes $11 million, and maybe in here too, you try and get like Kobe Brown, for example, and the Clippers maybe even give up like a second-round pick or whatever, some stuff in there. So something like this could, I don't know. Again, if I'm Dallas, I would not do this, but I also wouldn't have traded Luka Doncic, so you never know what's going to happen. They want perimeter defense. They want that kind of stuff. So, wow, it's crazy. Anthony, I just do want to say thank you again for watching here. Slow day today so far, but, it just takes one big move. So I think part of being live here is waiting for that Jimmy Butler trade. Like, if it comes through, I'm going to be the first person streaming, talking about it. So, which I'm super, super excited about. If you guys haven't already, by the way, what I want you to do right now is go follow our Substack. Reese, please. Reese wants to be on the stream again. He's sitting there meowing at the microphone. I don't know why this is being so difficult, but make sure to go check out the Substack. Link is in the description for that. I'm going to send that in right now. If you guys could all go follow the Substack over there, be a free subscriber, that would be absolutely huge. Okay, it's right at the top of the description. It's an NBA Substack covering a bunch of different things in the NBA, and I would really appreciate your guys' support over there because you guys are absolutely awesome. Boss Take here says, what can Raptors get for Pirtle? That's where, maybe the Lakers could get involved with Pirtle too. Boss Take, thanks for the question. This is a very good question, honestly, one that we should talk about. If we look at the Lakers, which I'm going to sound like a Lakers fan this year because there's going to be a lot of Lakers discussion. There has to be. They just traded for Luka Doncic, and they're a team that needs a big man now. They really badly need a big man. So Toronto with Pirtle, could make some sense. Now, Pirtle's a little bit older. I don't know if I would want to trade for Pirtle, but you could center something pretty easily around Rui Hachimura and Christian Wood. The money works out really easily, really smoothly here for these two teams. And, from a pick perspective, you might just be able to do, a future swap. I don't know. Raptors fans might say that they'd want more, and I would understand that perspective. Maybe the 2031 pick gets included or something, but we have NFL news. Not that a lot of you are going to care, but I do think it is pretty important. So let's actually, we're going to take a quick second and talk about some NFL trade news, which I was not expecting to do today. But we're going to go over to Ian Rappaport. This is just going to be a very quick little thing, okay? So don't worry. But Cleveland has been made aware of Myles Garrett's trade request. The team stance has not changed. Teams, of course, will call on a superstar in his prime. Reigning NFL Defensive Player of the Year and Brown star Myles Garrett has requested a trade. Exclusive statement. Look at that. With that in mind, I have requested to be traded from the Cleveland Browns, says Myles Garrett, which is crazy. Crazy stuff in the NFL going on. Of course, we are just locked in here for the NBA, but Joe Rockets fan, thank you. I'm not as in tune with football as I used to be, but we'll see. Yeah, Evan Sidery doesn't. I mean, just be careful with his sources because he doesn't really know a ton, but we'll see. He doesn't have like all the tightest sources. Grant says, Sacramento fans, you're in good shape. You almost traded for Kyle Kuzma last year and landed on your feet with Zach LaVine. LaVine's good at basketball. Yeah, but Myles Garrett trade request is a huge deal. That is a very big deal in football. Brett Van Vliet says that's the work ethic that will make you a top NBA channel. I appreciate you. I mean, I'm working hard. I don't have a crazy 2K series that I don't do 2K rebuilds and live in fiction land. So fortunately, I don't get a lot of views that way. But I do have a 2K series on the channel, but it's I don't know. That's not what I mainly do here at Utility Sports. I just cover the NBA and the NBA draft and do that very religiously. B. Murphy, GBN says, what can Wolves get for Julius Randle? I'm not really sure there's much to get, honestly. Like, I'm being serious. Clarence here says a bag of rice and third-round pick. If you're talking about Julius Randle, probably. Gabriel Rogers says, Myles Garrett, get ready to learn Falcon. He would be sweet in Atlanta. He would be such a sweet player there. Lions need to get in on this. We'll see where Cleveland trades him. We'll see if they trade him to the NFC or if they are okay with him being on the AFC side of things. We'll see. But Myles Garrett on the Washington Commanders would be so sweet. Yeah, just don't trust Evan Sidery, unfortunately. Solid here says he sees Spurs trading for Cam Johnson. Honestly, no. I just really don't. But Carter says this is NBA, not NFL. Yeah, I know. This is NBA trade deadline. I know. We did see some NFL news, so we stopped and talked about it for a second. But don't worry, we're not gonna stay on that topic. Don't worry. What do I think the Browns will get in return? Probably 2 first-round picks. Mau, there's a 7-foot, 34-inch teenager available for center, I think, in Canada. I mean, you're gonna have to be more specific than that for me to know exactly who you're talking about. Jeremy Zielinski here says, agreed on the Pirtle trade with the Lakers idea. Rui and Wood fit money-wise, opens a roster spot for them. Olynyk becomes the starter, which opens the Raptors, which helps the Raptors tank. Yeah, completely agree. Like, again, it kind of comes down to what the actual trade compensation is draft pick-wise for Toronto, and if the Lakers are willing to do that. I do think just in a vacuum, this Nick Claxton trade makes more sense for the Lakers. You can center around Hachimura Vincent for Claxton. And while it does cost you a little bit more in terms of overall draft compensation, I do just think overall it's a good, strong deal that gets a 25-year-old center who is the exact same age and would fit stylistically with Luka Doncic there in Dallas or in. Well, there's the first slip up. It said in Dallas, talking about Luka Doncic in Los Angeles. How devastating, man! How devastating. Clarence here says, I see Cam in Cleveland. Nemanja Vujovic says, I really hope Jokic either gets another call, another all-star player, or I am losing my mind today. I really hope Jokic either gets another all-star player to help him or he gets to go from Denver. They're wasting his prime. I mean, they won a title, so Denver doesn't really have a lot of trade flexibility. It's going to be hard for them to upgrade their roster and their talent, but Santa here wants to know about Kyle Kuzma. Suitors says also good work. Appreciate you, my man. I think the one challenge here for Kyle Kuzma specifically, what we're going to do here is go back over to the trade machine. When it comes to the Wizards, here's the thing about Kyle Kuzma. Okay, he's not a consistent star. He's not a consistent great player. Now, the one benefit here is his contract is descending, and a team has team control. He gets cheaper after year after year after year. And that's, I think, the value, right? So now you're looking at, okay, well, who's going to trade for a $23 million player? And there's a couple that make sense, but he's 29 already. Like, it's kind of difficult to see the exact deal that makes a ton of sense here. Like, honestly, there's some problems with any kind of trade. Sacramento, of course, was a team that had been reportedly heavily interested. I just think that door is now closed with Zach LaVine being there. I don't think the Pistons would want him. I don't really see Orlando. Like, this is some of the problems. Like, it's just the market for Kyle Kuzma is not going to be great, I don't think. Like, Spurs won't do it. Blazers probably wouldn't. Pelicans, I mean, who knows? Like, Ingram, right? Like, if the Pelicans are trading big salaries like Ingram or McCollum, maybe like Kuzma comes back in some kind of deal. But this is the issue with Kuzma, and part of why I'm starting to think that he's not going to get traded at all. Honestly, like, I just don't know what the market is. Now, I could be wrong. Like, some team could jump in and say that he could be better for us than he is for Washington. That's probably true, but I just don't know. DJ Sneaky Snake says OKC should go after KD since the West is loading up. First of all, welcome to the stream, DJ. Glad to have you in here. I'm just not sure if Kevin Durant makes sense for Oklahoma City long term. I really just don't think he does. So I think the Thunder are going to stay far away from that. Mark Concepcion says, what do you think, Rui and Austin Reeves for GP2, Looney, and Schroeder? The Lakers won't trade Austin Reeves for that. If they're trading Austin Reeves, it'll be for another star to pair with Luka long term. Carter Lavelle says, any trade for the 76ers, wondering for my 2K25-6 roster. I think, like, the one thing Philly might do, and when you look at the Sixers, like, the way their season's gone, it makes sense now. Gershon Yabusele is on a minimum expiring contract. So you could trade him to some team that has contention aspirations, like the Lakers looking for a front court piece. Like, Yabusele could fit into that, or you could look at, Houston, maybe Oklahoma City would be like kind of a sneaky fun one. Denver, who doesn't have a lot of trade flexibility, could maybe be a team that would love to jump in on something like this. They could include, Hunter Tyson's contract, for example. Although the issue here is both of these teams are first apron, so they can't really work out a trade together very easily. And this will be some of the challenges we see along the way. Cleveland could be an interesting spot. The Knicks are an apron team. Bucks are an apron team. Celtics are apron. Like, you're seeing all the difficulties here based on the apron status. And again, I'm going to put that on the bottom here. The second apron teams, the first apron teams, and the non-apron teams are all going to be on there for you. Like, it's really hard to find like a Yabusele trade that is just like super clean, easy, and neat. Like the Lakers here, another first apron team. So you're almost you need a perfect dollar for dollar match, and that's hard to find. It's not easy to get that done. Like something like this, I mean, I don't even know. And then you're like second round pick, like are the Sixers even happy with that really? Like, I don't know. Like, this trade works, but it's a perfect dollar for dollar match. Literally $0 difference either way. But I don't know. This is just like, it's crazy. I don't know. Wake Up says, do you think Phoenix might shift to moving Booker instead of Beal if he refuses to lift his no trade clause? Not this season, but next trade deadline or next offseason. This next offseason, yeah. Detroit would be awesome, man. Detroit bringing Devin Booker back to Michigan would be sweet. Wanson City says, thanks, of course, man. Glad to have you in here. Bucky says, what about my Trailblazers? So I think Portland's one of the more fascinating teams as well at the trade deadline here for a few reasons. One, the DeAndre Ayton question. Like, I'm just gonna say, like, people are gonna say, no, Anthony Simons and Brandon Ingram have the same baby mama. Yeah, but this trade kind of financially makes a lot of sense for New Orleans. Just going to say that. This trade makes a lot of sense for New Orleans financially and also kind of roster construction-wise. Ayton has an extra year on his deal. I'm just floating it out there. I know people are going to say, no, Anthony Simons, Brandon Ingram, baby mama drama. I don't really care. Okay. I think this is something that makes sense. But Zion could make sense for Portland instead. Now, that doesn't help as much in terms of, I mean, it actually does. I don't know what I'm talking about, but like there would have to be picks involved. And one of the biggest issues with Portland specifically on why it's hard to see them being able to make some kind of trade like that is when we go over here to the trade deadline pick tracker here at Utility Sports. If we go to the Trailblazers, what you're going to see here is they don't have tradable firsts, really, like at all. They barely have any. So as a result of that, like, it's because of this trade that they made part of the Lowry Markkanen, Derek Jones Jr., Larry Nance trade from a few years ago. Like, they just did not do a good job in that trade. So that's kind of the overall situation, and how things are kind of materializing and looking right now. Mal says the Las Vegas franchise is forming at this moment. Anthony says, Sheldon, we only talk about once a year, but after this Spurs versus King trade is done early, what good trade can the Kings do with these garbage picks? Well, first of all, I don't think the Kings got garbage picks. I think that's kind of everyone's early reaction, and it's because the Hornets pick kind of makes people think that. But they got 5 second-rounders, which is valuable. Their trade sheet looks way better now than it did a week ago. It looks way better. And they got this Timberwolves pick in 2031 right here. And who knows? Anthony Edwards isn't under contract through 2031. He might not be there. That could be an awesome pick. I think the Kings are sitting pretty good. They have draft assets to work with now. They have other trades that they could theoretically make. And their team is still good. Like LaVine, DeRozan, and Sabonis isn't bad. They're not great. They're not a team that's going to win a playoff series, in my opinion, but they're not bad. And I think for Sacramento, that's a big step in long term. DJ Sneaky says it's not about long term. They don't have to pay Chet or J-Dub for 2 years. KD's contract has 2 more years on it. OKC needs more of a veteran presence. The KD trade makes perfect sense. The issue, though, is if you make a KD trade, you're trading out other pieces. And I saw your comment about Lou Dort. And, you're trading your best perimeter defender. Long term. Like, you might say it's not long term because it doesn't trade Chet or J-Dub, but it trades your other pieces around those guys. And you're trading draft picks, you're trading other stuff with it. Like, it is a long-term move. Every decision you make does have long-term ramifications, and especially one that's sizable enough for a Kevin Durant trade, where he makes a ton of salary that you have to match, and there's a lot of other things that are going on with it too. So, I don't think a trade for Kevin Durant really makes that much sense for OKC, honestly. Like, and honestly, like, if you watch Kevin Durant in his last few playoff series, he hasn't been this absurdly elite offensive player. Like, he's been really good, don't get me wrong, but the Thunder already have a player better than him in Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, and that's just how it is. Grabazi here says, do you think Caleb Martin or Kelly Oubre could get traded into what team? I think either of them could get traded. Honestly, maybe even both of them. Now, again, some of the issues here for Philly with the aprons and stuff is the trade restrictions are going to be kind of severe as the first apron team. But Martin and Oubre, like, both of them could be valuable. But I think if one of them gets traded, it's probably more likely to be Caleb Martin than Oubre. But we'll see how that all kind of plays out. Carter Lowell wants to see the Bucks. So the Bucks basically have no tradable draft picks. They don't have any picks in 25. They only have a swap option. They can't trade in 26. 27, they don't have anything. 28, they only have a swap option. 29, they don't have anything. 2030, they only have a swap option. 2031, they actually have picks. And they can trade this 2031 first. That's like the only tradable first-round pick they have. So, and they only have 1 second-round pick to trade. So, if you're wondering why I'm kind of pessimistic on Milwaukee being able to meaningfully upgrade their team without having to get involved some way in the Beal trade, like, just crazy. Eric Schaefer here, he's a big-time Hornets fan. He says, I'm sad my Hornets haven't at least been a third party to a trade. Butler is the last chance. I mean, there's going to be other deals. There'll be the Cam Johnson trade. There'll be the Bulls trading Vucevic or Lonzo. There's plenty of time, Eric. So I would say to stay patient. We got three plus days until the trade deadline. So we've got plenty of time here. So we'll see what happens here, but obviously the Myles Garrett news is obviously important news for sure. DJ Hammer says, wait, why does it have to be dollar for dollar? It works on Fanspo if Yabu is traded for just draft assets. So when it comes to first apron teams, DJ, if you're a first apron team, you cannot take in more salary than you're giving up in a trade. That is a trade rule for first apron teams and second apron teams. So that's why it has to be dollar for dollar if you're trading between two first apron teams. So, for example, the Lakers, who are a first apron team, and the 76ers, who, like you can see here, are a first apron team, you need to have dollar for dollar. Otherwise, like, for example, if we did Paul George, this won't happen, obviously, but if we did Paul George for Luka Doncic, this is going to say failed. And the reason it's failed is because of this right here, this $6.1 million. This by rule does not work, if that makes sense. Okay. So that's why. Obviously, I mean, only the Mavericks would agree to something like that. So DJ Sneaky Snake here says if they have the same baby mama, then logistically it would be easier for them to live in the same. True. Natik here says Myles Garrett to the Dallas Cowboys would be great. We'll see what happens. Atlanta trade Tre to the Suns for Booker. I don't see that happening. I think Atlanta's happy with Trae Young right now. I mean, they should be. Trae Young's been awesome this season. Should have been an all-star. Chris Maddox says Kings are just the Bulls from last season. So this is an interesting thought, and I understand it because it's DeRozan plus LaVine, like kind of a similar overall feel and vibe. I completely disagree though, because Sabonis is so much better than Nikola Vucevic that I think it kind of breaks the overall concept of that. Like everything that Nikola Vucevic is like pretty good at, Domantas Sabonis is just better at this point in time. So like Sabonis is one of the best passing big men in the NBA. He pushes the ball in transition, handles the ball well. He's a great below the rim finisher. And he is their entire offense when it comes to DHOs and stuff that Nikola Vucevic isn't quite as good at. Like that's going to open up LaVine for a lot of stuff. So cuts, going to open up off of dribble handoffs. There's going to be a lot of fun stuff that the Kings can do. I think the LaVine fit in Sacramento is really good. I really do. Venkata here says, or Bruce Brown gets bought out, goes to the Clippers, then Bones for Sharp. I think if the Clippers can get either like Bruce Brown or Lonzo Ball in the buyout market, that would be awesome. Or Ben Simmons. Like Ben Simmons is going to get bought out probably, if I had to guess, and then Ben Simmons will sign with a team like the Lakers or the Clippers, and he could help those teams a lot. So Malmo says Reeves is next to go. He might the apron teams, by the way, with buyouts there's restrictions there, so keep that in mind too. Josh Prince says Atlanta Hawks next with Detroit Pistons. So let's talk through Atlanta and let's look at Detroit. So I'm not sure exactly what you're connecting between these two teams. Like, I'm just not really that sure what you want to look at. Like, are you talking Larry Nance? What I think is more likely is Chicago with Detroit, something centered around Lonzo Ball. And in here you send Fontecchio and like Wendell Moore Jr. And what you do is if you're the Pistons, you give up this second round pick, you give up this 2028 second, you give up this 2030 second via Minnesota. That might even be one too many seconds, honestly. Let's take out this 2028 one. Like something like this. Pistons get, I think, somewhat meaningfully better, use their cap space to get Lonzo Ball, upgrade over Simone Fontecchio. Wendell Moore Jr. is not good at NBA basketball, so this kind of trade I think makes sense. Bulls get Fontecchio, who's at least some type of rotation role player. Walkin Love says OKC needs a playmaker off the bench since AJ Mitchell's injured, or a reliable three-point shooter. Joe Wiggins, etc. have been inconsistent from three night to night. Here's the thing. I think they need three-point shooting. I do. I agree with that kind of message, Walkin Love. But I do think the one thing is I'm not sure if, and I think you'll probably agree with this, I'm just not sure if we actually see OKC operate in a way that they act like they need something. Last year they tried the Gordon Hayward thing. Just didn't really work out. It wasn't, I mean, it's not even that bad of a trade. Like, let's be real. It didn't work out for them, but it didn't hurt them at all really long-term. Like, yeah, Trey Mann's an okay player, but like ultimately that's kind of that. So Venkata wants to know Bones Highland and a second for who? Let's look through that right now with the Clippers. Bones Highland makes a little bit over $4 million. And when we go and think about who could realistically fit in that description, Let me brainstorm here for a second. $4 million, $4.1 million. Okay. This is going to be irresponsible that I'm even going to do this, but we're going to do it. Who says no? Who says no? Completely unprotected first. Swap other's choice. Who says no? I want to know your guys' thoughts. First round swap in 2030. Unprotected first in 2031 for Cam Thomas. For those of you who do not know, the Clippers really badly need another shot creator. They need another guy who can dribble the basketball. Cam Thomas has been out. Of course, has not played for quite some time. But he is expected to return shortly after the All-Star break. In 19 games this year, he's averaging 25 points a game. I think this is a really interesting framework. Now, the Nets probably don't feel a ton of pressure in this. They probably don't feel like this is a deal that they have to make today or this week. But it would give them more draft pick capital, which they tend to like. They have a ton of picks over the next 6-7 years. I think this is a really interesting trade question. I think it's a really interesting trade question. B here says that the Nets say no, to be honest. Venkata likes this deal. Wake Up says it looks like it could work for both teams. I mean, again, I think like if it was just one first round pick, the Nets probably really say, probably not. But getting a swap in here too for 2030 from the Clippers is not bad at all. Who says no? Bones Highland. Nets get Bones Highland's expiring salary, a 2030 first round pick swap, and a 2031 first unprotected. Clippers get Cam Thomas. I think it's a really interesting trade. I just tweeted it out going forward, but I'd love for you guys to respond over there on Twitter. Links in the description, by the way. Let me also send it in the comment section right now, just so that you guys can get the message here. Let me know what you guys are thinking. Love to hear your guys' thoughts. So go over to Twitter @_utility sports. Mamau wants to know if anyone wants Zion. I think a lot of teams would be very interested in acquiring Zion if he became literally readily available. I just don't know if he will be. R. Jonesy here says I will be glad when the trade deadline is here so we can stop seeing Miles Turner's name. Stupid, terrible, one-sided Lakers trades. Yeah, Pacers fans have had to deal with that for like the last 4 or 5 years. It's insane. Miles Turner is a really good player, and I don't think the Pacers are going to trade him. Never say never. I mean, Luka Doncic got traded this week, but, I don't know. Mike Hill says, I noticed after Pistons win those games against Dallas and Chicago, they made major trades immediately after. I mean, yeah, Detroit's just going on a little bit of a wrecking ball right now where they're just blowing up teams left and right. Yeah, Luka to LA trade is straight. It literally is, DJ. It literally was. I couldn't believe it. Everyone on the internet thought that Shams got hacked. That's how unbelievable that trade was. Carter Lavelle says Cavs need a good backup big. I mean, Dean Wade and Evan Mobley, Jarrett Allen are all going to kind of share that role. Come playoff time, I don't think that's going to actually be too big of a problem. Could they use like an upgrade over Tristan Thompson? Yeah, but like, a name that like this is a deep pull and a player who I honestly don't think's that good, but I think a lot of people would be like, oh my goodness, like that's actually sneaky good. You trade their second round pick this year to the Trailblazers, and you have to send out a little bit of salary in this too. We'll just do Tristan Thompson for the memes. It doesn't really matter either way. Do they have actually, they do have a trade exception, so they could just do it without a player going out, which is actually what we're going to do. And it's going to be Duop Reith. Something like this. I mean, Duop Reith isn't a good NBA player at all. But he shoots, and he's tall, so... Brian here says, what do you think the Mavs do at the deadline now? The outlook has changed drastically. Still sad about the Luka trade. Me too, Brian. Brian is a huge Mavs fan for life here and has been watching the channel for a long time too. So, Brian, shout out to you. Let's get some W's for Brian in the chat. I'm going to also try and get some confetti in here for him as well. So, shout out to Brian. He's an absolute beast. Let's talk about my Dallas Mavericks, and let's talk about what Dallas internally is maybe looking to do. And I think this is one of the underrated elements here that I haven't seen a lot of people talk about. So actually what I'm going to do is go to the draft pick tracker because Fanspo doesn't quite have it updated perfectly yet with that Lakers pick in there. So we're going to go over here and we're going to go look at the Lakers because I have it updated because I am on top of my game. The Lakers, we're going to the Mavericks. The Mavericks have their own 2025 first. This is tradable. Remember, these light blue boxes mean that pick cannot be traded. But this pick, tradable. 2029 Lakers first, tradable. 2031 first round pick, tradable. The Mavericks have 3 first round picks, okay? I think that is very important to know. I think that is the beginning thing of importance here, okay? If we go to their roster, what could they theoretically attach 3 first round picks with? They could do it with Klay Thompson. They could do it with PJ Washington. They could do it with Daniel Gafford. And one trade that I think makes a lot of sense, and I mean a lot of sense, something that I think is very, very, very sensible, and I need to find the New Orleans Pelicans. I really think a trade for Herb Jones would balance this roster a little bit, would bring just a little bit more playmaking. Herb Jones averaging over 3 assists per game this year. If you go back to his time at Alabama, his college film, actually did a lot of playmaking, kind of played center on defense and point guard a little bit on offense for the Crimson Tide. The Mavericks have 3 first-round picks. We're going to trade 2 of them here in this one. Now, you could argue that Lakers pick has to be in here. It's not even on Fanspo yet, so my hands are kind of tied on that. But you're looking at this kind of deal, and you might have something here to kind of work with and build around, right? Now, you could argue, does Max Prosper have to be included? What other kind of things are in this? So let's include Max Prosper to this. Now, the issue here, the Pelicans are taking in more salary than they probably want to, but we'll send back Jeremiah Robinson Earl. Okay. Something like this. The Pelicans get a center that they really badly need. They get 2 unprotected first-round picks for Herb Jones. The Mavericks get another defensive monster. Where you go into the playoffs with Lively, once he's back healthy, hopefully, Anthony Davis, Herb Jones, teams are not going to want to be able to score the ball. Teams are not going to be able to score the ball. Teams aren't going to want to play offense against you. Yeah, Jeremy's right here about the apron restrictions like I was talking about. Will Doncic get fit? Yeah, Doncic will be fine. He's going to – I'm going to guarantee it right now, 30-point triple-double his first Lakers game ever. Guarantee it. Love seeing the W's for Brian in the chat. Appreciate you guys all a ton. Venkata here says Harden, Powell, Kawhi, DJJ, and Zubats. Do I think Imani Bates will become good? I think Imani Bates can be a solid role player. I think with his shooting specifically and movement shooting, I think there's a real role in the league for him. I really do. Priyanshu here says, bro, what do you think what Warriors need to do for a better move for trade? We need big man or a guard. We need help. Curry, that guy is carrying this team. So Priyanshu, I think skilled size, this is it's been a continued problem, honestly, for the Warriors post Andrew Bogut. They just haven't had big men who are super talented, and it's hard to find those guys. But they can find it in budget versions. Someone like Chris Boucher, who's a pretty solid play finisher, averaging a good number of points and probably some of the lowest minutes of his career this year, averaging over 10 points and I believe 20 minutes or a little bit less even. Or Kelly Olynyk. I keep going back to the Raptors bigs because I think Toronto's a team that makes sense to sell. And I think the Warriors are a team that makes sense to add size. And those two things, I think, together work pretty well. Unlimited here has a question for everybody in the chat, so make sure you guys all answer. Where were you when the Luka trade happened? I was on a FaceTime with a few friends after playing 2K. All of us were in disbelief. Unlimited, that's a great story. I'll never forget. This was about 2 or 3 years before I started utility sports. I was playing PlayStation, and Kawhi Leonard signed with the Clippers at the same time the SGA, Paul George, and all the picks trade happened. And my best friend's a Clippers fan. We could not believe it. We could not believe it. Could not believe it. It was absolutely insane. Hold on, my cat is being difficult. I'll be back. All right, me and Reese are back. He is not upset about getting held at all. He's definitely very happy. Jamal says, talk to Sheldon, get Kuzma off my team. Yeah, I don't think the Wizards fans are super in love with Kyle Kuzma anymore. I think it's just been like kind of a tiring little process here, honestly. Daniel wants to know if I'm streaming for the next 3 days. I am. I will be live every single day on the channel. Videos will still be coming out as well. So pretty much every single thing that you need to see will be here. So I hope you guys are enjoying the overall thing, but a lot of fun streaming today so far. It's been absolutely awesome. Jeremy with the $10 said, let's send this dude some super chats. He's literally answering basically every question. Nice job, man. Especially being solo, you totally put a lot of work in. Well, Jeremy, huge shout out to you. Let's get some W's for Jeremy in the chat. I want to see those W's fly in now for Jeremy. He's an absolute beast for the $10. The super chats do go a long way in supporting the work here at Utility Sports. And I'm going to run through them again real quick. Michael Orlando started the day off really strong with a $25 super chat. That is the top donation for the trade deadline live stream so far. So huge shout out to Michael Orlando. Maurice Drake with the 5. Devin Miles with the 10. Another huge contribution. Chung and Private A with both $2 super chats. Appreciate you guys. Diaz with the 10. Finally got his super chat to go through. Arhan with the 2. And then Jeremy coming in most recently with the 10. Let's see those W's for Jeremy fly in. He deserves them. Really, really awesome having you guys in here. You guys deserve a lot of credit too. The comments, the commentary, the questions, everything you guys have been putting in the chat today has been really awesome. So first of all, shout outs to you guys. You guys deserve it. And it's making this stream a lot of fun for me. That's the one thing my biggest takeaway. You know, I'll stream for the next 4 days, and I streamed last night and I streamed the night before too for the Luka trade. Like, I'm going to stream for 6 days in a row. I'm probably going to stream for close to 40, 50, 60 hours. That's a full work week plus. And I'm going to tell you right now, I enjoy every second of it. My voice is going to be completely roasted by the end of it, but it's all worth it. I have so much fun. The money's obviously nice and it helps support everything that I do here in terms of content creation, all that stuff. But like, it's just so much fun talking basketball. I love just being here talking hoops and having, an audience that is, collaborative with me and talks about everything. You guys are absolutely so awesome. So Brian Hernandez here says, I absolutely agree that the Herb Jones trade makes more sense now. Thanks for the love. I'll always support the channel, even though my team is cooked. Yeah, you and me together here, Brian. We're just going to try and get through it. Brian, I am curious. Are you cheering for Luka in LA? I want to hear your thoughts. My guess is you probably are. I think a lot of Mavs fans probably will. I'm curious to hear your thoughts on it. Oh, my goodness. Holy cow. Let's get some W's in the chat for J.R. Glenn. Oh, my goodness. $50 super chat. He's rocking a cool Yu-Gi-Oh! Avatar there as well in his profile picture. And he says, go Spurs, go. $50 super chat. The brand new top donor of the trade deadline live streams this week. J.R. Glenn is an absolute legend. Wow. That is absolutely crazy. That is absolutely insane. Wow. J.R. Glenn with the $49.99 super chat. Crazy. I want to see those W's flying in the chat right now. I'm working on updating a little banner here for everyone. But wow. Absolutely crazy stuff here on the channel today. Obviously, you guys are all sitting, waiting in anticipation, just like I am, for the next big trade. But there we are, the top 2 donors of the stream so far. This trade deadline live stream week has been J.R. Glenn with the $49.99, and then also Michael Orlando with $25 as well. J.R. Glenn, a huge shout out to you. You've got to be over the moon today with the De'Aaron Fox acquisition last night. And I think, the fact that they are so well set up, that's just a huge W. So thank you so much, JR. We got W's for Jeremy coming in, which I love to see. A lot of W's for Jeremy. W. Sheldon here, even from Unlimited. Thank you so much. Carter, it's okay. You guys are supporting here too. Obviously, all the donations are voluntary. I don't want you guys to feel pressured or forced at all. You guys are supporting me in a lot of different ways, whether it's just watching content or following me on Twitter or being a part of the Discord or subscribing for free to my new Substack. Those are the best ways to support me, and you guys always do such a great job. And then obviously the super chats just, going above and beyond in a lot of ways as well. So really appreciate you guys. ITKs, good morning. Welcome to the stream. Again, my cat is just being an absolute menace today in a lot of ways. W's all around. Mateo says, hi, man. Something happened after Fox. Not yet, but we are waiting in anticipation. We'll be live all week long in anticipation. Love seeing the W's come in. We got another super chat as well. MJS 6 Ring says, what do you think about Nikola Vucevic to the Grizzlies? Interesting. Let's talk that through. I have not really given that much thought, to be honest, but I think now is a good time to kind of think that through. I have not really thought about that much. I think Cam Johnson to the Grizzlies makes a lot more sense. But I guess if the Grizzlies are looking for kind of an upgrade on their playoff roster going into this year over Zach Edey, something with Marcus Smart here financially just does work out pretty well. And maybe you could rationalize 3 second-round picks. This doesn't even hurt your flexibility all that much if you're Memphis. I don't think you're going to want to give up Marcus Smart and a first for Nikola Vucevic this year, even though he's had a good season for himself. This could help their size pretty significantly. It also gives them a little bit of money shaving, not a ton, but and it's basically the same contract going into next year too. So MJ's 6 Rings, thank you so much for the super chat. Thank you for the 5. And a trade for between Vucevic and or for Vucevic by the Grizzlies is not something I really have thought about much, but I kind of understand the idea behind it a bit. So it's not the craziest thing at all. Again, those W's for Glenn coming in. A lot of W's coming in through the chat. Jeremy here says, let's go, JR. A lot of W's coming in for JR Glenn. Oh, my goodness. JR Glenn again. Holy cow. $49.99 from JR Glenn again. Get this guy a ring. Holy cow. We need some lasers coming in. Let's get those lasers flying here. Oh my gosh, JR Glenn is going crazy. Let's get those W's flying in again for JR. He is an absolute beast. We're going to try and get some confetti in here too. This guy absolutely deserves it right now. Going absolutely crazy. Let me edit that banner. Wow, wow, wow. Twice from JR Glenn. Just absolutely going crazy in the donations. He has 2 $50 donos today, 2 $50 super chats. Really, really appreciate you, JR Glenn. First, the Go Spurs Go comment, and then now talking about De'Aaron Fox. And I loved the pickup without giving up our core. I thought so too. This is a huge home run. An A+ grade from me on that trade for the Spurs. I thought, going into that trade discussion, when people would talk about Fox trades to the Spurs, I think the entire thing was you're either going to get one of the young core players or you're going to get draft picks. You're not going to get both. And that's exactly how the overall trade kind of panned out here. The Kings were able to walk away with Zach LaVine. I thought that was a sneaky good addition from the Kings and Spurs in the trade. That way the Kings could kind of navigate still trying to win now without completely losing value on De'Aaron Fox. They were able to get the first. They were able to get Zach LaVine. And I think all in all, things worked out pretty well for all 3 teams involved. But I especially loved it for the San Antonio Spurs, who now have a really dynamic point guard who can make shots off the dribble, is one of the better pull-up shooters in the NBA, has that clutch factor to him. And also, you're putting that player now with probably one of the best players in NBA history, soon to be, in Victor Wembanyama. So a lot of W's coming in. Again, really do appreciate you a ton, JR. You absolutely went crazy. A lot of awesome stuff. Salamanca here says Ingram to Golden State. That would be an interesting fit. We can look at that in just a little bit here. Packers Go wants to know if I think any trades go down today. The beginning of the week is always just a little bit slower, so I don't want to sit here and promise or guarantee that, oh, yeah, of course, we'll see a trade happen. But one thing I will say, I didn't think Luka was going to get traded on Saturday night, and I didn't think De'Aaron Fox was going to get traded Sunday night. I thought, maybe that would kind of lay into Tuesday, Wednesday-ish. Teams have been active, and when they have deals getting close, they're getting them done. We have the Jimmy Butler saga that we're waiting for. So part of being live is so that I'm ready, and I'm ready all day today. So our Jonesy says, yeah, I'll give you a follow. This economy is breaking me. Jonesy, appreciate you. Again, all the support, whether it's follows on Twitter or, free subscriptions on Substack, all that stuff is super, super helpful. So I appreciate you guys so much. Adam Perry says, super chats, you guys rock. I wish I had extra money right now because I absolutely appreciate you and I would look out. Adam, nonetheless, I'm very thankful for you even being in here watching the stream, commenting as much as you do. And if you guys are watching right now and haven't commented, just comment something about who your favorite team is. Comment what you want to see happen at the trade deadline. Is there a big trade you want to see? Is there even a small trade you want to see? Just comment something if you haven't already. That way I can try and welcome you to the stream if you haven't been welcomed yet. But I hope you guys all do feel really welcome in this community. Tomas here says Lakers interested in Mitchell Robinson per Kevin O'Connor. I think, again, he would be awesome. Dr. Restitution says, so sorry for you, man. Paul George completely ruined my franchise, but wow, the Mavs are insane. Something equivalent would be if the Eagles traded A.J. Brown or Saquon. Can't imagine that level of insanity. Yeah, it's just insane. The Mavericks traded their franchise quarterback in Luka Doncic. Mel says, Cam Johnson to Dallas. Is it possible? It is. It definitely is possible. Now, there are some complications in getting that money to work super neatly. But that's another one that probably is worth actually watching out for. So you could center something around Gafford. Now, the Nets have been preferring expiring contracts. But if you do something like Gafford plus Najee Marshall, or if you do maybe even a slightly smaller version of that. Now, the Mavs really like Quentin Grimes. But you could do like Dwight Powell plus Dante Exum plus, and then with the money here, we're at $7 million. So I think one of the difficulties here, actually, it's not a difficulty anymore because the Mavericks opened up space after the Luka trade. So you could do something like this and Daniel Gafford. Gafford probably gets routed to a third team in this, by the way. So Cam Johnson to Dallas, and then you're sending, the first. And remember, they have that 2029 first as well. So something like this, again, could be another theoretical idea that checks out. Now, it's going to say it doesn't work. And if we look at the financial reasons, it's because of $2 million. So it's you just throw in whatever player you want here and you get a deal done. Now, do they want to get, let's just throw in Max Prosper. Again, there's little stipulations and stuff that we can make work. Max Prosper is a player that the Mavs aren't just going to want to willingly give up. But let's just say that Max Prosper represents the first round pick in 2029 or something, right? That's how it really looks. So again, appreciate everyone in the stream. All the W's are super, super sweet. Soul Collector says Vooch to the Grizzlies makes no sense. It's an upgrade for their playoff run this year into their front court. So Joseph wants to know what happened to Derek Lively. Is he out for the season? So Derek Lively is hurt right now. But when we look at his injury update, the situation here is that he's sidelined for at least 4 weeks with a right ankle stress fracture. And the issue with stress fractures specifically is sometimes those can linger or prevent, he's going to be reevaluated in 4 weeks. So he's not coming back in a month. He's going to be out for a little while. So I think, I think the hope is you get him back maybe a week or 2 or 3 weeks before the playoffs, give him some ramp up games and then go into the playoffs with him. So BS Express says JR Glenn equals Elon Musk. He's a big spender, but I really do appreciate him a ton. And I appreciate all you guys too, BS Express. Also, I think I've told you this before, but man, your little avatar, your profile picture is sweet. Jared says, is Bradley Beal an upgrade over Chris Middleton? And this is a great question. Contract wise, no. But this is the area where people are getting a lot of things confused. Chris Middleton's averaging 12 points a game this year. Now his efficiency is okay, but there's been a lot of games where he hasn't had an impact. And when we look at Bradley Beal, and if you can get draft picks with Bradley Beal is shooting 49% from the field, 40% from three, averaging 17 points a game. So he is better. Beal is just better than Middleton, and he's more available. He's less injured, and he's even a little bit younger. So, do with that what you will. He's only like 2 years younger, so it's not like the most drastic difference in the world. But if you can get Beal, who I think is slightly better than Middleton, and draft picks at this point, I don't think that's the worst thing in the world at all for Milwaukee. I really don't. Jimmy Butler to Milwaukee trade. This is a great question here from Packers Goat and Mel. Let's take a look at that. I do think that would be something that is probably worth exploring a little bit. So let's go ahead and play around with it now. We're going to go over to Milwaukee, and we're going to go to the Miami Heat. So again, this is where you're going to need a third team because it has to be a perfect dollar-for-dollar swap. And remember, trades aren't going to work because Pat Connaughton, we've been over this like 12 times so far. We've been over it a whole bunch. Give me 1 second here. I'll be right back in just a minute. Okay, thanks for your patience. I was setting up I had a phone call coming in. We're gonna have a special guest joining the stream here in a little bit potentially. So, really do appreciate all of you guys so much. And getting back to this Jimmy Butler trade here, Jimmy Butler to Milwaukee. Again, there's going to be a third team involved here. For the sake of it, we're just going to make it Detroit because they have cap space. It's not going to be the Pistons, but again, just understanding that like this is the framework of a deal. The third team, while it matters, it's not the most important thing. Let's actually just make it Washington because they have a trade exception that will help this out a lot. So we're going to trade Bobby Portis to the Heat as well as Chris Middleton. These two guys go to the Heat, and now in here as well, we have to salary dump a little bit. So to the Wizards and DeLon Wright to the Wizards, which is funny because he was just recently a Wizard. This kind of deal does theoretically work. So then when it comes to draft pick compensation, 2031 first, we're going to make it unprotected to the Heat. Like, again, this first of all, it hinges on Pat Connaughton getting traded, first of all. And again, it's going to say it doesn't work, and it's because of this reasoning right here. Using multiple outgoing players, they can't aggregate. Like, this is what I said would be a problem in the way that the trade will work. But I'm telling you, like, if they salary dump Pat Connaughton to Detroit or to some other team that has a trade exception, or just flat out to Washington before this trade, this deal would work. And honestly, like, if you really wanted, what could happen here too is like Miami could even take a salary back in to make this deal work very, very smoothly. So we'll just trade Patrick Baldwin to the Heat. Okay. So it's something like this. Okay. This kind of trade works. And prior to this, so the Wizards have a $12 million trade exception. In fact, I'm going to tweet this because I do think, this is an important note. And one that I do think is worth considering here, quite a bit. So let's go over to Twitter so that way you guys can see see exactly what I'm talking about and what we're kind of envisioning here. Oh my goodness. J.R. Glenn again. J.R. Glenn continues to strike. $49.99 super chat. Do you think my Spurs are done trading, or do you think they do something else like a Chris Paul trade? Holy cow, J.R. Glenn. We are going to get to that in just a second. I need to see some more W's in the chat for J.R. Glenn, though. Oh my goodness, guys. Holy cow. WJR Glenn, W's in the chat. Holy cow. JR Glenn is making himself a living legend today. Wow. Holy cow. Crazy W's coming in. JR Glenn is going off the top rope right now. I really appreciate that, JR. You really are helping support the channel a ton here. So shout out to you. That is absolutely legendary stuff from JR Glenn. That's going to go in the Utility Sports Hall of Fame, honestly. When it's all said and done. So I'm going to say was playing around with trade combinations on the Fanspo trade machine with my live chat, and Jimmy to the Bucks is quite interesting. Wizards can be a facilitator by using their $12+ million traded player exception to eat Pat Connaughton's salary, and then also can be the third team in a deal like this one. And what I'm going to do here is I'm going to post that screenshot here. So honestly, it's quite an interesting perspective. Like, this trade combination is pretty unique. This financially works. The Wizards can eat salary. They can fit Marjon Beauchamp or DeLon Wright into the second half of that traded player exception after eating Pat Connaughton's salary. This is pretty good stuff here for all teams involved. It's very simple. It's the least complicated version of a Jimmy Butler trade you can find. Now, maybe the Heat and whatever, maybe there's moving pieces. Miami could always try to include the fourth team if they don't want Middleton. Maybe Minnesota with Julius Randle as an example. Like this is where, like, playing around with all the trade ideas, like, this is what's so helpful, is like the entire week of the trade deadline is such a good learning curve too, because, like, you know, viewers come up with ideas and we talk through it, we look at every possibility, and we really just learn a lot. So absolutely crazy what's going on right now. A lot of insane stuff, but wow, just crazy stuff going on. But W's for JR Glenn, and we're going to go answer that question right now that JR Glenn has. Do I think the Spurs are done trading, or do I think that they'll do something else? So this is a fantastic question. Let's get back over to the trade machine so we can really dive into what the Spurs have. Still, of course, have a ton of draft picks. Not all of them are quite updated yet on Fanspo, but I know what they have. And I'm telling you right now, they still have Keldon Johnson's contract to work with, and I think that's maybe the even more fascinating one here. Keldon Johnson is really expendable, but if you look at his contract, the Spurs might not really feel rushed to trade him because it's actually a slightly descending contract next year. It goes down by about $1.5 million. So they could, in theory, wait until next year to make any kind of trade with Keldon Johnson, and maybe they just want to see how Keldon Johnson looks with De'Aaron Fox. Maybe they just want to see what this young core nucleus looks like altogether, which I think is completely valid and fair. They do have Chris Paul's salary, though, too. So, like, in theory, if there's a $30 million player out there that they really wanted, or a $22 million player that they really wanted, Cam Johnson, for example, they could get really easily involved here. Like, Blake Wesley plus Keldon Johnson for Cam Johnson. And, you know, they don't have this Bulls pick. They don't have this Hornets pick anymore, but they still have this Hawks pick if they wanted to use that, which they could. They still have their own first-round pick, which maybe they could. Like, they could offer those 2 first-round picks this year. And this would be some kind of framework for a trade, possibly. Now, again, like, I'm not sure if this is the best Brooklyn would get in a deal for Cam Johnson, but something like this financially does work. And it would really load up their roster in a way that they'd be really, really strong. So a lot of W's coming in still for JR Glenn. Really appreciate you guys all so much. Edward, thank you for the $2 super chat. He says, do you think my Rockets will make any moves? Edward, thank you as well for the 2. Really do appreciate you guys all a ton. Hopefully, JR Glenn, that you like this possible outcome, because I think, you know, I haven't really considered Cam Johnson to San Antonio a ton, but it actually, with Keldon Johnson's contract, does make a good deal of sense. It's a Johnson for Johnson trade. Sound like a law firm here, Johnson and Johnson. Or Farah and Farah, if you're from Georgia, you know exactly what I'm talking about. For Houston, I do think the Rockets will make moves. And the reason why I think the Rockets will make moves, now I'm not saying they're going to make any earth-shattering trades, but what I do think they'll do is some kind of small consolidation trade to kind of firm up their playoff rotation, maybe adding one big man like a Robert Williams, or maybe finding value in a Marcus Smart somewhere in a 3-team trade if Memphis moves him. And the reason that they can do that is they have things that teams want, and those things are expiring contracts. These 3 specifically right here, Jock Landale, some of you might look at that and say, well, that doesn't look like an expiring contract. It says 3 years left. These years, 2025, 2026, are non-guaranteed. It's essentially an expiring contract. So he's very tradable. Jeff Green, expiring contract. Jae'Sean Tate, expiring contract. There are teams around the league that would be willing to just take these salaries in, and you have, second-round picks. You have, a collection of first-rounders if one materializes. That makes a lot of sense. So, Edward, this is a great question. I think the Rockets will be active. I think Robert Williams III is a player that I would really keep my eyes on for the Rockets. We'll see if something actually materializes there or not. But I'm super stoked one way or another. Let's see here what Isaiah says. Boston Celtics, Jimmy Butler. I can't see that happening. Financially, it's like almost impossible, honestly. If we pull up the Heat here, and you're going to see why. So the Heat, first apron, they can't take in more salary. Celtics, second apron, can't take in more salary. They just don't have a real trade here. Like, you can't even do Jaylen Brown for Jimmy Butler. Well, like, you could. Like, you'd need a third team, but, like, it's just not going to happen. It just will not happen, I don't think. Kane, thank you for the 5. So excited for the trade deadline. It's my 18th birthday. Hopefully my Warriors can get Vooch with Kobe White, Io, or even Neesmith. Kane, happy birthday. Happy 18th birthday. Let's throw in balloons for him here. And we're also going to try and get some confetti in here too. Happy birthday so much, Kane. Let's get happy birthday chats for Kane in the comment section right now. Happy 18th birthday, man. It's awesome that you are spending it here in the live stream today. You are an absolute legend, Kane. I really do appreciate you a ton. Kane is a beast. So let's get some hype in the comment section for Kane. Happy birthday. I see a lot of happy birthdays flying in. Very well deserved. He is an absolute legend. Happy birthday from all of us. Really do appreciate you. Maybe we'll have to sing happy birthday at some point in the stream here. But Kane, I really do appreciate you. I hope you're feeling happy and loved today. I hope you are able to have a good birthday. Spend it with those you're close to, of course. And I hope this trade deadline live stream has been a positive thing for you today on your birthday as well. Mondays are sometimes the worst. So anything we can do to make Mondays better, and anything we can do to hopefully make your birthday a good one this year, Kane, is what I'm really rooting for. So ITK, glad to see everyone throwing in happy birthdays. You guys are all awesome. This is part of what I love this community. People that you might not have even known a week ago, or even yesterday, you might not have known these people, and you get to know them a little bit in the comment section. You get to be in a community with each other. And remember, we have that Discord too. So if you want to keep chatting about basketball, if you want to talk about all things, in my Discord too, there's diehard football fans, there's diehard this, that, or the other thing, people who love television, people who love movies. Like, the Discord's a great place to make friends, have more people to talk about things you're passionate about. It's a great area. It's a really great community. So I recommend joining there. And happy birthday to everybody. Happy born day from PJ Cruz. A lot of awesome stuff. And Kane here says, thanks everyone, but my birthday on trade deadline. Sorry. Oh, no worries, Kane. Well, we're gonna make sure on trade deadline day that we're gonna try and make sure we wish you a happy birthday. So let me make a little note of that right now. I'm gonna open up my notes app on my computer. I'm going to put Kane 18th birthday on Thursday. Okay. I'm going to do my best to remember, Kane. By then, my brain might be fried. I'll be about 40 hours, 50 hours into live streaming this week. So if I don't say it, I'm apologizing early here because my brain might be mush by the end of the week. But Kane, I really do appreciate you. And I hope you do have a happy birthday. We'll make sure to get back to it on the 6th. I might have misread it even, which is possible. So I see what you're saying now. So the trade deadline is his 18th birthday. Okay. I got you. Kane, my bad. I completely misread it. But anyway, happy early birthday from all of us. We'll get more balloons coming in on trade deadline day for sure. So if the balloons will shoot off here, that would be sweet. There we are. There's the balloons. Venkata said, hey, can the Bones and Cam Thomas deal happen? Yeah, it can. Like, by rule, it can happen. Not sure if it actually will, though. Harry So High says, Jimmy Butler traded the Lakers for Austin Reeves. Breaking news. We'll see what happens at the end of everything. But hopefully you guys are enjoying. My cat is trying to cause even more problems. Reese, you just want to be the star of the show, don't you? He is not happy. He's not in a good mood getting held. Hey, buddy. He's a funny cat. Tomas here says Boucher to Houston, Olynyk to the Cavs. Boucher to the Rockets makes sense as well. Olynyk to Cleveland would help with their backup center spot a bit. Definitely could be a possibility. We'll see. Carter here says, happy early birthday, Kane. Adembona is a good replacement for regressing Embiid. I like Adembona a lot. I had him actually with a first-round grade in my 2024 draft board. My cat keeps trying to unplug my computer. He honestly keeps running into the cord. Let's get some L's for Reese in the chat because he's acting like an L cat right now. Reese, you got to chill out. Northwest here says, what are the chances that Lakers going to still make a move for a big man? I think very high. I would say like a 90% chance that they make some type of trade for a big. Now, it could be a smaller one like Jonas Valanciunas, or it could be a bigger deal for someone like Nick Claxton. Either way. Cam Thomas could fit into the Clippers exception too, Venkata. He could. But I don't think using Bones Highland would be a bad idea there. ITK says, Reeves is a budding all-star. No Jimmy Butler for AR. I wouldn't trade Reeves either. Especially not for Jimmy Butler. DJ Sneaky says, I like that Dembona a lot. He reminded me of Serge Ibaka. The athletic tools, the recovery, and the effort are all there. I totally get the kind of comparison you're seeing. I think Ibaka is obviously a little bit more skilled offensively. And part of that has to do with the era too. Like when Ibaka first came into the league, teams were shooting more mid-range jump shots, and that's kind of what Ibaka's skill set fit into a little bit offensively. Ibaka was awesome, man. Ibaka was one of the such a fun, exciting young player to watch. And I think Bona is going to be a good player for a while in this league too. I'm glad. The one thing that's been positive for Philly this year, even though it's been a pretty lost season overall, the one thing that I think they should be really happy about is the overall fact that they've been able to develop some young guys and give opportunities to Justin Edwards, to Dembona. Obviously, Tyrese Maxey, I think, has taken another big step forward this season too individually. If they do trade Embiid at some point, which might be what happens, they've got some young starting points at least, which is good. LMLH Town says Austin Reeves for the Rockets. Probably won't happen. I think Austin Reeves is going to stick in Houston, or stick in Los Angeles. But that's kind of where I'm at right now with all that. I don't think Reeves is getting traded unless it's for a star, and I don't think Houston's making some huge trade where they're trading one of their core young players. Soul Collector says Bona will stay in Philly. He will get more minutes next year just to make him more valuable and be traded midseason with Paul George. Maybe. We'll see what happens. I don't even know if Paul George's contract's tradable, really. Going forward, not a lot of teams are going to want that contract. It's going to be somewhat similar to the Beal one without the no trade clause, of course, though, which is a pretty drastic difference. What if Hornets traded LaMelo Ball? What is his value? Let's just go shoot some options here right now. What is his value? We're going to talk about the Dallas Mavericks here quick. And you might say, well, okay, that's weird. LaMelo Ball, $35 million. Trade him for Daniel Gafford. Trade him for Klay Thompson's salary. And we're going to trade him for Najee Marshall. And the Mavericks, who have 3 first-round picks, 2025, 2031. And what we'll do, I'm going to have to do some editing here. This is going to probably say failed now, too, because of this Stepien rule. Ah, man. This is annoying. I just want this to be updated. So this is so what we're going to do here. I'm going to manipulate this. We're going to say that's a second-round pick. Okay, this will work now. But what we're going to do is I'm going to use the magical editing powers that I'm capable of here. And I'm going to work really hard on fixing this so that, where is it? Here we go. 2029 round 1 via Lakers. Look at that. I need to get rid of the little swap rights on it. I don't know how to do that part though. Oh yeah, there we go. Delete. Look at that. Oh, look at that. I'm a website editor. Look at me. There we go. I just fixed it. 2029 round 1 via Lakers. Some trade like this. I mean, 3 firsts, salary, and not just bad salary. Like, these are pretty good players. Honestly, all of these guys would start for Charlotte besides maybe Gafford because of Mark Williams. But Najee Marshall, Klay Thompson would be 2 of the Hornets' best wings. Klay might get rerouted. Najee could get rerouted. But Gafford, I think, would be a pretty good get for the Hornets. The Mavericks get LaMelo Ball. I mean, the Mavericks won't do this, though, because Nico Harrison says he thinks defense wins championships. You guys were in the finals, by the way. That's an interesting, spot to look. Now, the Spurs are out of the market here for LaMelo. The Clippers would be a team that would love to get LaMelo, but I just don't really see that materializing this season, which is why a LaMelo trade is just kind of complicated and tricky, and why I just don't know if it's super likely. Maybe Golden State use Wiggins and Gary Payton II, and the Warriors get the guy that they could have drafted. 2nd overall. You trade 2025 first, you trade the 2027 first, trade the 20... So they can't trade that, actually. So they'd have to do swap option, other's choice. They'd have to do swap option, other's choice here. Like, something like this. I mean, what do you guys think? This works financially. What do you think? 2 firsts and 2 pick swaps? I mean, like, again... Like, after the Luka Doncic trade, I think a lot of people are questioning, like, who's actually really available, who isn't. One thing we are going to talk about here, too, there was a question earlier about Brandon Ingram to the Warriors that I said we would cover. So let's go talk about that now. Eric, hopefully you felt like your question was answered pretty well there. What I do want to do, George Hickson, thank you for the 2. He says, first deadline without Woj is going to hit different. Honestly, yeah, I will. George, I'm going to steal your thunder here a little bit. We're going to go over to Twitter, and I'm going to basically share what you said, because you're honestly so spot on. Here's a report. Bulls and Warriors remain engaged in trade discussions on Nikola Vucevic. This is Evan Sidery, though. Sam Amick was the one who reported it, so I kind of trust it. Interesting stuff. Very interesting stuff. So here's the thing about this. Honestly, it's a real bummer. No Woj bombs this trade deadline. That's a bummer. George, thank you for pointing that out. The 2 is awesome as well. Thank you so much for the super chat. We're going to run through the super chats here again quick. Michael Orlando with the 25. Maurice Drake with the 5. I have to update the banner here too, because J.R. Glenn went absolutely awesome and hit us with 3 huge super chats today. Again, we're going to go fly through these. Devin, thank you again for the 10. Chung and Private A, thank you for the 2. Diaz, thank you for the 10. Arhan, thank you for the 10, for the 2, excuse me. Jeremy, thank you for the 10. J.R. Glenn went not once, not twice, but 3 times for $50 a pop. Attaboy, J.R. Glenn, appreciate you a ton. MJ 6 Rings went for 5. Edward with a $2 super chat. Kane with a $5 super chat as well. And then George Hickson with a $2 super chat. So you guys have been absolutely awesome. I appreciate you guys all a ton. Crazy. Dube says I would actually fall to my knees if we traded LaMelo for Andrew Wiggins. Yeah, obviously. I think the issue with the situation there is, like, the Hornets roster would be really bad. But it would be about the draft picks, of course. But it's funny that it's crazy to me that people are saying that's a lot for LaMelo. I think 2 picks and 2 swaps is not that crazy. But Woj did not die. No, he's just he's with St. Bonaventures now. Let me go over to his account. I still follow him. I haven't unfollowed him, even though I think a lot of people have. But he's now the GM of the St. Bonaventure's Bonnie's men's basketball team, which is pretty sweet. Like, he's got a pretty sweet gig. So Yeah, he retired. So no Woj this year, but LMLH Town says Lonzo Ball to the Rockets for Holiday. Yeah, we could talk about a potential trade there that could be a possible avenue that could make some sense. Obviously, like the hard thing here is you have to factor in what teams are trying to build for. The Bulls are trying to lose, so Lonzo Ball is definitely going to be available. And again, it comes down to salaries, and these three specifically add up pretty good. And then the Rockets, the Rockets could throw a couple of second-round picks their way in the future, ones that are not extremely valuable, but the Bulls turn Lonzo Ball into a couple of second-round picks. I mean, it's a really small trade for Chicago, honestly, but it's one that I think could be theoretically sensible. Honestly, so this is going to sound crazy. LaMelo is an awesome player. When he plays, he is really, really good. He is really good. I know, listen, the defense comes and goes and mostly goes, let's be real. And the winning hasn't been there, but I just want to remind people, when he had James Borrego as a coach, he was winning 35, 40-ish games a season as a second-year player, with Miles Bridges as his second best guy. So I really do think Charlotte has not been the right infrastructure for him, has really minimized him in a lot of ways. And that's unfortunate, but it's just kind of the reality. So, I think LaMelo is a really good player when he's actually on the court. So, Kasha's here saying Zion's injured. I mean, has been a lot. I would stay high on Scoot. Scoot's going to be good. I think Scoot's going to be an awesome player. Appreciate all of you guys for tuning in so far. Of course, you guys have been absolutely awesome. Another super chat here from George says, I like Lonzo to the Pistons. We can take a look at that as well. We've talked about it a couple of times in this stream, but I do not mind at all going back. Obviously, you guys are probably popping in and out a little bit. You guys got things going on too every once in a while that you got to hop out for. So I totally get that. Lonzo Ball for Simone Fontecchio. Remember, the Pistons have cap space. And this Raptors second-round pick and this Miami second-round pick in 2028. Something like this. Pretty substantial upgrade for Detroit, in my opinion. One that especially helps them defensively. George, again, thank you for the 2. Really do appreciate you a ton. And I think Lonzo to Detroit does make a lot of sense. I'm sure you saw him on the thumbnail today as well. I think it does make a ton of sense. Dube says, why did we fire Borrego? I don't know. Did not like that at all. I really did not. Let me see if I can find that old tweet. Something is weird here. Okay. Let me see if I can find that old tweet because I do want to look at it. Nope. I looked up Borrego. I don't know how to use Twitter clearly. If you guys do want to follow us over on Twitter, link is in the description. Hornets. Let's see. I might not. I wonder if I tweeted it. I've been more active on Twitter over the last few years than I used to be. So part of me is worried that I didn't tweet back then. I made videos, of course, but I don't know. Kind of rough, but yeah, no, I don't think I did, unfortunately. But I never understood the Borrego firing. So Eric here says, I think Lonzo Ball wants to be in Charlotte with LaMelo. Makes sense just to sign him in offseason. What would a new contract for Lonzo look like? $8 million a year, 2 years. I mean, I could see him signing for like 3-4 years, even if you're getting close to that $10 million mark. Like, you could use mid-level exception money and sign him pretty comfortably, I think. So Smash Bros here says, I think Raptors try to get Ingram. Masai loves to go for players over picks. It's a talent upgrade and he's injured, so it helps the tank. Yeah, I think Brandon Ingram is definitely going to be at least a very possible Toronto Raptor this year. Now, it's hard to guarantee anything, and I think a lot of this Brandon Ingram stuff is going to kind of depend on the Jimmy Butler trade coming to a close at some point. But And the reason I say that is Ingram's contract and Bruce Brown's contract work really, really well into a multi-team trade because they're expirings. And Bruce Brown especially, Kelly Olynyk, Chris Boucher, these are small, movable contracts that work. Davion Mitchell works into a contract, into a trade contractually. So Toronto, I think, is going to be one of the key teams to watch for sure. So Dube said, imagine if Kenny Atkinson didn't back out on us either. I'll never forget that. Yeah, it's actually crazy. And, here's the one thing, too. Obviously, Kenny Atkinson's doing awesome stuff with Cleveland, and he was a good coach in Brooklyn, especially developmentally. But I just think, when it comes down to it, if you're, with the roster that the Hornets have had, it's still hard to see you guys having had a ton of success, even with Kenny Atkinson. And that's more of a testament to how bad the front office has been, how bad the GM work has been. I mean, Mitch Kupchak did not do you guys a lot of favors. So Carter here says, Bryce better or worse than Bronny? Bronny's better than Bryce James. CLF says, any chance the Clippers get one of Lonzo, CP3, Poole, maybe Brogdon? I really think we need a backup point guard to take some load off of Harden. Yeah, they definitely need another ball handler. They definitely do. Sexton's another name. Now, it's hard. You have to use Terrence Mann's contract and then other stuff. So some of those contracts are not easy to get to. Do you know what I really think? Ben Simmons might be a name to watch. It really might be. And I know some people are going to kind of maybe roll their eyes at that. I think Jeff Van Gundy would have a role for him defensively. And I think when it comes to siphoning ball handling, if you put Ben Simmons in the game with Kawhi Leonard, you can offensively look to score through Kawhi. Kawhi's so good in pretty much every area of the floor, especially the mid-range. And Simmons can do unique things, even though, he's got some real flaws. But I'm going to say Ben Simmons is way better than Kevin Porter Jr. So Robert Williams to the Lakers makes sense as a low-risk cost to ensure LA keeps assets for future moves. Yes, for sure. Clays, thank you for being in here, by the way. The Clays has been watching the channel for a long time, so I really appreciate him a ton. R. Jonesy says, please free Colin Sexton from the shackles of Utah. He deserves to play for a winner. Colin Sexton's so much fun to watch, dude. He has so much intensity and passion, and he's also just good. He's a good player. So he's a guy who, when he gets traded, I think it's going to be really, really good for him. And I'm really excited to ultimately see where he ends up and what the trade looks like at the deadline. Dylan here says, Wolves chance for Ingram. I mean, let's talk about it. I've not considered that at all before this moment. So, Dylan, great question. I mean, contractually, there's already going to be some problems because Ingram makes more money than Randall. And the Wolves are a second apron team, so they can't even aggregate salaries. So, I'm just going to say it. This trade doesn't happen. It doesn't work. Brandon Ingram will not be a Timberwolf. It just really can't be. Unless they traded Gobert or Edwards, which they won't. So, just won't happen. Thanks for asking, though. I mean, it's a good question, and I think looking at it gives us a good idea. And Dylan here wants to know if any chance Randall gets moved. He doesn't fit in Minnesota. So let's look at other teams that could theoretically take Randall. I talked about the Heat in the Jimmy Butler sweepstakes. I think that's a team that is sensible in a way. Phoenix, again though, when you're talking about these second apron teams, it's almost impossible for these teams to trade with each other without a third team or a fourth team or a fifth team because they have trade restrictions. So Minnesota and Phoenix literally cannot make trades together essentially this year unless they had the perfect exact same size contract, which they really don't. So for Julius Randle, you're going through the list of other places that make sense. The Thunder are a no, the Rockets are a no, the Grizzlies are a no, the Nuggets are a no, the Lakers are probably a no. The Lakers are probably a no. Just given Randall's 30. I just don't know if they're signing up for that. The Clippers are a no, definitively a no. So then you get to other, Detroit, maybe. Detroit has cap space. So you could do Randall for Tim Hardaway Jr. The Wolves get cap relief getting off of THC at the end of the year. And Fontecchio. I mean, that's been kind of the fun package to throw around here. Pistons give up 1 second round pick. If you're Minnesota now, you turn Karl Anthony Towns into 1 first, 1 second, and Dante DiVincenzo. which is why I did not like that trade. My immediate reaction to the Karl-Anthony Towns trade was that the Knicks walked away very, very, very happy. And I think they have so far. So ITK wants to know how the Lakers are going to improve defensively. There's a few different options for them, obviously, but I think when it comes to the Lakers, I think Portland is such an interesting team for them to talk to. I still really maintain the idea that trading for Nick Claxton is probably their best actual bet, but there's a world where Matisse and Robert Williams make an okay deal of sense here, where you trade something along the lines of Gabe Vincent plus Jared Vanderbilt in this deal, and you need to send out a little bit more salary, so you include Christian Wood, and you send, this 2031 or 2031 swap option, right? It keeps your trade flexibility. You get better defensively, you do. Again, you're kind of indexing a lot on Luka being just the everything for your offense long term. Obviously, they have LeBron right now too, but I don't know. It's an interesting proposition, I think, but I don't know. Really, the Lakers not having a lot of second rounders makes some of their trades a little bit harder on the margin. So Carter said it'd be fun if we negotiated trade utility. Yeah, at some point, I'm hoping I'm working in an NBA front office. That's kind of the hope. So Wake Up says we don't want that. Yeah, I know. No, it's like finding a Julius Randle trade is just terrible. Honestly, it's just never a fun time. Mike says, what are the chances Luka doesn't extend in 2026 and goes to join Wemby? I'm going to say a 1% chance, because you never say never. If you would have asked me a week ago what are the chances Luka gets traded at the deadline, I'd say 0. So I've learned to never say 0%, but it's a very tiny chance or sliver. I think he's going to extend. He's going to do a 2+1, and then in 2028 he'll sign a 5-year, $400 million deal, which is crazy. Brandon S. says, wouldn't want Randall in Detroit. His body language is not good, and for our team who has already had culture problems. And I don't even think he fits with Cade Cunningham, to be honest. So Eric says, player comparison for Cooper Flagg, perimeter version of Anthony Davis. Kind of the similar impact. Can be a secondary creator for a team. Defensively is really good, involved in ball screens, involved outside of ball screens, team defender guy, probably best as a power forward, not a center. I mean, for Cooper Flagg, that's the obvious version, but for Anthony Davis, that's kind of remained true as well. He's not a true center. He's kind of a hybrid big man. And, Cooper Flagg's not a hybrid. He's just a 4, but he's the perimeter version of AD in a lot of ways. I just think if you can imagine AD being 2 inches shorter and a little bit more mobile, a little bit better on the ball, a bit better as a shooter, that's what Cooper Flagg is. Perimeter version of Anthony Davis in a lot of ways. And that's a good thing. That's a really good thing. Twig Gaming Channel says, at Utility Sports, do you want Cade to get another star? If so, who's your favorite realistic target? At some point I do. Coming into the 2022 NBA draft, I thought Jaden Ivey had star potential. Unfortunately, Monty Williams and the Pistons coaching over the first couple of years of his career did not help him. I still think there's a lot of areas where he could get way better. This year was a big step forward. He had a good coach for the first time, and he got way better. But I think they wasted the first 2 years of his career. I really do. He's a no-brainer advantage creator. Ivy is. So I'm bummed that it just hasn't played out the way I think it should have been capable of. I think Jaden Ivey has all-star in his future if he's healthy and if he grows into the player I think he can be. But realistically, if that doesn't come to fruition now, and of course a leg injury and slow development at the beginning of his career might have hurt that, I don't think that they should trade for anyone this year. That's a star. Brandon Ingram just feels redundant with Cade. There's players who can help Detroit right now. I would be in on CJ McCollum this year if it's second round picks. I wouldn't do anything else extreme, or I'd be in on Ingram if it's second round picks. But again, then you have to extend him, and that's where things get complicated long term for Detroit. And the question is, how far does Brandon Ingram as your second best player get you in the playoffs? I don't know. And Detroit, you can't let good be the enemy of great. And what I mean by that is this year, you're trying to be a good team this year. And the Pistons have been a good team, and they're trying to be a good team that actually makes the playoffs. And that's a good goal. But you can't jeopardize your long-term picture to try and just make the playoffs this year, because that sounds like the Blake Griffin seasons. It sounds like the bad, mediocre version of Detroit that no one ever really loved. And you can't jeopardize being great down the road and building an elite team around Kate Cunningham to just have a good team now. And I think that's going to be a really tricky thing for them to navigate and to figure out. We do have a little bit of a report here. Let me see if I can pull it up. And it's about something we've talked about at length on the channel already. Here today. The Lakers have their eyes set on Nick Claxton. Very, very exciting stuff. Nick Claxton potentially could be a Laker. I do want to go revisit what that trade could look like. And I think it's one that does make a ton of sense. I think it's a very sensible trade, and one that comes together very easily. Gabe Vincent's contract, Rui Hachimura's contract, both go out the door for Nick Claxton. Claxton as a player, $27.5 million. You're trading out $28 million here. And then for draft pick compensation, swap rights in 2030, unprotected first in 2031. For those who are wondering, Nick Claxton, his contract is descending. So this opens up future flexibility for the Lakers. Nick Claxton to the Lakers, I think, does make a ton of sense. He's a player who would fit really, really well with Luka Doncic. He is also 25 years old, just like Luka Doncic. So let me know what you guys think about this. I think Nick Claxton and the Lakers would be really good. And I think he would be really awesome there in Los Angeles as a player who could really complement not only Luka Doncic, but just flat out work really, really well with the Lakers and kind of their hopes for as a team right now. Like offensively, you think about him being a rim threat, lob catcher, pick and roll, cut big, like things he's going to do off of Luka. That all fits, and that's something Brooklyn's been asking him to do less and less of. And as a result, his efficiency's gone down being a dribble handoff guy. But with Luka, you're not going to be a dribble handoff guy. You'll be a pistol, screen, and roll dude. And that's something that fits a lot better in LA, honestly. So I think for me, like if you're looking at things that make sense for the Lakers, Nick Claxton is the pinnacle of trade options right now for them after the Luka Doncic acquisition. It really is. But I think like Nick Claxton would be brilliant in LA with the Lakers. I really do. I think he would be a lot of fun to watch there. I think he would be a really good get. And then for the Lakers or for the Nets in this trade, like you're not really hurting your long-term salary too much. Vincent and Hachimura would both probably be movable at the trade deadline in the offseason if it came down to it, because both of them would become expiring salaries after this year. And like the Lakers, you're building a roster that actually makes some real sense on paper here, making this kind of trade. So this is something I think I would really strongly look at doing if I was the Los Angeles Lakers. Yes, the trade deadline is the 6th. The trade deadline is the 6th. So I have that now on the banner below, so you guys can see that. But Claxton would be really good, I think, for the Lakers. So Supersonic should trade Detlef Schrempf. I haven't thought about Detlef Schrempf for a little while here, Josh. So thanks for the reminder. Teaser, he says, life still doesn't feel real ever since I saw that Shams tweet about Luka traded. It was a shakeup, man. I can't really believe it either, to be completely honest with you. Still can't believe it. My motivation as a Mavs fan is definitely down a bit. So that's one thing that is just like, I don't even know. It's just shocking to me what has happened and how it happened and everything. But here we are. Luka's a Laker, and Nick Claxton might be joining him in Los Angeles. I'm going to update the thumbnail here real quick as well, because I do want to keep the thumbnails updated and switched up a bit just in case a trade does happen, and I'm covering some of the news, and of course, Nick Claxton as a potential trade target, I think, first of all, on paper makes a ton of sense for the Lakers, and also just it makes sense for the Nets too. We have 310 likes on the stream. You guys have been absolutely awesome. Make sure to smash that like button right now if you haven't already. I would really appreciate that. You guys have been absolutely awesome today. The support on the channel, the super chats obviously have gotten huge today too. But all the comments just really, really great. Twig Gaming Channel says, I love the Nick Claxton fit. He actually led the league in dunks last year, and Luka might make it. So he does so again. Exactly. And this is where understanding scheme and roster fit and all that stuff is super important. The version of Nick Claxton we've gotten to see this year for the Nets hasn't been as productive. But it's because of the way that they're playing. They're playing into more dribble handoffs, which was pretty predictable with Jordi Fernandez coming from Sacramento, a team that played through a ton of handoffs with Domantas Sabonis. Like, their offense was kind of predictable coming into this year in a good way, because I predicted that it was going to be good. I knew Jordi Fernandez was going to be a good hire for Brooklyn because I trusted the coaching staff he came from, and I trusted the overall offensive identity and scheme. Now, I think defensively they have a lot of room to grow yet in Brooklyn. And listen, the team's not trying to win. But I think Nick Claxton has individually sacrificed this season. So his efficiency, his production, his overall raw numbers look a little bit worse. But I think contextually you understand that you put in with Luka Doncic, like Mike is saying here, it's going to be really good. It's going to be really good. Mike says, do teams approach the Lakers differently now? Like, I don't want to be fleeced like the Mavs, better be careful. So that's a great question, Mike. And, this is the one thing. First of all, GMs misinterpret and misevaluate stuff all the time. GMs are just trying to help themselves. That's all you can really do, is try and make trades that help you. With 30 teams in the league, you can try and screw over another team. You can try and position a team in a way that hurts them, but other teams will be willing to help them out if it helps them as well. So, the Lakers are not going to get approached too much differently. Like, the Nets are going to still try and prefer to do things that help the Brooklyn Nets long term. And this offer that I have on the graphic here right now for you, I think is a very good example of that being a realistic possibility. IT Case here says, what if AD comes through with a championship? I just highly doubt that happens. If he does, he's a Mavericks legend, but I just don't think he will. So, Coach Dreadhead here says, long shot, but what would you think Pistons trade Isaiah Stewart and second round pick to the Cavs for Karis LeVert? No. If anything, the Cavs would have to give up draft capital for Isaiah Stewart. Isaiah Stewart's been really good in a lot of ways this year. He's also lost his cool a lot of times, but Isaiah Stewart's a good player. CLF here says, are there any moves you think the Mavs can make to be serious contenders this season, or do you think they already are one? So this is a good question here. Another one that I do think is worth answering. Oh my goodness. Holy cow. Okay. This is important news over on Twitter. It's not like anything done yet. That's not a done deal, but this is per Jake Fisher. Let's see. Let's go back one. Here we go. So the Dunk Central here reporting what Jake Fisher had to report, sharing it. Several people within the Warriors front office have dreams of LeBron James, Kevin Durant, and Stephen Curry all teaming up together on the Golden State Warriors. Sources say the most ambitious idea being tossed around among Golden State's decision makers. Is there any feasible pathway for the Warriors to pull off the dreamiest of outcomes and find a way to bring both James and Durant to the Bay? Wow. Wow. If that happens, wow. Thank you all so much for tagging me over there, George, Chris. Appreciate both of you a ton. That is insane. Let's play around with some of these ideas here. So again, the goal is to try and team up all three of these guys. It's going to be difficult to do salary-wise. It's going to be really difficult to do, but we're going to try our best here. I don't want to be on the Lakers. I want to make a trade with the Lakers, and I want to include Golden State, and we're going to include, of course, the Phoenix Suns. Now, here's the thing. I think the Suns are already going to be pretty inept to this kind of trade. They're not going to want to make this kind of trade just because of the direction of their organization, but we're going to trade Durant and LeBron to the Warriors, and that is $99.9 million of salary. So we've got a lot of work to do. Wiggins okay, so let's do our math here. Wiggins plus Gary Payton plus Kyle Anderson, that's 17, that's 43. Buddy Hield, 51. Looney 60, Kuminga 67, Moses Moody 72. It's just not possible unless they include Draymond. If they include Draymond, it might be. Oh my goodness. Okay. Gary Payton to the Suns, Kyle Anderson to the Lakers, Buddy Hield to the Suns. We'll actually do Jonathan Kuminga to the Suns, and we'll do Buddy Hield to the Lakers. I mean, I don't know. Like, I just don't. This is insane. So this team's hard capped at the first apron too, which means they have to like basically match dollar for dollar. This isn't gonna happen. I'm just gonna say this is not a thing. That can happen unless they like somehow this offseason like we're gonna trade Schroeder. So here's the issue too, is like, so this doesn't even work now financially. Oh God, this is so hard. So we're gonna undo that. We need to. This is like just not gonna work. This is like just not gonna work. 48. So okay, so we got too much money coming in here to LA. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna send Kevon Looney to. Although Kevon Looney to the Suns, actually, to the Lakers makes a little bit more sense. So what we're going to do is we're going to try and trade Buddy Hield to the Suns in this. And what we're going to do is we're going to reroute Lindy Waters to the Lakers. Oh, my goodness. First round pick to the Suns. First round pick to the Suns. Swap option to the Lakers. Second round pick to the Lakers. Second round pick to the Lakers. I mean, so this is the issue here. Like, Golden State just can't really do it. Like, it just doesn't work. And that's kind of the problem here is like financially with where Golden State is at right now. Like, they would need to still send out like, I mean, Moses Moody. Undo Lindy Waters. Like, this doesn't even work for the Lakers though now. So this is like the problem here. Like, we would need a fourth team involved. So we're gonna get Washington on the phone, and like then the Lakers have to send out like Gabe Vincent. And now this trade might work. I mean. That's just hilarious. Let's go back over to Twitter. That would be insane. Could you guys imagine? If that happened? Like, holy cow. Okay, the Phoenix Suns have been listening to trade offers for Kevin Durant per Jake Fisher. Phoenix entering Monday's business continued to signal that it does not plan to move Durant before the deadline, but the Suns are believed to be listening at the very least to various teams' pitches for the 35-year-old scoring legend. Durant, meanwhile, is said to be aware of all of this. So, holy cow. I mean, that's crazy. Crazy stuff. George, thank you so much for taking us over there, as well as Chris. Appreciate you guys both a ton. Crazy stuff. Chandler Parsons texted Mark Cuban about the trade. I'm so confused. He wrote back, that makes two of us. Crazy stuff. Crazy stuff. Let's put the image in here again. I don't really think this will happen, but that would be. I mean, that's insane. Insane stuff here, possibly coming to fruition. We're gonna keep our eyes on our notifications over on Twitter for a while. Yeah, it's not happening. That's what I said. Like, it's probably not going to happen. And LeBron said he's going to stay. But, I mean, if you also told LeBron that he could play with both Durant and Curry together in Golden State, I think he would really strongly possibly consider that and and think about it too, to be honest. So I just wouldn't say immediately rule out everything, but Ducat here says Yabusele to the Spurs. We'll see if that actually if that happens or not. He could be pretty useful there. Eric Kush says, wonder where Vucevic is going. I still think the Warriors are one of the options. What even is this? Yeah, I mean, like I said like about 12 times, it's not going to happen. It's just not going to. But the apron hard cap's going to be a problem too in that. So like they literally wouldn't have a roster. So it's just not going to happen. Trinity here, thanks for the $2. Trinity says, hi, thoughts on a CP3 plus Branham for Grayson Allen trade. I don't really see Phoenix taking back Chris Paul. Remember, he was there before, and then they traded him part of the Bradley Beal trade. So I don't think overall the thing about that, Draymond and Nurkic as teammates would be insane, by the way. This just won't happen. It's just kind of meant to be funny. Hopefully you guys had fun with it. Don't take it all so seriously. Eric here says, can stars like LeBron, Steph opt out of their contract and re-sign for way less than to be traded easier? I mean, LeBron could sign for the minimum somewhere if he wanted to. Ultimately, at some point, like he could just flat out sign wherever he wants for the minimum, but he won't do that. LeBron has set a precedent of wanting as much money as possible, which is what he deserves. Matt says, what Raptors trade do you think could happen? They have been winning recently. They're a confusing team. What do you think about it? Brandon Ingram is going to be the player that they go after, and they're going to be able to get him for relatively cheap. The Twig Gaming channel here says Yabusele to the Spurs only makes sense if he plays backup 5, which I hate. I mean, like that's probably what he would do, though, is like him and Sohan would share the floor together, and you play like this unique small ball lineup, which is kind of interesting. Mr. D here says, can Milwaukee move Middleton to anywhere? Who would be buyers on him? Part of the Jimmy Butler sweepstakes. That's, I think, Milwaukee's best chance, honestly. So, honestly, Milwaukee's best chance, I think. So, we'll see. Leah says, do LeBron to the Suns? I don't think LeBron would go to the Suns. Probably, but, I mean, if you want to talk through a potential trade, I mean, like, you could, in theory, get to like some kind of Durant and LeBron swap, which I don't know, that kind of gets messy pretty quickly. Again, this is not going to happen, but it was meant to have some fun. Let's get those two teams out. LeBron for Durant. And again, the issue, so this is the Lakers are at least a first apron team, so they could send some salary somewhere else to get this deal actually to work. We're just gonna continue using Washington because they have a trade exception that would house whatever contracts the Lakers needed to move. So in this, it could be Christian Wood, for example, trade him to the Wizards, and outgoing money works. All of this stuff works. Like now, you argue about which picks have to be where or whatever. Like, I mean, Christian Wood obviously the headliner in the trade. Christian Wood traded the trade exception. He says check Shams. Did Shams actually report something? Nothing new from Shams yet. You scared me. Chris Haynes says teasery. Let me go to Chris. Let me make sure I get that up on the screen too here. Oh my goodness. Okay, well that's interesting news. In light of NBA movement recently, a few teams that are scheduled to travel on February 6th of the trade deadline have adjusted itineraries after realizing the team would be in the air when the deadline passed. This is to prevent a potential awkward flight. I mean, can they trade him in flight? A little Jim Halpert there. It's funny. So Chris Haynes reporting something that, I mean, should have just been common sense already. The Luka Doncic trade would have included Dalton Knecht and more first-round picks, but Rob Pelinka was able to convince Nico Harrison that was too much due to his conditioning concerns. I mean, this is per Kirk Goldsberry, so we'll see. I kind of trust that. Very interesting stuff, all in all. Very interesting. Obviously, we're going to keep our eyes on all the news. Remember, the two biggest blockbuster trades this season just happened within 24 hours of each other. Luka Doncic joins forces with LeBron James and blockbuster NBA trade to the Lakers. Of course, it's the Lakers. And then De'Aaron Fox joins the Spurs in 3-team trade where the Kings send Fox to San Antonio. LaVine goes from Chicago to the Kings. And, De'Aaron Fox is happy. And Bulls fans are not. Jamal Douglas says, can you just talk a little bit about how good Sochan is? I feel like people got him confused because of the point guard stuff last year, but he's seriously good at his role and he's steady improving. Oh, yeah, Jeremy Sochan's a very good player. That's the one thing, like, people keep, like, overlooking some of these things about Jeremy Sochan. Like, he's actually turned into quite a good player. Last year I talked to Greg Popovich about it. Now, over the last few games, like, he hasn't been super productive in terms of scoring the ball. But again, the long-term appeal for Sochan is just being well-rounded, doing a little bit of everything. Like, his shooting is not really there, but his playmaking's steadily improving. He's averaging over almost 3 assists per game again this season. Defensively, he's just versatile, guards up and down the lineup a little bit. Provides a lot of just different flexibility to a team. Secondary playmaking, creation, that kind of stuff. So, I don't know. It would be interesting. Very interesting stuff. Etienne Catalan here. De'Aaron Fox will wear number 2. Oh, my goodness. No jersey retirement for Kawhi Leonard. Wow. Wow. Thank you for tagging me in this. Spurs fans will be okay with that. They don't care. Jorge, thank you for the tag over here. De'Aaron Fox will wear number 2 in San Antonio. Last worn by Kawhi Leonard in 2018. Wow. Connect is part of the youth movement. Prediction on where Time Lord ultimately ends up. I'm going to say Houston. That's my prediction right now. Packers Goat says, I smell a trade going down soon, like in the next hour. I hope so. Keep our fingers crossed. Detroit Sports Talk says, do the Pistons make a move? Definitely. They have cap space. They're going to make a trade. They definitely will. Zach Strasburger here says, what would the Raptors have to give up to acquire a lottery pick in the 2015 draft? I don't think that's going to be a real possibility here. I have a special guest to welcome to the stream. Utility Sports legend and GOAT, Austin Host. Austin, how's it going?
Dude, let's go. Big day. We got the return.
We've got Robert Lamison was in the chat earlier. He was
he?
Yeah, he was asking about you. He's asking how you're doing and stuff. So hopefully Robert's in here now. But Austin is an absolute legend, of course. Glad to have him here today. Not working on a Monday, of course, unemployed activities. It's great, Austin. It's great to have you in here. First of all, let's see, Austin, as you can see here, De'Aaron Fox, we're at number 2. I want to hear your thoughts. You and I obviously talked a lot about the Luka trade the night I was in shambles. What are your thoughts on the De'Aaron Fox trade and the Luka trades?
Yeah, I mean, I think the De'Aaron Fox trade kind of caught me off guard a little bit. I wasn't fully prepared for San Antonio to jump in the mix. I know there had been some rumblings about it, but I think that just kind of, the entire package threw me off just a bit. But it's kind of exciting, though, for San Antonio. I don't know how you feel about the trade. I haven't been able to get your insight here. But I think that's kind of interesting to pair him and Wemby together. San Antonio's got a lot of great things going on. And I think moving forward, they're obviously a real threat in the Western Conference. So overall, it's exciting. Kind of interesting to see, Zach LaVine head to the Kings too. But, there's so much to unpack with that trade.
Yeah, I like the creativity a lot in that trade, especially I think the one thing with the Kings, and this is kind of what I was worried about, or kind of foreseeing one of the difficulties for Sacramento going into that trade is for a team that had been so bad for so long, I just don't think that they were going to ever entertain a rebuild. And like with that in mind, it was like, how do you trade your second best player in De'Aaron Fox while also getting value back to stay good and getting the fair value for Fox in return as well? And I feel like they kind of did that. They got, 2 real first round picks, 5 second rounders, and LaVine. Like, that's a pretty good haul, especially with the season LaVine's having. And then for San Antonio, I mean, like, I think it was just a home run. Like, they gave up stuff that, for other teams would have been really important, but the Spurs have so many draft assets. Austin, I've talked about this with you so many times. Like, I marvel at San Antonio just being a smart team who knows what they're doing and accumulating picks. And like, to your point, like, they usually very rarely make in-season trades, and especially significant ones. But here they are, and they're now in a spot where, I mean, they walk out with De'Aaron Fox, who's now wearing number 2, and like Twig Gaming Channel here saying he's the second option basically since Wemby wears 1. I mean, that's a good 1-2 punch for sure. I think about the 2 of them together. Area 21 confirmed. I mean, like, they walked out of that without giving up any of their key important young players, and they get a franchise point guard going forward. And Wemby's going to have the ball so much anyway that his fit is kind of good, I think, next to him to begin with. So also, I also want to get your thoughts on this. De'Aaron Fox taking Kawhi Leonard's number in San Antonio. Is that nothing, something, or everything?
I don't think it's nothing. I don't think it's nothing. Obviously, what you would put there was true. I mean, no jersey retirement for Kawhi, nor will there probably ever be. I think a little bit of animosity with how everything kind of went down at the end. Feelings on both sides, both feeling a little bit hurt at the end of that marriage there. But at the end of the day, we can appreciate what he was there, and I think they acknowledge his importance to the franchise, but not enough, obviously, to retire that number. I also think it would have been a little weird. Here's a question I'm going to prompt you. Do you think there were some discussions behind the scenes? De'Aaron Fox requests that number. Is there a call to Kawhi Leonard to say, hey, how are you feeling about this? Or did they just go ahead and do it? Because I personally, myself, I don't think there was a phone call made. I think they didn't really care. I don't think Fox's camp cared. I don't think San Antonio really cared to even reach out. Not that that's Kawhi's number that he owns for the franchise, but very significant part of their championship runs.
I think that's a great point, because it kind of reminds me back with Steve Nash, when his number 13 in Dallas, Jalen Brunson basically asked him for permission to wear it. That number had not been worn post Steve Nash in Dallas. And, I don't think it's accidental either that no one's worn that number since 2018 either. Like, the Spurs were kind of reserving the ability to leave that jersey number open. And now the best player that they've acquired outside of Wembanyama, who wanted to wear number 1, he's always worn number 1, even through his amateur days. The best player that they've acquired since the whole Kawhi Leonard debacle now is wearing number 2, which, like, it's not accidental, in my opinion, that if they made this number available, they made it available to a good player. They weren't just going to give Kawhi Leonard's number to someone random, like to Charles Bassey, not to diss Charles Bassey, but you know what I'm saying here. And I just think, like, first of all, it's interesting. I do think it is something like you said. And like Mike's saying here too, Kawhi's jersey is not getting retired. That's a given. Spurs value loyalty above all. Avery Johnson has his jersey retired, so will Patty Mills. Like, that's, I think, to Mike's point here, like, just the way things ended, like, that's exactly what you said, Austin. Like, the loyalty wasn't there. The two sides had a real falling out, and it's just unfortunate, honestly, that Kawhi's tenure in San Antonio ended the way it did. Now, Austin's not too mad about that. He's a Los Angeles Clippers fan, so I don't think he's too upset about everything. I did have a crazy trade, Austin, that I wanted you to see here. I wanted your thoughts on this. What do you think about something like this? Using Bones Highland salary, your unprotected first in 2031, and then a swap option in 2030 to go get Cam Thomas.
Yeah, I think when you look on paper, that's a scary trade to make, all things considered. Looking at the future first, that with a roster as old as it is, with not a pathway of getting better in the future, it's a scary trade to make. However, on the flip side, there's two sides of looking at it. You are pushing your chips forward with Kawhi Leonard in his prime, still on the tail end of his prime, and James Harden still playing great basketball. I don't think that this is a move that, I would necessarily hate. I'm just a little nervous about giving up those assets in 2030, 2031, because I think those are potentially 2 top 5 picks that you could be moving.
I think this is like such a fascinating trade here too. Like, with Cam Thomas specifically, like, you know, he's been the guy for Brooklyn this year when he's been on the court. He's averaging 25 points a game, and Austin's an LSU fan too. Like, in terms of just watching college basketball, like, he likes to watch LSU, and he loved Cam Thomas. He really did. The Trendon Watford, Cam Thomas, LSU Tigers were one of his favorite college teams to watch over the last 10 years. And you know, so Austin would be, I'm sure, ecstatic about Cam Thomas being a Clipper. But I think, you know, understanding that, like, once you get Cam Thomas, what is he, your sixth man? He's probably one of the best six men in NBA basketball, but what kind of value is that? Is that worth jeopardizing your long-term picks? That's one of the big questions. This would solve some of the Clippers' ball handling, scoring issues with Harden, Kawhi out, but it also does come at a cost. So, you know, it's one thing where if the Clippers do kind of sit and wait a little bit, and Austin, we've talked about this too, at some point in time, post-Kawhi, post-James Harden, I think they'll try and make a run at a LaMelo Ball and Anthony Edwards. They're going to try and get involved in some other star name in the future. That's the whole point of the arena. That's the whole point of the brand that they're trying to build. But it's hard to do that if you trade all your picks away as well in the process for players like Cam Thomas, who would be good and really useful for you, but maybe don't have that upper echelon potential of some of the very top guys. So,
right. And I want to kind of go off of that too. Like when you look at what Cam Thomas can't provide to this team, I mean, there's obviously some deficiencies in the roster, you know, bench scoring being one of them, a guy that can, you know, really commend that second unit and make them viable with Harden and Kawhi off the floor. We know for a fact heading into the postseason, one of those two guys will be hurt. And it's not going to be James Harden. We know that for a fact. So you do have to have some scoring punch to come off the bench or to just step into that starting role long term. Now, I think Cam Thomas is a guy that you can absolutely do that with. We also have to consider ownership. To your point about the arena, they made a really, really big push to build that beautiful arena. And part of it is to win basketball games and to get in, you know, deep into postseason runs. Steve Ballmer is not a patient human being. We've seen that with his time throughout his professional career, as well as now with the Clippers. He is always all gas, no brakes, regardless of what the cost or the outcome might be. And I think this is a perfect example of maybe sacrificing what could be some really, really nice draft pick capital in the future. But again, to your point, they will never stop being in the free agent mix. So let's just say post Kawhi, post Harden, they're always going to be involved. This team is not guaranteed to tank. This team has not tanked in years. So, you know, we've had the Clippers have had decades of excellence in winning, obviously not to win a championship. But, you know, again, when you look at it from the grand spectrum of the last 10 years, they've had a lot of winning, a lot of regular season winning. Maybe that's what we'll categorize it as.
I'm seeing a lot of great points here in the comment section too, Austin. I completely agree with a lot of what you just said. And I think in terms of going back to De'Aaron Fox's jersey number 2 from a few minutes ago, Muhammad here makes a good point saying that Keldon Johnson might return to number 3 if Chris Paul's not on the team next year, and then De'Aaron Fox could get that number 0 back that we've seen Fox rock in the past as well. Harry wants to know when the next trade will happen. Hopefully soon, we'll see. But there's going to be a lot of crazy stuff coming up here too. Grant here says if the Clippers give up their picks in 2030 and 2031, it's the Paul George for SGA and a ton of great picks to OKC all over again. I mean, maybe it, like, here's the thing about this, and this is where, you know, Austin and I are both going to have probably a little bit of pushback on that. The Clippers have yet to send a top 10 pick from that trade. The entire downfall of that trade is SGA becoming an MVP player, and I guarantee you go back to every single article written that night and that week of the Paul George trade, I guarantee you not a single one of them even mentioned SGA as an All-NBA guy, let alone an MVP caliber player. That trade is horrible because SGA is an MVP caliber player. And Austin's favorite player was SGA. Austin loved rookie SGA more than anybody ever. And we didn't even see him being an MVP caliber player. We liked him a lot, especially Austin loved Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, but they haven't sent a top 10 pick. It's not like the draft picks haven't been so damning. It's been the fact that Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is just flat out way better than Paul George in the year 2025, and it's like not even close, you know. And that's just kind of the unfortunate truth. Austin, I'm sorry to rip off.
Right. Well, the thing is, people make a great point. That was an awful trade looking back at it. In hindsight, they never should have done it. However, it's just the fact that Kawhi Leonard was not coming unless there was a trade lined up for Paul George. This actually falls on Kawhi Leonard's shoulders, the fact that they had an opportunity, and I talked about it during the entire duration of that season when he was still in his final year with the Toronto Raptors, he should have actually teamed up with Jimmy Butler, who was a free agent that season.
Yep.
It could have been Kawhi Leonard. It could have been Jimmy Butler, and then they could have retained Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. I think if you look at that and you replay history, that's what should have happened. I tried to tell people that was the right move. People were still excited about the Paul George thing, which great. Yes, he was excellent with Oklahoma City, and it made sense. You had two guys that were elite two-way players at the time when they acquired him, something that has rarely been done in history, acquiring two guys in the same offseason of that caliber. It did not work out. It didn't work out, but at the end of the day, they had a couple of playoff runs. They, went to the Western Conference Finals. I mean, there's a lot of good things that happened in the tenure. Obviously, a championship. It was championship or bust for the entire duration of, that run of Paul George and Kawhi. Never happened, but obviously Oklahoma City looks great. They come out smelling like roses in that trade. Props to them. But again, I'm not just being a homer here and just saying, that wasn't the worst trade ever, because I think it's an awful trade, but it wasn't all terrible. And I'm not an optimist. I'm an extreme pessimist. I just want the viewers to know that I will absolutely crap on my team whenever I can. But at the end of the day, they got my favorite player of all time, and that's just how I have to deal with it.
Grant here makes a good point. Obviously, Kawhi Leonard was part of the instrument in getting Paul George to LA, and obviously the LA connection there. There was rumors about George to the Lakers the year before. He ended up with the Clippers. Like that. I think Grant's making a good point here, and I can attest to everything Austin said. Him and I have been best friends our entire lives, basically, and he was the entire year of Kawhi in Toronto. First of all, he was cheering against the Raptors so hard in the finals because he did not want Kawhi to win a ring because he was so worried about Kawhi re-signing in Toronto if that was the case. Luckily for him, obviously did not happen. But then he was also, like, the entire year, he was monitoring Jimmy Butler. That was the year that, Tobias Harris got traded from the Clippers to the 76ers. Then Jimmy Butler gets traded to the 76ers as an expiring. And Austin was just sitting there waiting, saying, we got to get Kawhi Leonard and Jimmy Butler. The Clippers could have done it if they salary dumped Danilo Gallinari. They didn't go that way. They used Danilo Gallinari and Shai Gilgeous-Alexander's salary to trade for Paul George instead. And the rest is history since then. But it's honestly crazy, Austin. Your foresight on that would have been, like, you think about Miami, how many finals appearances and conference finals runs they've made with Jimmy. You think about who Kawhi Leonard is. Obviously, so much bad luck in terms of health. But, oh, my goodness. If they had Shai, Jimmy, and Kawhi, holy cow.
Awful. Absolutely awful.
Alfredo here wants to know anything else on what the Lakers might do. So, Austin, going back to the Luka Doncic trade, obviously the biggest hole now for the Los Angeles Lakers is the center spot. And I think specifically when you look at options, I'm going to give you a few different guys who I think make a ton of sense. I'm going to start kind of from the most expensive candidates first. Nick Claxton, to me, is a player who I think would be tremendous. He's kind of having a down year this year. The role changed a little bit in Brooklyn has kind of caused some problems. Alfredo, thank you again for this question, by the way. It's a very good one. The Lakers have ways to get to the salary pretty easily. Rui Hachimura, Gabe Vincent, you're seeing the money works here pretty well now. And one of the genius things from Rob Pelinka, besides this whole heist in general, is he has this 2031 first-round pick to work with, and I think also you could maybe consider a 2030 pick swap. Not exactly sure if that's going to have to be included in the deal or not. But Austin, some kind of deal like this for Nick Claxton, who a few years ago was a Defensive Player of the Year candidate, is an awesome role big who can finish at the rim pretty well, has decent touch. What do you think of this kind of fit with the Lakers with Dorian Finney-Smith, LeBron, obviously Luka, Austin Reeves still there? Like, what do you kind of think about something like this?
I actually really like Nick Claxton going here. And part of the reason is, obviously I don't feel like Rui Hachimura and Gabe Vincent moved the needle for this team moving forward. But getting a guy, to your point, a former Defensive Player of the Year candidate, a guy who just 2 years ago led the league in effective field goal percentage, I think that you buy low on a situation like this where you can get a big at a reduced cost with immense talent. I think that's how we have to look at it. Again, if you're the Los Angeles Lakers, similar to some of these other teams that are trying to find their championship window, this is the time to go do it. This is the time to make a splash. You made one for Luka Doncic. You had to pay very minimal to do so. And now you go get a guy like Nick Claxton at a reduced price point. I think this is a fantastic candidate for them. And I think the package makes sense. In this situation, I don't really know who says no here. I mean, you have the Nets who are clearly rebuilding, and they're completely fine taking for the next 3 years, probably, right? But think about the draft pick capital they have moving forward and what essentially those picks could turn into. Again, everything's going to hinge on Luka Doncic's health. But, to your point here, I think adding a big like this is a huge needle mover for this team.
I think one of the most important things, too, in this that I really find fascinating for Brooklyn, who's already kind of slated to have between $55 and $65 million in cap space, you make this move, Hachimura and Vincent, you're not shaving salary yet, but what you are doing is going into next year with 2 expiring contracts into the offseason, Hachimura and Vincent. You can salary dump those wherever for a second-round pick each, probably. Like, Rui Hachimura plus a second-round pick is like the easiest trade to get done ever, probably. Like, Gabe Vincent plus a second-round pick as an expiring, not a difficult trade to get done. The Nets have like 35 picks over the next 7 years. A lot of them are second-rounders. Like, they could go into the offseason, if they dump Hachimura and Vincent, they could have like $85-90 million in salary cap space and all of the picks. And that would be really, really fascinating to see if that's something that they actually look at doing here for the Lakers. And then also, like, we get into some other candidates. There's Jonas Valanciunas in Washington, who I don't love a ton. I don't think he's going to move the needle a ton. But also another player who right now he's been hurt. And again, if you're talking about maximizing value, trying to get players who might be available for one reason or another, Mitchell Robinson might be that guy. Now, the difficulties here, these are both first apron teams. So both of them have to send out more salary than they take in, which means a trade between each other is very difficult unless you have a third team. So you're going to have to picture some third team in here. And that's an essential component in any kind of trade for these two teams. But you get like Gabe Vincent in here. The Lakers would give up a 2030 first-round pick swap, probably, just given the fact Robinson's constantly injured. And then you're looking for salary filler along the way. Like, you probably throw in some other salaries in here. You put Christian Wood into this deal, and then you try and get a third team involved. We're just going to use Washington right now because they have a trade exception. We'll send the Lakers 2025 second rounder to Washington, and we'll throw in, it doesn't really matter who, but we'll just do Cam Reddish to the Wizards. Like some trade like this does theoretically make some sense, Austin. What do you think about something like this where you bet on Robinson's athletic tools, even though he hasn't been on the court?
Yeah, I think this one is another buy low move kind of situation. I prefer the Claxton deal. Obviously, you have to give up a little less to do so, but at the end of the day, though, either one of these trades I think are good for the Lakers, and I think they are must-do, no-brainers moving forward. Just considering the players that you have to give up, again, guys that are not going to be super impactful on a championship run versus Mitchell Robinson, a guy that you just have to hope can stay healthy during the course of the season. I think it's really key. Now, there's another report that just came out, and I was going to stop you in the middle of doing that. Now, I don't know if you guys have talked about it or have seen it now, but it sounds like the Warriors are currently checking in on Paul George.
Okay.
So that's something I'm seeing a couple of reports on. So let's analyze that. I think that's pretty sizable to talk about. That dropped about 2 minutes ago.
Holy cow. Okay, yeah. So, oh my goodness. This is actually huge news here. And this is according to Shams Charania as well. So, oh my goodness. Okay, so remember the Warriors and remember this offseason they checked in with the Clippers about a potential sign and trade. Nothing materialized there. But Warriors inquiring now with Philly about a trade for Paul George. I think, one, if you're the Warriors, you're probably pretty optimistic about this based on how this season's gone. You could probably get Paul George for less. And it would honestly, in a lot of ways, revert the decisions that the Sixers made, where maybe they get Buddy Hield back. They get this connection or this conglomeration of pieces. Kyle Anderson, Buddy Hield. They refill the depth of their roster at the cost of Paul George, but one of the biggest issues that Philly has right now is their team is extremely thin. Now, again, one of the issues here, Philly is an apron team, so they have some trade restrictions. They have some limitations in what they can actually do and get done. But this is definitely very interesting. So, very, very tough situation, honestly. Paul George getting traded would be crazy. Also, I'm going to go back over to the Dunk Central because they're doing a good job aggregating everything here. Austin, I don't know if you saw this, but Phoenix Suns have been listening to trade offers for Kevin Durant. So The NBA might be falling apart as we know it. Luka traded, De'Aaron Fox traded, Paul George, Kevin Durant available. We're at a weird time right now, guys. We are at a weird time. What are your thoughts, Austin? Like PG, Durant, like do you think they get moved? What do you think here?
I think this is a story of franchises really realizing where they currently are, right? I mean, Kevin Durant, this Phoenix team knows kind of where they're sitting. They're a team that likes to be active in terms of roster construction. Now, I think, to the point of when do you think Devin Booker will become available? I think it's going to take probably 2 consecutive losing seasons for them to maybe make that realization if they do move on from Durant or first round exits. I think they have a overall roster flaw when you look at this team. Lack of depth has hurt them. Availability has also hurt them. But again, Devin Booker could be on the move. But I just really want to focus in on this Paul George trade here. Now, we would have to try to build this up. I want to build this up, and I need you to kind of guide the money side of it to try to figure out exactly how this would work. But the Golden State Warriors trading for Paul George, that's one that surprises me that they're still in on. But again, the Warriors must feel like they can get him at a reduced price. I almost feel like Philadelphia would be willing to give him away, considering the financial ramifications that he provides. This is similar to any people that watch baseball with Giancarlo Stanton and the Miami Marlins. Very, very similar situation here where underperforming, big money, they need to dump it. And I think that's, essentially they would open up their flexibility a little bit by doing so.
So I think a couple of big things here money-wise when we're jumping into a Paul George trade. There's a few things we have to know before we even look at it. Here we go. This is Golden State, is hard capped at the first apron. They only have $330,000 of first apron space. So at most, the maximum, in addition to what their current salary is that they can take back, is $330,000 extra, which is almost nothing in the NBA. And for Philadelphia, this is also important because they're a first apron team. So by trade rule, they cannot take in more salary. So the likelihood or the necessity of a 3-team trade here is almost very essential from what it sounds like. And then also when it comes to just this overall situation, like you're trying to figure out where the salaries are moving. So Paul George, and then I think Andrew Wiggins has to be in this deal immediately because he's like the biggest movable salary that the Warriors really have. Because they're not going to move Steph, they're not going to move Draymond for Paul George. So you start with Andrew Wiggins. And now the question for you here, I mean, if you compare the production between these two guys this season, Paul George doesn't look pretty. He's quite a bit older and his contract's quite a bit uglier. So this is where, like, for me, I'm a little pessimistic that this trade's going to actually come to fruition. But for the sake of the stream here, let's do it. We get Gary Payton II in here, and we're still $14 million shy. So then you start thinking about what other money can you throw around? Can you add in, like, Kyle Anderson, who I think would make a lot of sense for Philly? And then you try and go from there. Kevon Looney, like, now the Warriors are really small, and the money doesn't even work here. So now you need other salary going out, which is why you're going to have to incorporate a third team.
Right, you're going to send some second-round picks, obviously, for somebody to jump in and incentivize them to do so. Now, I think the Wizards make sense, but do we have a question of, Utah jumping in again to help facilitate something? Which obviously Danny Ainge has been very willing to do so, in the last couple of 3-team deals that we've seen across the league.
And you look at his trade exceptions here too. He has this $4.7 million trade exception, and for a contract to work here, like Eric Gordon's an example of this. So now we're at a spot where the Warriors are taking in less money, the Sixers are taking in less money, and the Jazz can fit Eric Gordon into a trade exception. And of course, like Austin had mentioned, you're seeing a second-round pick here and a second-round pick here go out the door to Utah in what becomes a 3-team trade. Now, the question is, do the Warriors get better here, Austin?
No, they don't. They absolutely don't. That's why that's why it surprises me that they're trying to facilitate something like this, because you're picking up Paul George in his age 34 season versus where Andrew Wiggins is right now. It doesn't make any sense to me. It doesn't make sense. But again, we have to ask ourselves, are the Warriors willing to do it? It didn't make a heck of a lot of sense when they were trying to facilitate a sign and trade with Paul George during the summer. And I don't think it makes sense now. But I think people are going to get excited on the name brand and what he has been. We have to look at who he is now rather than what he's been. Right now, he's shooting the lowest 3-point percentage basically in the last 10 years of his career, outside of an outlier year in 2021 when he was a non-all-star, played 31 games. So we didn't have a full sample size there. He was hurt for part of that season. In again, one of the lowest, field goal percentage in general that he's had in his career. So he just isn't that guy anymore.
And the scary thing too is his overall volume's down, and this is what happens to a lot of third guys. I mean, it's happened to Beal. His efficiency hasn't dropped, but the volume drops for these guys. And sometimes they adjusting to that role is difficult. And, for Paul George, being the third fiddle in Philadelphia, I think some of this was predictable. You and I had talked to Austin off screen before the season. And I was a little pessimistic. I didn't think they'd be this bad. But I was pessimistic about Philly a bit. And I mean, it's gone even worse because Embiid's been out pretty much the entire year for the most part. Paul George has missed time. And Paul George just hasn't been good, or even hasn't been great mostly. When he's been on the court. So this would be I think a really good trade for Philadelphia if they could pull it off. Welcome everyone to the stream. I hope you guys really are enjoying. Andrew here says Warriors are desperate. SD Hydro wants to know about Maxi Kleber and a second round pick for Obi Toppin. I just don't, obviously you have the Rick Carlisle Maxi Kleber connection there, but I don't really see that being something the Pacers would entertain or do. Chris Hall says, is that time of the year again? Fire up the trade machine, boys. That's what we're doing right here now. And Josh Prince wants to talk about the Pistons. They have cap space. I think they're going to be a team that definitely tries to set up to acquire some winning players. Austin, like Brandon Ingram, CJ McCollum are a couple names to maybe monitor. What do you think for Detroit specifically? Is there any other names? Obviously Cam Johnson's another one that's been floated around. What are you kind of thinking?
I think all of those guys definitely make sense for the Pistons. Now we consider what they are now. They are much more competitive than we thought they were going to be this year. And maybe some people aren't surprised by that, but it's awesome to see. I think they do have to take some steps moving forward to maybe put some veterans on this team that can help them win. I think I'd be interested to see Brandon Ingram and what that looks like. We might have to fire up the trade machine for that one, because I think that's one of my favorite fits here moving forward.
So I think the Ingram one is definitely an interesting one. We've talked about it a little bit today as well. So some of you will have already seen this, but I think it's good looking over and reviewing all of these trades again too, because you kind of get a good idea of frameworks and you can kind of memorize them and know what's there. So the biggest thing here too, and part of why I like the Pelicans-Pistons framework, is the Pelicans are actually over the tax right now, and they've never paid the tax in the history of the team.
Yeah, they're not doing it. They're not doing it this year. Absolutely not.
So part of what I love is, since Detroit has cap space, it's super easy to work out a deal where the Pistons use their cap space and the Pelicans get pretty significant cap relief to allow both teams to get what they want, which the Pistons want an upgrade and the Pelicans want to figure out Brandon Ingram's future and get under the tax. And I think they figure both of those things out here. With the Pistons, first of all, they have draft pick restraints because of owing their first round pick this year to Minnesota. So you're looking at, I think, what should become a collection of second round picks in a trade. We're going to have 3 of them in this one. You could argue, does it need to be more? Does it need to be a little bit less? Whatever. At the end of the day, we're talking frameworks. And this is one that it even says the Pelicans get a little bit better. I don't agree with that. But you see the cap impact here. Pistons use 12 of their $14 million of cap space, get a significant upgrade over either Tim Hardaway Jr. or Simone Fontecchio. And it only costs them 3 second-round picks to do. Now, the question is, you have to extend Brandon Ingram. How much is he worth? And is that worth tying the rest of Cade Cunningham's, early days and beginning of his prime to? Is Brandon Ingram the perfect co-star there? That's really the big question, I think, for Pistons fans. But a trade here does make some sense, works pretty decent like that in a lot of ways. Carter wants to know about a Darius Garland trade. The Cavs will be shutting that down. That will not happen. I promise you. I would put a lot of money on that. Welcome everyone to the stream. I really hope you guys are enjoying. I'm super glad to be joined here by Austin. He is my best friend, and honestly, just have a lot of fun being on the stream together and talking a lot of trades. Brandon S says Smart makes a lot of sense to me. Need a legit screen navigator to see if Duran does well in that context. That's a good point too, Brandon, talking about the Pistons and the Memphis Grizzlies being a potential pairing too. Of course, you have Marcus Smart's contract. So Austin, I'm going to put together a quick little 3-team trade here. One that I do think could make some sense. We're going to send Marcus Smart to Detroit, again, utilizing some of that cap space. Cam Johnson is going to go to the Memphis Grizzlies. Obviously, he's having a career year this year, flirting with 50, 40, 90 on nearly 20 points per game. which is just incredible. He's having such a good year. Jordi Fernandez doing a lot of great work there. And then with this as well, what we're going to do is send some expiring salary to Brooklyn, something that they do want. They already have 11 expiring contracts. This would free up even more money for them. Imagine us if they made this trade and the Claxton trade, they could have like $120 million in cap space this offseason. They could go out and sign like 3 max players, which would be otherworldly. So we're going to get them and Fontecchio in this deal to the Nets as well. And then for draft picks, we're going to send a couple from Memphis, 2 this year to the Nets, or 1 this year to the Nets and 1 in 2027. We'll also throw a couple of second-round picks to the Nets because of how good of a season Cam Johnson is having. The Nets continue their asset accumulation, and the Pistons throw 1 second-round pick as well to Brooklyn for the Marcus Smart reroute to Detroit. Let me see what isn't working here. I think it's going to be probably the Grizzlies. Yeah, because of the apron restriction here. So because they're hard capped at the first apron. So all we have to do is include another small salary, which would be Jake LaRavia here because he is not under contract because they declined his team option. So there we go. Some deal like this could make some sense. Austin, what are your thoughts on this immediately?
Yeah, well, I think when you look at every team here, I don't think anyone says no in this. I really don't, because to your point about the Brooklyn Nets, this is kind of shaping up to me to be like the 2019 season when they go get KD, sign him in the summer there. I think when you look at the Brooklyn Nets, them shaving the salaries, obviously if they move on from Claxton in that Lakers deal, this could be a huge offseason for the Nets. They're going to have a lot of money to work with, a ton of draft pick capital to work with. The Brooklyn Nets are setting themselves up very nicely. And you know, moving Cam Johnson, that's tough. But again, he doesn't really fit the timeline of where this team is and what they're looking to do moving forward. You know, Pistons get a ton of toughness at a pretty minimal expense, honestly, to go get Marcus Smart. I think pairing him with Cade Cunningham, you know, in the front court or in the back court makes a lot of sense. So you look at this trade, I think everyone actually says yes. And sometimes when you have this many moving pieces in a trade, it's hard to contextualize and you know, see if everyone would actually agree. I think this is a fair trade through and through. And maybe our viewers feel differently. I'd love to know how they actually feel about, you know, each and every one of these teams. But Grizzlies, this is a no-brainer to me. You know, Pistons, I think this is a no-brainer. And the Nets, I think they're the team that probably wants to think about it a little bit with how well Cam Johnson's played. But when you have that many assets, that many first-round picks coming in, to me, I think this is a must-do for all 3 teams.
One thing, too, I just did make one little tweak in there. I actually removed Simone Fontecchio partially because the Pistons don't need him in the deal for this to work financially. Obviously, they have the cap space, so they still have $10 million in cap space after this kind of trade. And then also, I remember the Brooklyn Nets are narrowly a tax team. So with the Fontecchio inclusion, they would have actually went further into the tax. This quick revision taking Fontecchio out of the deal actually removes the Nets from the tax and doesn't have any contract for next year either on their books. So this, again, I think this is like a home run kind of trade in a lot of ways for these 3 teams because the Nets get what they want, which is cap space. They already have 4 first-round picks in the 2025 draft. They could theoretically have 5 with this addition. They would be roughly around $75 to $85 million in cap space, depending on what they do with some cap holds and everything. And that's before the Nick Claxton trade if they trade him too. So Brooklyn could be really well loaded up. They're going to have a young roster, but they're going to have cap space. And who knows? It takes one lottery ping pong ball to fall right. If they get Cooper Flagg, some star players going to want to probably play there long term too. So very interesting. Fanspo has all the rules too, and I know all the rules, so you don't have to worry about that. Okay, Spot Track is fine, but I prefer Fanspo. I like the layout a little bit better. So, Jorge says, "Did our Lakers throw their season away?" No, I think they'll be just fine. They're probably not going to be set up to win immediately right away this season, but they have a little bit of ground with where they're at in the standings, and I mean they got Luka Doncic for Anthony Davis, so I think you're fine. Anthony says, why would the Bucks want Kuzma? That has been reported. Let's go back over to Twitter here real quick. Hop in over on the Twitter side of things. Again, one of the recent reports has been that...
so that this is something that you want to click in and take a look at.
This one right here?
Yep. So just looking at that headline that they've called on every all-star player in the NBA. Now, I believe that. I think the Warriors are I think they realize that this team is not good enough to currently win a championship. So they're trying to mix it up. They are. So they're going to make several calls across the league. What other all-stars do we think, and I want our viewers to comment who they think, but who do we think that they're actually calling on right now that's actually available? Because apparently everyone's available. According to the Dallas Mavericks, everyone's available in this league. So I'd love to see what the viewers think.
Like honestly though, that's like, you'd have to think like something like this. You typically don't see that. Like teams generally have like that kind of gentleman response to each other of, okay, well, I'm not going to pry you about your best player. Like, let's just be real and serious about these trade discussions. The Luka Doncic trade, and that's what it's like. It's a mountaintop type of trade where it changes everything. It's like you got a big, huge boulder at the very top of a mountain, and you just barely shove it, and all of a sudden everything in its pathway gets crashed on and rolled over because Nico Harrison decided to trade the Mavericks' best player, who's only 25 years old. If Luka Doncic has a price, seemingly every player in the league is going to have some kind of price. Now, Golden State's going to try. They don't have the best form of draft capital to work with. If we go over to the Utility Sports draft pick tracker, you guys are going to get to see exactly what Golden State has to work with. From draft picks, they have their own first in 2025, 6, 7, and 8. They cannot trade their 2029 first because of the Stepien rule here, because of this Jordan Poole salary dump. And as a result, they also can't trade 2031. And they don't have second rounders in 2026, 2027, 2028, 2029. So they're kind of limited in a lot of different ways. So Golden State's trying to make a last-ditch effort to build a team around Stephen Curry. But Brian Pumper here says, Warriors need to trade Steph. Golden State Warriors getting close to Lakers-level desperation. Then again, LeBron's dark magic netted Luka Doncic. First of all, Brian, thank you so much for the 5. Appreciate you in here a ton. Also have to give a huge shout-out to Edward as well. Let's get W's in the chat for both Edward and for Brian for the super chats. Really appreciate you guys a ton. And we'll see what's happening. Robert's here, Austin. He is super excited.
Let's go, Robert. Come on, baby. Let's go. One of the OGs of the channel. Yes, sir.
Big W's all around. Let's get some W's in the chat, everyone, right now. Really, really excited and stoked about everything going on here at the NBA trade deadline. Of course, we are still 3 days away. If you see on the bottom ticker there, there's all the tax teams, all the apron teams, everything you need to know tax and apron-wise, all set up for this live stream today. But what a crazy last 48 hours. Luka Doncic traded. De'Aaron Fox traded. Spurs make a big-time trade during the season, something they typically don't do. Clippers make a blockbuster trade, salary dumping PJ Tucker. We've got crazy stuff going on all over the place. Austin, I think you could agree with this one here. Trent Baalke is gone. Let's go.
Oh, Robert, I'm with you, man. I'm with you. Yeah, let's address the Drew Eubanks trade once again. The fact that the nice thing is as a Spurs fan, it was painful to watch that trade go down. But the fact that the very next day, obviously Mavericks take care of business and make me feel better about it. I mean, it really put me through that whole Drew Eubanks trade.
Very good. Love that freaking Drew Eubanks trade. The amount of people that were telling me like, oh, he's going to be a good backup. Dude, I'm telling you right now, I was in person in Minnesota watching the Phoenix Suns in the first round of the playoffs against the Timberwolves. Drew Eubanks got played off the court so fast. It was unbelievable. Drew Eubanks is not a backup playoff center. And I think the Clippers are going to find that out if they're banking on him being that. I'm not even sure. We'll see. Austin, do you think there's any chance Terrence Mann gets traded?
No, apparently he's untouchable. I guess it doesn't make any sense. The Terrence Mann is a guy that I've been very excited about, during his career. However, the last 2 years I've grown sour on it, and it's too bad that they didn't include him in any trades before when his value was significantly higher. I don't think he's a needle mover for a team. He doesn't have one excellent trait. He does a couple things well to okay, but outside of that, as average as it comes.
Obviously, like a big part of his allure is the effort, the screen navigation, like some things that, like you said, he does pretty well. But the one thing I want to make sure everyone here understands this, because I think it's such an important thing when you're talking about playoff basketball, especially hesitant shooters are going to be treated like non-shooters. And if you hesitate to shoot, if you catch your open and you don't pull the trigger, teams will not respect you. And that's been really, I think, one of the biggest flaws with Terrence Mann over the last couple of years. You go back to the last playoffs, how Dallas guarded Terrence Mann or didn't guard Terrence Mann, I think was a big dictator of that series, Austin. I know you agree with that too. And I think just holistically, like players like that, even though they have roles, they have value in the league, at some point in the playoffs, one series or another, they're going to get played off the court in one fashion offensively, because either they're not getting guarded, or they're getting guarded by a center, or they're just getting completely disrespected altogether and having the superstar version. Like all the Mavericks Clippers series, Luka Doncic would guard Terrence Mann and just kind of stand there. So that's kind of the risk you run. So I don't know. We'll see if Mann gets moved, Austin. We talked about Mitchell Robinson earlier. That's a player I would love for you guys. If you could get Mitchell Robinson and some type of Terrence Mann plus some draft asset move, I would really love that for you guys. But we'll see. Gofies here says Kuzma wants a trade, Austin. We'll see what happens with all of that. I'm checking Twitter again here. We'll have to go back over the Dunk Central and see if they've got anything. The most recent one is, again, the Warriors have called on every all-star player in the NBA. One of them being Paul George. Of course, there's reported interest from the Milwaukee Bucks and Kyle Kuzma. Austin, what do you think about Kuzma in Milwaukee?
Yeah, I think it's kind of an interesting fit. I think when you look at Kyle Kuzma and what he really adds to a roster is a little bit of scoring punch. I think they could use that. Now, I don't necessarily love that trade. I guess it kind of depends on, what the Bucks would have to give up. What does that look like money wise? I mean, who are the foundational pieces of that deal, though?
I think that's where any trade for Milwaukee, especially, just becomes a real difficulty, because they are a second apron team. So when you're looking at Milwaukee and you compare that to what the Wizards have, and now the Wizards, it's funny because the Wizards can actually help themselves in facilitating a trade like this. Kuzma makes a little bit over $23 million, so you can't even do a Brook Lopez trade here. And the Bucks wouldn't want to trade Brook Lopez for Kyle Kuzma either, probably. So the problem here is maybe it's something like Chris Middleton. But again, like if it's like Chris Middleton for Kyle Kuzma and you get back like Sadiq Bey or something like that, maybe Corey Kispert's involved in some way. Let's actually do Kispert because I think he's a better fit. The issue here is he's poison-pilled, actually, which makes this even more complicated. And it doesn't actually work for Milwaukee either. So,
do you even like that trade though? Like, do we actually legitimately think Milwaukee gets better in this kind of deal?
No, I really don't, because I'm just like, I'm kind of out on the whole Kyle Kuzma thing. But like, if you walk through this and now people are going to say, well, why would the Wizards want this? You'd get like, I don't know, some form of swap or something, right? Like, I'm not going to have the draft pick in there, but like financially this trade works. It's just like, and well, Middleton's been bad like this year for stretches. He's also still shooting like 40% from three. He does look quite a bit slower defensively. His first step's completely evaporated, but like Kyle Kuzma is just bad at basketball, like compared to like playoff winning players, I think. So the whole thing's just kind of rough. Venkata says Man and Brown to Knicks, then Bones for Cam Thomas. I mean, we'll see if they can swing a trade or not at the deadline here. It would be interesting if the Clippers do get active. But Jamal Douglas says, what young guys could you see my Wizards going after? Maybe some guys that aren't getting much burn right now. For example, Ousmane Dieng, Topic, AJ Mitchell. So AJ Mitchell, Topic are all going to be safe. Buffkin could be a possibility. I don't think Cam Whitmore is going to really be a likelihood here at the deadline. I would be surprised if Houston moved him. I think they like him quite a bit, kind of in their six-man off the bench role. Ousmane Dieng could be a possibility, especially you think about the Will Dawkins relationship. He came from the Oklahoma City Thunder organization. He is now the GM of the Washington Wizards. And Ousmane Dieng, $5 million, like this is the type of player I could see Washington really seriously looking at and considering in some kind of deal. They have the trade exception in here, so who knows what this kind of deal looks like. Could be like a 2031 second rounder, top 40 protected or something. Like, and Thunder fans are going to say, well, we're not going to do that. But whatever the thing is, like, Ousmane Dieng could maybe make some sense, I guess. But
so here's something that I would like to address too. Here's a team that we haven't talked about since I've gotten on is the Charlotte Hornets. Let's take a look at the Charlotte Hornets. Let's take a look at that roster. It still kills me that Taj Gibson is in the league first and foremost, and secondly on a team as bad as Charlotte, who should probably be, exploring some of the young guys. I mean, it just doesn't make any sense to me to not take a swing at a couple of young players around the league. It just this team just isn't that good, and you're starting Taj Gibson.
Yeah, the Taj Gibson run's been, I mean, just painful this year. And then everyone, the mainstream media's takeaway is that LaMelo Ball hasn't been a winning player. It's like, how many games do you want him to win with Taj Gibson playing 20 plus minutes? You know, like,
doesn't make any sense.
You're just not going to win. One trade that I do think makes a little bit of sense here, especially given how things have kind of played out in the last 24 hours with the meaningful trade of Zach LaVine, is as the Bulls kind of go for fire sale mode. Can you get Lonzo Ball for Josh Green, Vasi Micic, and 1 second round pick via New Orleans, which will be like pick 32 or pick 33, somewhere in that range. So it's not a nothing second rounder. It's a valuable 2. Like, I think pairing Lonzo with LaMelo, obviously, not only is the storyline fun, you get the Ball brothers together, but like Lonzo has the tools that I think kind of fit what Charlotte kind of needs in the roster. What do you think about something like this, Austin?
Yeah, now I don't know if this trade's been really explored yet, but I kind of like the framework of it. I think getting a young guy like Josh Green, Bulls are obviously in rebuilding mode, just trying to figure out their new identity post Zach LaVine. Now, yeah, I mean, a guy like Josh Green's a strong foundational piece in this deal. You know, again, you had mentioned it's going to be a high second round pick that the Bulls would be netting back. Gives them a little bit of trade flexibility as well if they want to, reroute that pick. But to me, I mean, I know Bulls fans are going to say we need a lot more for Lonzo, but I think the framework of this is pretty good, actually.
And for, I'm sure some Hornets fans are going to say, well, if Lonzo wants to be a Hornet with his brother, why wouldn't we just wait until the offseason to sign him using like the trade, using the mid-level exception, for example? And that's a great point. Part of the reason why you don't wait is, one, Lonzo might have contenders trying to sign him in the offseason for that mid-level, and he might strongly consider him. Yes, his brother plays in Charlotte, but he might look at opportunities to play on winning contending teams. And then you also can look at this as a way to get off of some money. You don't have to pay Vasi Micic next year. You don't have to pay Josh Green the next 2 years, who these two guys have been net negative players all season. You're actually making a meaningful upgrade, getting off of some of your salaries, opening up future flexibility in terms of cap space, and it only costs you pick 33 or 34 in this draft for a guy who would probably start for your team starting tomorrow if you traded for him. So I think this is a pretty interesting trade all in all. I think Chicago's in asset accumulation mode. A deal like this, I think, does make some sense both ways. And I really hope you guys have enjoyed so far the stream. Welcome everyone in here. 650 people watching live. I'm going to check how many likes the stream has right now. So if you haven't liked it yet, make sure to do it right now. We are sitting at 359 likes, which is pretty good. I think we can get up above 400. So 41 of you right now just have to smash that like button. Austin, Minnesota native, I want to know, Julius Randle, is he getting dealt or is he stuck with the Wolves?
I think he's stuck. I don't see there really being a pathway unless the Wolves are willing to, pair some assets with him. I don't know. I don't love this. I don't love this at all. I think the Wolves are in some big trouble. Who's going to help them out? Like realistically, who's going to help them out?
I think this is what everyone wants to see here. First of all, please make a Julius Randle trade. Austin,
make it happen.
Please don't spam, by the way. We're going to get to it. I mean, yeah, we're behind on comments a little bit, but we're going to get to it, okay? So talking about a Julius Randle trade, I think everyone's kind of curious too. We all know what player I'm going to here. Jimmy Butler. Where does he end up, Austin? What's going to happen? Is it Phoenix? Is it some other team like Golden State, even though he said he won't extend with the Warriors reportedly? Like, what's happening here?
Oh God. Yeah, I think third team gets involved here. I mean, man. Yeah, let's make this happen. Let's make this happen.
So the fun thing here, again, for all the trade rules, we got second apron, first apron, second apron teams, which means they can't all trade together without a fourth team involved. So we can grab a fourth team. And that fourth team could be Milwaukee. It could be Washington. But we're looking for a Beal landing spot. So it's probably not going to be the Wizards who just traded him away, although it'd be kind of funny if they got even more picks for taking him back.
Let's get Detroit involved. In this.
Okay, I like that. Let's get the Pistons in here. Now, Pistons fans, cover your ears and your eyes. You don't want to see Beal in Detroit. I already know that. Just play with us here. Just pause. Think about it. Think it through. Okay. And it doesn't have to be Detroit. It can be X, Y, or Z team. Okay, just use this fourth team as an imaginary, whoever you want it to be, whoever you want to have stuck with Beal long term. We're just going to use Detroit right now because they have cap space. Okay. Randall goes to what, Austin? Probably Miami.
Probably. And Heat fans I know are pissed. and rightfully so. Rightfully so.
So we get Jimmy to Phoenix. Beal's going to the Pistons. The Wolves get Hardaway, probably, right?
Perfect. Make it happen.
Okay, so now financially here, this is where we're having troubles. Detroit's got to send out a lot more salary, which is why Detroit might not make sense for this kind of trade.
Yeah, they don't have enough mid-tier salaries to make this happen.
So what we could do is we could pivot to someone like Toronto. And Toronto's been a heavily reported team because what they do have is some of these expiring salaries. They have this Bruce Brown one, for example, which could be really useful for something like this. In trading him to Minnesota, I think makes a little bit of sense as well here. Now we're still looking at ways to move money though. So Beal goes to the Raptors. Actually, Austin, what I'm getting really crazy here. We're including a fifth team.
Jesus.
We're sending Beal to the Pelicans.
Okay.
And what we're gonna do, Brandon Ingram. There's reported interest from the Raptors. Ingram to the Raptors. Okay, we're trying to figure this trade out. The whole thing is screwed. Okay, but here's the beginning frameworks. So now we got to get Minnesota $10 million more roughly. 15 more million has to leave Miami, which is or has to come into Miami. Excuse me. Phoenix is at a spot where they're good financially. They can't do anything else. They can't add any more players by rule. The Raptors have $13 million of extra salary. Luckily, they have a Olynyk or Boucher. Very usable here. So. Who do you want, Olynyk or Boucher to Miami here?
Let's go Olynyk.
Okay, Olynyk goes to the Heat. Then we're looking at the Pelicans, who need to send out $14 million more salary, and this is part of why I've been hesitant about including the Pelicans in trades. Unless you're doing Herb Jones, like it gets kind of tough here. And remember, their prerogative is to probably dip below the tax as well. This is where, if I could add it, I would add a sixth team. And that sixth team would be the Detroit Pistons. So use your imagination right here. Detroit's on the far right of the screen. We are trading CJ McCollum to the Pistons for Tim Hardaway Jr. and Simone Fontecchio, and he will fit into cap space. Okay? That's the deal. McCollum's going too. So this will say it's not working, but financially this deal will work for New Orleans now. They'll save money and they'll actually get below the tax. So this is a win right now for the Pelicans. Okay? All right. Moving forward. We're at a spot here now where the Raptors money works, the Suns money works, the Heat money works, and the Timberwolves money works. Now, we could send some more salary out to Minnesota, but I don't think they would actually mind the salary shaving here much. So with that in mind, the Wolves might even be able to get they're pretty close to the second apron, so they could maybe even find another way if they were to try and trade someone else, but I don't know if they would do that. So now it comes down to picks, Austin. So we start with Phoenix. They have the three first. They have the 2025, 2027, 2029. Who's getting what here?
Oh, dude, I don't even know. I don't know.
To
be completely honest.
We're gonna send the 2025 pick number 30 from the Cavaliers essentially to the Heat. Okay, Heat are getting that for Jimmy Butler. They get Randall, Olynyk, and a first this year, which I think is actually pretty good value for Jimmy Butler, all things considered. Right. They might even get more than what Minnesota got for Karl Anthony Towns 8 months ago or 6 months ago. So we're going to send this 2027 first to New Orleans. And now for the Raptors, who are getting Ingram for Brown and Olynyk, I think they're good, like pick-wise. We're going to send this 2029 first to Minnesota. And here's the trade. Remember, it's going to say failed because of the whole Pelicans thing. Remember, this would actually work because McCollum would be going to Detroit. Detroit has cap space. A couple more pieces would come back to New Orleans, probably a couple second-round picks as well. So all in all, Pelicans get a first, multiple seconds, Bradley Beal. They get off of Ingram. In fact, one thing I'm going to change, actually, I'm going to change this pick over to New Orleans. For eating Beal, they get 2 firsts.
Right.
I don't want to post it. There we go. Something like this. Again, it's going to say failed, but you guys know the Pistons' involvement in here would fix it. I can't do a 6-team trade on Fanspo. Austin, if this trade went down with the Pistons also involved, what's your immediate reaction?
Well, I mean, that's pure chaos. The fact that if this would ever go down in any situation, but I think pretty much every team's happy with this. Pelicans netting 2 firsts for eating Beal, moving McCollum out. I think that makes sense for them. Let's see, and then Raptors obviously end up with Brandon Ingram. Phoenix, they get their guy. They get Jimmy Butler. They're going to try to make that work. So good for them if that works out. And Minnesota, yikes. Jesus, they pick up Bruce Brown and a first for Julius Randle, which was one of the bigger pieces of that Karl-Anthony Towns trade. That's just such a terrible trade in hindsight now. It's awful.
Yeah,
Minnesota's so screwed. Oh, that's brutal.
The Julius Randle trade did not work super well. Let's head over to Twitter real quick. Obviously, a lot of fun working through the Jimmy Butler trade. And this is the exact reason, by the way, guys. Like you're probably all getting sick and tired of waiting for the Jimmy Butler trade to happen. You want to know why it hasn't happened? That's why. Every time that you figure out trades between guys who would want him, it's either Milwaukee, who's the second apron team, or it's XYZ, who's either a first apron or second apron team. And then the issue with this, too, which is why I'm going over to Twitter now, we could get all of that trade done, Austin. Everything works. All the teams agree. Bradley Beal might say, yeah, I actually kind of like Phoenix. I'm not waiving my no trade clause. So, And here's the report from Jake Fisher. Bradley Beal reportedly prefers to stay in Phoenix and not uproot his family. The unrelenting word continues to be that Beal has no desire to bless a trade pretty much anywhere and prefers to remain in Phoenix, where his family has been settling after finally leaving the nation's capital. And my prediction for the Phoenix Suns about a week ago was that Beal would not waive his no-trade clause. So my question to you, Austin, and to the chat, which I want to hear your guys' thoughts as well, in an effort to get something to happen, in an effort to get somewhere where a trade actually occurs, do we see something like this, where the coaching staff literally benches him completely? They've already moved him out of the starting lineup. Do they say, you will not play? You will not play.
I mean, at the end of the day, I don't know how much Beal cares about legacy. We also have to consider the actual human element of this, not wanting to, make a move again. I think when we look at these trades, we just consider everything from the money standpoint and roster fit, but there's the human element that lies in this. With his family, they all probably moved into the Phoenix area. They probably like the Phoenix area. It's a beautiful area to be. He's making a lot of money to play with some awesome teammates, awesome stars to, where you can still compete in the playoffs. But now again, it's the human element. And if they end up benching him, I think that's a really bad look on Phoenix's side. I get they're trying to facilitate a trade. They're trying to make it work. But I mean, if the guy doesn't want to move, it's kind of like when you're negotiating with someone and you're focusing in the wrong spots. For him, it's not so much about, the fit and everything like that. It's just he wants to play in Phoenix. He likes Phoenix. So by them taking away his playtime is not necessarily helping the reason why he doesn't want to do it.
Logan here brings up a point about the Phoenix Suns. And if there's Suns fans watching, you might want to cover your ears right now too, because I'm about to go in. If anything, since Matt Ishbia has bought the team, if there's anything that you've learned, it's that the Suns don't do anything for value. They don't give a shit about anything value-wise, okay, to be completely honest. Matt Ishbia traded Mikal Bridges and Cam Johnson and all of the Suns' picks for Kevin Durant. Mikal Bridges, a year and a half later, got traded for 6 firsts. Cam Johnson will get traded this week for 2+ first-round picks. He traded 11 or 12 first-round picks of value for Kevin Durant, who was in his mid-30s. Okay? And then, guess what? To make it worse, he traded for the worst contract in the NBA. And Austin can attest to it. I've been saying it since the moment Beal signed that contract. The extension, way before it even kicked in, I said that's going to be the worst contract in all of sports because it has a no-trade clause and it's massive. He traded that. Guess what? They didn't just salary dump things to get him. They gave up all of their second-round picks. They gave up pick swaps in multiple years. You think, I am aware Jimmy Butler isn't worth Beal in 3 first-round picks. Do you think the Suns care? Do you think Matt Ishbia cares? No, this guy is reckless, and he's a terrible owner, and there's going to be a rule named after him that prevents new owners from making ginormous trades involving draft picks. This is bad for the NBA. 6 years from now, 5 years from now, the NBA is going to realize it. We're going to get to 2030. All of the Suns picks are in the 2030s are going to be frozen because they're a second apron team forever. they're going to realize, holy crap, the Suns suck. They won 12 games last year is what they're going to realize in like 2029 when this team is terrible and Devin Booker's playing in Houston or wherever. Like, everyone's going to realize this team is garbage. And they're going to say, oh my God, the second apron screwed these guys, and the new owner's the reason it all happened. And they're going to make a rule about it because it's just that brutal. So, yeah, I'm aware Jimmy Butler's not worth this, that, or the other thing. Are the Suns aware? The answer is no. And the scary thing, Austin, not only are the Suns going to make a trade like this for him probably because they're that desperate, they're going to try and make some big aggressive move here. They're going to extend him for 4 years. I guarantee it. Jimmy Butler's in his mid-30s. It's going to be bad.
Yikes. It's going to be Paul George all over again.
You can't tell me nothing here says Miami doesn't need all the power forwards. Yeah, I know Koloa is starting, and I know they're playing Bam at the 4, but it's either going to be probably Julius Randle or Chris Middleton. So you either get a guy with no knees or you get a guy with knees. So, I mean, like, this is the funny thing to me is like, what other player are you getting? Like, I know you don't need Julius Randle. I don't know what team in the league is like super excited to get Julius Randle, but it's again, you're looking at a shorter term contract of a good player. Like, that's the idea. Daniel here says Pelicans trying not to pay the luxury tax. Yep, we talked about that. They just simply will not. They've never paid the luxury tax. They definitely still won't. Do you know what was pretty surprising to me, Austin? I was doing some research the other day. The Memphis Grizzlies have not paid the tax since the 2006 season, despite some really good teams.
Yeah, wow. Props to them. That's crazy.
That's like insane. So that's funny too, because they're like, I think they're 1.8 million below the tax right now. So it's almost pretty easy to project that they won't enter the tax again this year. But like, their team is so good that being in the tax should be a sensible decision for them if it means upgrades. But it doesn't seem like that will be the case. Let's go back over to our draft pick tracker here now at Utility Sports. Obviously, a lot of work went into this, so I hope you guys do appreciate it. And for those who are just seeing it now for the first time, what it is first of all, it's every single draft pick in the NBA, every tradable pick, first and second rounders. And this colored box right here, this Utility Sports blue, denotes that this draft pick cannot be traded. So when we look at the Sixers here, for example, because of the Stepien rule, the 2026 first cannot be traded. So keep that in mind. Austin, I'm just going to scroll through these here slowly so everyone can kind of see the situation. The more light blue boxes, the worse usually for teams. Like look at Milwaukee here, for example, they have no picks. Austin, just stop me if there's a team you see that you want to talk about some more, that you think has an interesting draft pick situation here. There's obviously quite a few that are worth mentioning, but this one is one I want to pause on. No light blue boxes here for Memphis. They have all of their stuff. This is why I continue to think that they are the Cam Johnson favorites. They have salaries in Marcus Smart that make sense. They have young players that could be included, whether that be Gigi Jackson, Jake LaRavia. They have all their draft picks. They have second rounders. They've got flexibility here, Austin. What's your initial kind of thoughts on the Grizzlies seeing this draft chart?
I haven't taken a look at the Grizzlies, draft chart at all, but all things considered with how good this roster currently is and the fact that they own their own picks moving forward, they haven't completely demolished their future to have a very good and competitive team. They're a young team still. I mean, this team actually has some great promise moving forward. Having John Moran, Jaren Jackson Jr., Desmond Bane. You have a lot of really talented players, and you haven't had to sacrifice a ton to do so. So props to that front office. Props to the coaching staff for having this team, playing at the level that they are. Probably one of the more impressive, general manager jobs that have been done, throughout this entire NBA.
Yeah, they've been fantastic. And I do want to address this comment here from Wow Factor, and I totally understand it. It's a valid question because a lot of owners don't push their foot on the gas, and a lot of owners are scared of spending. Matt Ishbia is not. So he's asking, why do I hate an owner trying to win? I don't hate an owner trying to win. I hate an owner trying to win recklessly and then not winning a single playoff game. That's what happened. Phoenix got swept by a team that had never swept anybody in the playoffs ever. Minnesota had never swept anyone, even the entire Kevin Garnett era. Never swept anybody. They got swept by a 23-year-old last year. The team sucked. Like that's why I'm hating on the Phoenix Suns, if you want to call it hating, and it's because they've not been good at all. So another team to me that really jumps out, Austin, off the overall draft pick. First of all, here's a look at Brooklyn, so you can see all the stuff that they've got. Orlando. They have their own first in 2025 and the Nuggets first this year as well. I look at them as a team that right now, with no light blue boxes in there, they're not really prevented from the step-in rule. I look at them as a team that if they trade these 2 first-round picks in 2025, they can go into this offseason with all the future flexibility still ahead of them while making a pretty meaningful upgrade on their roster right now. Austin, what do you think about that for Orlando?
Well, I think the fact that they're 24 and 26 right now, just on, obviously they have a stronghold on that 8 seed with Atlanta at the 9 seed right now. That's, a couple of games back. 2-8 in their last 10. This is a team that is struggling, but I think when you look at a team that needs to make an upgrade, I think with the window that they're in, they have a lot of draft picks, that they have moving forward. They need to go ahead and make a move. Now, I don't know what player is going to necessarily move the needle enough for them to be moved to obviously get rid of some of their draft picks, but I think Orlando is a strong contender in the trade market. They should be. They should be in on that. They have some flexibility here in what they can do. This is a window where, again, it's an Eastern Conference that has some really tough teams with the Cavaliers and Celtics heading, the top 2. The Knicks are good. The Pacers are a good team yet. But I think with a couple tweaks to this Magic roster, they could be in that conversation for being making a little deeper playoff run. I really do.
Welcome, everyone, to the stream. I want to give some shout-outs here to everyone that's watching. Shout out to Jaden, saying OKC's got everyone scared. Shout out to Liberty, asking anything on the Clippers. Not yet, but we think that they could be a little sneaky dark horse team. They have Terrence Mann's contract. They have a new trade exception that they open. Some definite interesting things to work with. 3x3 Hoops, welcome to the stream as well. Jack City, looks like a big-time New York Knicks fan. Love to see that. R. Jonesy, appreciate you being in here. I've been in here the last couple of days as well. Dunk, thanks for being in here, as well as Chris and Shabaya. Shabaya wants to know if I think the Knicks could make a trade. Obviously, I think a lot of it centers around their uncertainty maybe with Mitchell Robinson. Now, they could look at it and say if Mitchell Robinson comes back healthy in a reserve role, maybe he's the perfect backup big man for us to have off the bench this year. But they could also maybe try and fade him a little bit and say, well, we're not sure about his health and long-term if he's going to be the piece. So we could use his $14 million salary to go find other depth somewhere else. We talked about a Clippers trade. We talked about a Lakers trade. I think both of those things could be on the table. It would take some 3-team involvement if it's with the Lakers, but that could definitely be something to note. Thank you, Go, for being in here as well. He asked if they'll trade Bronny James. I think Bronny James is going to be wherever his dad's at. If LeBron got traded, Bronny's going to be with him. If LeBron doesn't get traded, which I think is the likelihood, Bronny will stay in LA as well. Knox here says Ant Simons to the Magic, and that's a player, Austin. When I was thinking about the Magic specifically, Anthony Simons of the Portland Trailblazers, I think could be a pretty unique fit. In fact, I believe he's from Orlando as well, so could be an interesting fit there. What are your immediate thoughts on that?
I kind of like that, honestly. I mean, the Trailblazers have actually been, I'll give them credit, a little more competitive than I thought they were going to be this year. I mean, the fact that, they're 9 games under 500. However, in their last 10, they are 7-3, 3-game winning streak. Did not think this team had that in their bag. That's a team that actually has been really quiet, centered around a lot of these talks. Do you think that Portland might shake it up big time here?
I don't really know what to think, because they're kind of in a weird spot where they have like these secondary players where you think about some of the big trades and the role players, and none of their role players are super clear fits on other teams that they'd want to give up. Like DeAndre Ayton, there's questions about the motor and effort and energy, that kind of stuff, all concerns. And then, Anthony Simons, he's a terrible defender right now. He's one of the worst defenders in the NBA per minute. So when it comes to like a trade, I think Orlando would be like a dream outcome for Anthony Simons, because they have the defensive pieces around him. They have a better defensive team context that I think would be able to support Simons a lot defensively. And I think the offensive talent would be a really good fit. Portland's just weird, Austin. I think like you kind of feel that way too. It's just like, how do we involve them in trades? I don't think Jeremy Grant gets traded. Ayton's contract's a little big and kind of weird. And the whole Ayton thing is like, he's too talented to just give away, but he's also not like impactful enough to say, oh, we got to get a lot of stuff for him. So it's just kind of weird. The whole thing's weird. Shout out to Jeremy for the 2. He said, why is John Collins still in Utah going 54, 46, 86? John Collins has been awesome this year. expect Danny Ainge to make a move, Austin. You know Danny Ainge. You know how he operates.
Oh, they're shipping him. They're 100% going to sell high here. They are shipping him. So what team is going here? Let's crack out the trade machine here. Let's take a look. John Collins.
Let me get that pulled up.
Now, another thing I do want to, while you're pulling that up, now, according to Brian Windhorst, and I don't know if you guys have talked about this at length already, but Jimmy Butler letting the Warriors know that he's unwilling to sign an extension there.
I think that's one of the most important things here. And Austin, do you know what that tells me? That tells me one thing, and it tells me Jimmy Butler, all he cares about right now is a paycheck.
Oh, that's been known. That's been known for Bro for quite some time. You know, he's a guy that's always acted like winning's the only thing that matters to him. That's just not true. It's just not true.
Like Miami's in a good spot right now. Part of the reason he doesn't want to be in Miami is because Pat Riley and the Heat were not going to be willing to give him a super huge long-term extension. That's what this whole drama really results from, I think, is obviously Pat Riley's comments about him during that presser in the offseason, the beginning of the offseason. And then also it stems from the overall situation with the overall situation within getting paid. Like, he just wants money. And I don't blame him. I mean, that's why these guys are professionals. They're going to get paid a lot of money. But Jimmy wants to go to a team that he knows is going to pay him long term. And I think Phoenix is way more likely to do that than Golden State.
For sure.
So here's John Collins, Austin. He's making $26.5 million. What are some immediate thoughts for you team wise while I scroll through here?
It's got to be a team that I think is on the brink of like contention or just on the outside looking in of playoff basketball. I mean, yeah, this is tough. This is a tough one. Yeah, click the Lakers. Let's see what's going on here.
So,
I mean, do we have the money to match, really?
What I want to do here is I want to work out some kind of 3-team trade. I want to build a front court for the Lakers, and it's these two guys together. John Collins shooting the ball really, really well from 3. Nick Claxton, obviously your prototypical rim protecting big. Now the issue is we have to get to $54 million. So we're going to send Hachimura to the Nats. We're going to send the Gabe Vincent package to the Nats. And now we've got to still make up about $26 million, which is Jared Vanderbilt's contract. And now you see where some of the issues start to run into real issues here.
Right.
If you still had D'Lo's contract, this would be doable. But with Dorian Finney-Smith, it's just not. So if they make a trade like this, fans need to know that you're not going to be in position to probably get Nick Claxton. So with that in mind, you're going to send, maybe Gabe Vincent and Rui Hachimura to Utah. And then what, like a pick swap, Austin, you think?
Yeah, probably.
Something like this is maybe like your kind of combination of pieces here to upgrade over Rui Hachimura to John Collins, because I do think John Collins is just a better player. But.
And it's a very reasonable upgrade and a cheap upgrade at that, I think. Like, when all things considered, going from Hachimura and Gabe Vincent to John Collins at a pick swap is very, very doable and reasonable.
Brian Pumper, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Really appreciate you a ton. Let's keep going through some shout outs here for some of the comments. Jim Prescott, any way to trade Nurkic to the Lakers since they need a big man now that AD is gone? I'm not sure if Nurkic is the type of player that the Lakers would be going after. I think they're going to be looking for more of a rim volume big man, someone who is an above the rim player. And one of the reasons, too, just showing you on the trade machine why this is going to be hard, Lakers are first apron team by rule. They cannot take in more salary than they give up. And the Suns are, of course, a second apron team, so they also have trade restrictions. So any kind of 3-team deal is even a little bit trickier to get done here. So ultimately, I'm just not sure if a trade actually can functionally materialize in this situation. But there are, some other options for the Lakers. And I think the Suns, with those picks that they got from Utah, will try and maybe find a way to dump Yusuf Nurkic somewhere. I just don't ultimately think it will end up being in Los Angeles, although I've been shocked before. Getting that 2029 first back would be interesting. But I don't want to say never. I don't want to say it's not possible, but I just don't likely think it's going to happen. You can't tell me nothing says what's actually going to happen if the NBA has to ban Rozier. Even more money free in the summer for Miami. I guess the payment will be stopped immediately if the allegations are true. I believe so, but I just don't know. The NBA is not handling this Rozier situation like it did with the DeJounte Porter one. So keep that in mind. I don't want to sit here and completely say that Rozier is going to get banned because we just don't have any idea yet. If he did get banned, then yes, his contract would be off the books, but we don't know if that's actually going to happen or not at this point in time. Ted Offensive says, what's your opinion of Obi Toppin on the Suns? Austin, you can tell him what I think about Obi Toppin.
Yeah, I mean, he loves Obi Toppin. He really does. So I think that is one of those moves that actually really helps the depth of the Suns if they can make that happen. So let's pull that up here. Let's see what they would have to give up.
I think, again, one of the tricky things here, too, is you're looking at a team here in Indiana who, like, why would Indiana want Jusuf Nurkic? And then this is the issue. Like, so maybe it's Grayson Allen, right? Grayson Allen's money can make this work. And then
you have to wonder on the Sun side of things, is that upgrade to Obi Toppin worth giving up, Grayson Allen in said deal?
And this is a pretty important roster change because you're going from like an elite shooter, a ghost screener, someone who's found a lot of functionality around the Heat stars with ball screens as a small player. And that's been really functional. Whereas Obi Toppin, his half-court functionality isn't quite as great, but he's a more athletic player, transition offensive weapon. But he's one of the worst power forward defenders in the league too at times. His contact balance defensively is really bad. And I think, at Dayton, when he was in college, he got to really rely on his athletic tools. And in the NBA, those athletic tools aren't quite as prominently defined compared to other NBA talent. So this is a trade where, like you said, Austin, it's just kind of like one where you have to really consider. And I just don't know if Phoenix or even Indiana really think that this is the go-to decision for them. Jacob wants to know about Kyle Kuzma to the Magic. Austin, any strong feelings about that immediately?
I don't love it. I don't love it. Maybe that's something they would explore, but I don't know. I don't love Kyle Kuzma to a lot of different places. I'm not as high on Kyle Kuzma as everyone else is.
That's kind of where I find myself too. I just think Kuzma, especially, he's 29 years old. I feel like we talk about him like he's this young-ish player. He's like in the very middle of his prime, and he's not been good this season. Obviously,
well, and part of it too, just to kind of piggyback off of that. Yes, he's 29, and he's one of those high volume scorers on a bad team. He's not a guy that you would love to just plug and play alongside of some other stars, and he's going to really accept a role. I think it's perfect with him being in Washington because he could just shoot the shit out of the ball and be all right with it. Let's be honest about it. I think that's just what it is. But you move Kyle Kuzma to Orlando, you get a little more scoring punch, but you're taking touches away from guys that you'd rather have just shoot the ball in general.
Yeah, I think Kuzma's quote the other night to media, I don't know if I'm hoping the chat had seen some of it at least, but he had basically said that he was at this point of the season just kind of over letting the young guys develop and sacrificing touches, and that he was looking to just be in an attack mode and get his, is what he said in media the other night. And remember, the Wizards have had multiple 16 game losing streaks this year. They've been the worst team in basketball. Kuzma's, a part of that. Now, the rest of the team's young. It's not like Kuzma's the entire problem, but like you can't give up something substantive for Kuzma and be like super happy about it, honestly. Duncan here says Pistons definitely need to participate and make some moves. I'm hurting for Cade. Guy gets doubled every single night. They'll get something done, I'm sure. Here's a report per Chris Fedor. People within the Mavericks organization fear that Luka Doncic could end up like Joel Embiid due to poor conditioning. All right. I'm going to get some rain in here because I'm just completely sad. There we are.
Insane.
Wow Factor says John Collins is worth more. Listen, John Collins is really good, but you're also going to have to deal with some of the salary stuff and that kind of thing that is going to diminish his value just a little bit. Jim Prescott, glad you guys are all in here. We're keeping up with the comments pretty well. 771 people watching live right now. You guys know what to do. Make sure to smash that like button and subscribe to the channel for more NBA content. I really do appreciate you all a ton. Thank you all for stopping in here today for the NBA trade deadline live stream. We have over 400 likes on the stream as well. But with 770 people watching, you guys can definitely get that number up a bit. I'm going to send some links into the chat here too. I want you guys to go to both of these sites. One is Twitter. Go give the Utility Sports Twitter a follow. And then also the other one is the brand new Substack. So make sure to go be a free subscriber over there. That way you can see all my writing on the NBA. Grand info here says Obi Toppin is insurance for injury to Siakam. I think the Pacers like Obi Toppin. Exactly what our Jonesy said here too. And that's where I think some of the difficulties lie in that trade. But Wow Factor says, hey, bro, do the trade machine Nurkic for Wendell Carter and Allen for Pope. Well, first, so this doesn't work, one, because and this is a good question. So this is why we're doing this, because when we look at these things, part of this week is making sure you guys all know the trade rules. The Phoenix Suns are second apron team. They cannot aggregate players in a trade. Okay. So you can't do Nurkic and Grayson Allen together. It just does not work by rule. It's literally illegal in the NBA, which I know sounds dramatic, but that's what it is. So you could do Nurkic to Orlando, and you could do something in return for him, maybe centered around either Wendell Carter, but he's recently signed, which has restrictions on it. So Cole Anthony, someone who could make some sense here. And then in return, you could also throw in some other, whatever salary, like Corey Joseph, for example. Like the Magic do not care. And then the Suns, the reason that Orlando would do this is so that you get this far out future pick and you have another draft pick to work with. I mean, Austin, obviously this is not a win now move at all for Orlando, but they get a draft pick for two guys who aren't really in their rotation. And now Phoenix, you could maybe there's some 3-team composition. You get different players. Just your overall thoughts on this kind of ideology, Austin.
Yeah, I think part of the value is getting the draft pick and just some capital that you can move forward. So I don't like Nurkic going in there. I don't. But again, me and you have talked extensively on what we think of Nurkic and what he is as a player right now in this NBA. But yes, two guys that aren't really in rotation for essentially a first-round draft pick in 2029, I think is probably still worth doing.
A lot of craziness around the NBA right now. Obviously, we're all still waiting for a Jimmy Butler trade. We'll see if one actually materializes. We just worked through a 6-team trade composition a couple minutes ago. That was absolute craziness, like Brian Pumper here is saying. Teasery says, I feel like Kyle Kuzma has almost zero market right now. Honestly, that's kind of the situation here. Gofi says, can someone take Jordan Poole? I think the Wizards are just fine with having Jordan Poole kind of do his thing and hang out there, get buckets for the pool party, and be the worst team in the league, so you have a 14% chance at Cooper Flag. Again, remember to go hit those links up, Twitter and Substack. Let's go over there real quick to the Twitter. Right now, what I want to do is if any of you guys follow over on Twitter, I'll show your profile real quick. Welcome everyone to the stream. So if you follow quick, I'll give you a little quick shout out. So everyone go hit that link, go follow over on Twitter. Appreciate you guys a ton all for hanging out. I mean, this isn't happening, but could you imagine, Austin, if Durant and Butler got swapped for each other?
Yeah, that would be insane. That would be wild.
Adam Hurley wants to know what day the trade deadline is. It is on Thursday, February 6th at 2 p.m. Eastern time for the first time ever at the trade deadline. I'm operating off of Eastern time this year, just moved across the country this year, so I'm trying to adjust to all of that, which is super, super fun and makes getting up at 8 a.m. a little bit earlier on the East Coast than it did. Just not a fan of that, but it's all right. Here Pedro says, motivated Kuzma on a contender. I think he would play great, harder. I don't hate him. I do think you're probably right, Pedro, but it's also how do teams look at him from a maturity perspective if we're all kind of admitting that he's not trying hard right now in Washington? I don't know. Kai here says, while we're waiting, can you talk about some of your favorite players in the league that don't get the attention they deserve? That's a great question. Also, let's get to some of these follows over there so I can shout everyone out. Joel, thank you for the follow. Atlas, thank you for the follow. Wes, as well as Josh, thank you all so much. Dylan here for the follow. I like the little dog in your profile picture. John Angelo, thank you for the follow, as well as Thop and King of the Andals. Austin, I think you can get down with this. An Indianapolis Colts fan. Don't worry, guys. Austin likes the AFC South, so if you like anyone in that division, Austin's cheering for you. Selena, thank you for the follow, as well as Diego. Nick, thanks for the follow. Ryan, appreciate you a ton, as well as White Persuasion. Brown, please save me. Thanks for the follow, as well as Christopher and Drayson.
AFC South love there. Hold on.
Oh, where is that at?
Yeah,
oh, God.
Right here.
Austin is so...
Lift
okay,
up.
We're putting Austin on the spot right now. Colts or Texans? Who's your preference?
Texans. Absolutely. Shout out to the H.
Okay, I know how to raise this up a notch for him. What if the Colts had only white face masks?
It'd be the Colts. Absolutely.
Drayson here. Thanks for the follow, Drayson. Appreciate you, as well as Bands and George as well. Make sure you guys all go give Austin a follow too.
Oh, hell nah.
Over on Twitter. Look at that. Oh, my God. I'm going to have to make him a new profile banner that has like only AFC South players on this. What is this Minnesota garbage? Yeah, no, I'm just kidding. If you're watching from Minnesota, we love Minnesota. I'm originally from Minnesota. Don't live there anymore.
He was actually formerly the mayor of Minneapolis. You were curious?
Okay. Okay. I'm not going to say. I was just going to say that popped into my head. But oh my goodness. But let's get to Kai's question here. While we're waiting, can you talk about some of your favorite players in the league that don't get the attention they deserve? There are quite a few. There's a few that I do really like, obviously, a lot. I think one, he's a Maverick now, but I thought beforehand when he was in New Orleans really didn't get the love he deserved, was Najee Marshall. The Swiss Army knife, just does a little bit of everything. Passes the ball better than I think most people expect. He's obviously such a versatile defender. The knife, he just gets – he makes plays. He's a winner. I like him a lot. I think – I mean, around the league, Zach LaVine doesn't like Austin. I know you can talk about this too. Zach LaVine does not get the love he deserves at all. He's shooting like almost 50, 40, 90 this year. Not quite the free throw percentage, but the field goal and 3-point percentage are both through the roof. Austin, who else for you jumps out?
For me, Tari Eason. That's one that I'd like to bring up. What his presence that he brings defensively. I mean, when you consider a guy that is. You know, he has 3 deflections a game. I mean, this guy is absolutely everywhere defensively. He's switchable. He's strong. He's quick. And he's vertically explosive in that regard. So there's so much that you have to love about Tari Eason's game. Obviously, with me watching the Clippers, Chris Dunn's a name that stands out. A guy that does not get a lot of love, who's had to kind of evolve his game a little bit. Was at one point in time looking like a true bust. Obviously when he was picked by Minnesota, but he's really transformed his career. He's become, he's really established himself as a defensive menace. Another guy that's elite at screen navigation. Great on-ball defender, though.
Welcome, Nathan Joyce, to the stream. Really glad to have you in here. Austin had some nice deep cuts. Obviously, the Tari Eason one's such a great one. And also, I mean, Chris Dunn, I think the Dungeon, a lot of people call him. He's been fun this year for the Clippers and Jeff Van Gundy's defense. But Nathan, welcome to the stream. Glad to have you here. The Lakers do need a center. I think Capella would be a possibility, one that the Lakers could probably get for relatively or reasonably cheap. Nurkic, I just don't think is a real likelihood for a number of different reasons. Adam Perry says, you're still here. You're a madman. I love it. Oh, yeah, we are going to be talking about NBA basketball. Been live for 6 hours and 21 minutes consecutively here. Wow. And we're just starting. We just got Monday. We got 3 more days of this, which I'm so excited for. Going back to Kai's question here, another guy that comes to mind, Nickeil Alexander-Walker. Really a great 3-and-D player. I love watching him a lot. He's a ton of fun to watch play. I think there's so many. Honestly, there's a lot of players that come to mind. Like Aaron Nesmith, another one for Indiana. I think just super underrated. But Knox here says I can see Blazers trading Anthony Simons, Jeremy Grant, and Robert Williams III to different contenders to take and get expiring contracts. I definitely think Simons and Williams. I just don't know if Jeremy Grant's going to have a market for his contract size with the new CBA. Adam Hurley wants to know if Gabe Vincent has any value. Pretty much none, other than the fact that his contract is tradable. He's just like mid-sized contract, can get traded. Whoa, pause. Craig the Unicorn says, as a Lakers fan, we need more guards. Everyone spam pause in the chat. Everyone throw pause in the chat.
He's not wrong. He's not wrong.
We do. We do. Holy cow. Charles Chen here says Cam Johnson for 2 first-round picks, I guess. I think that's going to be a deal. It's going to be 2+ first-round picks. Over on the Twitter, thank you again to Hector for the follow. Thank you so much to Lake Show 24/7. I'm sure you're stoked about the Luka Doncic news. Carson Bounds, thank you for the follow, as well as the Sunniest Tuna. Really appreciate you guys all a ton for following over on Twitter. Again, we're getting close to 3,400 followers over on Twitter, which is absolutely awesome. Dane wants to know who's going to save the Bulls. If you check out my mock draft that came out today, we did a lottery simulation, And in that, the Chicago Bulls moved up to pick number 2. So that might be the best place to go check it out. Let me know down in the comment section on that video once you go watch that one day, and I'll watch it after the stream today. Celery here says I'd say Griff is a huge need. Oh my gosh, we got some Michael Scott stuff going on here. Troy Dilworth says Olynyk back to Houston would be a solid depth move. Austin, what do you think about that?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think that'd be fine if you're looking at Houston, a team that's truly in contention there. I'd like Olynyk back there. I would think that if you look at this team, they could use another big and really help out that front court.
Obviously, with Houston, they have some of the expiring contracts, Jayshawn Tate being one of them, Jock Landale, Jeff Green. So they have ways to get to that Olynyk salary number pretty easily as well. Thank you to Jackson Brixey as well for the follow, fan of Clipper Nation. So obviously, Austin, who's a big Clippers fan as well, you guys part of that community together. Don't forget, Discord link is in the description as well if you want to be a part of the Utility Sports community. Everyone say hi to Moki. She's making a little guest appearance on the stream today. We guys saw Reese earlier, Austin. He was being an absolute menace. He was trying to bite my cords and everything like normal. So here's Moki. She's a lot more behaved. She's just ready to be famous on social media, I guess. So, she's out of here now. She didn't want the fame, but
I think Reese is another guest appearance that we have to see. So, however you can call him into the room.
Hey Reese, we'll see if he shows up. Austin, earlier I had people spamming L Reese when he was trying to jump on my table. So
what? Oh my God. Yo.
Grant Info here says less than 72 hours for the NBA trade deadline. We are getting closer. 71 hours and now 36 minutes to go. We are just a few minutes behind on comments, but you guys are absolutely awesome. Appreciate you guys all so very much. Brisket here says, realistically, who do you try and pair with Scotty Barnes? I think this is a hard question to answer. And part of why I'm just not sure what the long-term actual team building plan is for the Toronto Raptors. You look at Masai Ujiri, and a lot of people are going to credit him for hunting for value and looking for good players and trying to find sneaky ways to improve his team. And he does that. He does do that. He did that with Emmanuel Quickley, of course. He did that with RJ Barrett. He did that with the Bruce Brown thing. He did that with Kelly Olynyk last year at the deadline. He did that with Jakob Poeltl. The only issue with that, though, is there's no long-term team-building plan. You think 3 years ago, when they drafted Scotty Barnes, he envisioned Scotty Barnes with Brandon Ingram? He didn't even envision that with, and that's the thing is when you're running a team, you need to be thinking through, okay, what archetype, what kind of player, what kind of skill set do we need to build a well-balanced team? Right now, Toronto has a coach who's trying to figure out how to be an NBA coach. I think that's been a bit of a challenge. They drafted a shooter in Grady Dick, who's been, I think, pretty good this season. I think we've seen a lot of growth from him. And I liked him as a draft pick quite a bit because I thought stylistically that's a player that fits with Scotty Barnes. Unfortunately, the rest of the roster hasn't been built that way. Trading for Jakob Poeltl, not a fit. It's a talent grab, not a fit. Trading for RJ Barrett, talented, probably not a fit. So the roster right now, I think one of the biggest issues for Toronto is trying to find fits. And honestly, with Scotty Barnes, it should be a high-volume ball handler who can make reads. You know what? I'm going to say it right now. The perfect player for Toronto to get, he's not available right now, Tre Young. You look at how Tre Young and Jalen Johnson work together in Atlanta. You want to supersize Jalen Johnson, make him just a little bit better? Scotty Barnes, okay? If you put Scotty Barnes on short rolls, you get him the ball in the middle of the floor, Tre Young's going to get blitzed on every single ball screen you ever run him through. He's one of the best passers in the league. He's going to be able to hit that short roll pass pretty much every single time. You put Scotty Barnes in a 2-on-1 every time at the rim, high-low, you're going to score a lot. That's what Scotty Barnes needs. The Raptors have tried playing him at point guard. He's a power forward. He's not a point guard. The Raptors have tried this, that, and the other thing. They have all these players who aren't real shooters, but they shoot okay. You need someone like Tre Young. You need someone with gravity. You need someone who can stretch the floor, and you can play a two-man game that puts Scotty Barnes into advantage all the time. And Tre Young is the best example of that. Now, it's not easy to go get Tre Young. That's going to be a challenge, but the other moves have not helped you get closer to getting a Tre Young level player either. You don't even have a real surplus of draft picks to show for it. So that's one of my concerns here. Jim Prescott, thank you so much for the follow over on Twitter. You've been asking some great questions all day, Jim, and I really appreciate you being in here for the Utility Sports live stream. Slime here, I don't think that's real. We're going to go over to Shams Charania's Twitter just to be sure. Yep, nothing new. Don't put in fake news, please. I don't want to have to put you in timeout. Devin Smith here says, I'm a Warriors fan. There's no path to get Greek Freak. We don't have anything. Giannis isn't available right now anyway. Sheldon Norred here says, go Texans, Austin. We got some AFC South boys in here too. Man, sometime we're gonna have to go live just to have Austin rank his NFL teams, and it's gonna be real. He's gonna have real trouble going from like number 1 through 10 because I don't know how you squeeze 32 teams into your top 10, but Austin will find a way to do it, I'm sure. NFL NBA Productions, thoughts on Luka trade? Where does Butler go? I do think ultimately Butler ends up in. I do ultimately think Butler ends up in Phoenix. The Luka trade was horrible for Dallas. It will set the franchise back, and we owe our 2027 through 2030 first-round picks to other teams, most prominently San Antonio, Houston, and Oklahoma City, who are poised to run the Western Conference now for the next decade. The Mavericks have screwed the NBA, just letting you guys know. They helped the Lakers get the next franchise star while also making sure that the Spurs, Rockets, and Thunder get good picks down the road. So it's just not sensible. But Austin, did you ever think you'd see a LeBron James, Kirk Cousins split picture profile picture?
That was not on my radar.
I was not expecting that today, but I don't hate it. I like both of those players. I actually do. So I'm not hating, but I was just not expecting that. The Clays here says Denny doesn't get the love he deserves, how he turned it around starting last year, and a descending contract. Denny Avdia is one of the best contracts in the league. If you go back to my pre-draft stream, actually, before the 2024 draft, I was live when Denny Avdia got traded, and I loved it for Portland. I really did. Shout out to Nathan for the follow over on Twitter as well. Appreciate you guys all so much. We're getting closer to 3,400 followers. You guys could all go and leave a follow, drop a follow, leave a like on the stream, of course. Appreciate you guys a ton. I'm going to put this in timeout here real quick because that's too many. We're getting to the pauses finally. A lot of them coming in.
Where's Sam Engel at?
Graham Christie says, you're still going now that I'm back up to start the day. Graham, that's crazy. You were going to sleep like hours ago this morning for me. Obviously, different time zone and everything, but that's absolutely crazy. I don't know how to say your name here, but welcome to the stream. Glad to have you be a part of it. Dax here says, watching from Taiwan. How cool is that, huh? People from all over the world watching. Appreciate you guys all a ton. Stanman wants to know if Ingram's still likely to be traded. Austin, we talked about the possibility of a Pistons trade, right? What are some other teams kind of off the top of your head that you kind of feel like would maybe be interesting Brandon Ingram landing spots? Obviously, not all of them will come to fruition, but what are some teams that just kind of jump to your eye immediately?
Well, what do we think about like Milwaukee? What do we think about a Middleton and Ingram swap? I think that's maybe an underexplored trade idea here.
I actually, so that's a great point. Talking about underexplored, I have not even ever considered that. And if you think about it from a skill set perspective, it's something that does, in theory, make some sense. Now, there are going to be some natural difficulties here between these two teams because New Orleans wants to shed salary and the Bucks legally cannot take in more salary. So again, website just crashed here. Let me reset it up for you guys. Sorry.
Let him snap his fingers and just make it work here.
Okay, there we go. Also, this is one of my favorite things about Fanspo, by the way. Look at the trending players being traded.
And half of those are you just clicking it over and over again. Only bro that uses this website.
Oh my gosh. Oh geez. Okay, so we're going to go to New Orleans and we're going to go to Milwaukee. So again, there's some difficulties in getting this kind of trade done. Ingram makes $36 million. So this is where you're going to need a third team. Again, this is where some difficulties probably. Austin, I think we're going to do it again here. We get Miami on the phone and we get Phoenix on the phone. I'm just kidding. We'll try and keep it to these two. We'll just talk about this. But basically, Middleton would go to the Pelicans. Now, the issue here is Milwaukee can't aggregate players yet, so this trade right now cannot work. But what I do promise you guys, it would be GM malpractice if this doesn't happen, so I'm pretty willingly confident to say I guarantee it. Pat Connaughton gets salary dumped somewhere. If they salary dump him, let's
add another team as if they salary dumped here.
Okay, I like that. We're going to get Washington. The reason I keep doing Washington specifically, not only are they in asset accumulation mode, they have this $12.4 million trade exception, which expires at the deadline essentially this year. So they have to use this trade exception if they want to use it for value, and they have to use it now. So we're going to trade Pat Connaughton to the Wizards, and the Bucks to do that are going to give them a 2031 second-round pick. It's basically a nothing trade. The Wizards just get a small asset for eating Connaughton's contract, okay? So now if you look at this financially, this all works out. And actually, well, this is where the deal actually just kind of makes sense, Austin. So, okay, you might be onto something actually here with this. So the Pelicans hold right to swap in a lot of these years. So what we could do is maybe another swap option, or like we could just do it outright, but I think that's a little too risky. So we're going to do, I don't want to do that. We're going to do a swap other's choice here, and we're going to trade the 2031 pick to the Pelicans. So this, it'll say failed again. Oh, it actually doesn't. It actually works because it understands what I'm doing. Okay, thank God. So Chris Middleton to the Pelicans with a swap rights in 2031. Bucks get Ingram, Wizards get Connaughton and the second round pick. Pelicans get out of the tax. Bucks get better and open up room against the first apron, or against the second apron, excuse me, which would allow them to make other moves if they wanted to. Now they don't really have draft pick capital to do that, but we'll see. Another player that I could see actually being involved in this too, for the Bucks, is if they actually wanted to try and improve their roster a little bit more on top of this, is Jose Alvarado. Like this kind of deal. And maybe you can argue that maybe this doesn't become a swap. Maybe this just becomes an outright pick or something. But Ingram and Alvarado, I think, do upgrade the Bucks quite a bit for Middleton, who is a shell of himself at this point. And the Wizards get a pick for eating Connaughton's salary. Austin, what do you think?
Yeah, that's part of the logic behind it. I think Milwaukee realizes that Middleton is not going to help them get to a championship this year. I think Brandon Ingram is a better fit alongside of Giannis this year, provides more scoring punch. Alvarado, to your point here, I think that was a great addition to the trade itself. Moving Alvarado into this deal is kind of a needle mover for Milwaukee even further. Pelicans, again, are trying to restructure, reshape what their franchise looks like. They get that first round pick swap. Maybe, like you said, maybe it's just an outright first round pick, which I think Milwaukee, push comes to shove, that they would do this deal if it was just an outright first.
And again, an essential thing, and this isn't fair for Pelicans fans. They're not going to get super excited seeing this, but it's a reality of the team. After these moves, they're a non-tax team. And right now, with where they're currently sat, they're going to be a tax team. So this is where understanding team philosophies, understanding team history, the Pelicans, who have never paid the tax ever, will not pay the tax this year as a losing team that is projected to have a top 4 pick right now. They will not do it. I guarantee you. So this is a type of trade. Now, there's other ways New Orleans could get below the tax. It doesn't have to be this, but this is one pathway where, honestly, I think all 3 teams involved get something out of the deal. Pelicans get future draft flexibility. Bucks get a little bit younger and better. And the Wizards get, a second round pick for eating salary and using a trade exception that they won't have a week from now if they wait. So that's the value there. Cedric wants to know, what's the deal with Sabonis? Can the Lakers get him? The Kings plan on building around him. The LaVine, DeRozan, Sabonis trio, probably not good enough to win a playoff series, but they're good enough to be good in the regular season. And I think that's what the Kings are really aiming for, at least at this point in time. Daniel here says, don't see Portis to the Lakers. Austin, what do you think about Bobby Portis as a Laker possibility?
Yeah, I don't know if it's entirely likely. I really don't. But, with Bobby Portis, sure, the Lakers seemingly, depending on what they'd have to give up, would be getting an upgrade. But I just don't see that as the needle mover that they're looking to do.
Abundance. Yes, I am a Mavericks fan. Austin knows it was 3 a.m, 4 a.m, my time roughly. I was going through it with the Mavericks after we traded Luka Doncic. I was live on the channel. Told you guys all how bad of a trade it was, and I got on the phone with my best friend, and he talked me off the ledge a little bit. It was Austin, on a scale of 1 to 10, how bad was that night for me?
Oh, that was one of the worst nights I've ever seen him. He was absolutely crippled. So it's good. It's good to see that he's verbal again instead of nonverbal. So,
Patrick O'Quinn says, just got on. What happened with Detroit? Patrick, nothing yet with Detroit. We have talked at length, though, about the Pistons as a potential Lonzo Ball team, Austin. So we talked earlier about Charlotte being a potential landing spot. I think the Pistons as a try and win now team looking to kind of fill the Jaden Ivey void and looking at a guard who can maybe be that third guard for them long-term around Jaden Ivey and Cade Cunningham. Lonzo Ball seems like someone who fits to me on paper. Remember, they have the cap space to work with. We're going to use Fontecchio's contract to make the money officially work with the cap space in addition. And then when it comes to draft picks, we'll use this Raptors one, which is going to be a pick in the mid-30s or so. It's not a nothing pick. Again, it's a valuable, okay pick in the 2025 draft that's pretty deep and strong. Austin, what are your thoughts on this?
Yeah, I think so. I think when you look at the Detroit Pistons, this is a winning move. I really do. I think there's something to be said about bringing a player mid-season into the fold. Detroit gets Lonzo Ball in this deal from the actual overall standpoint of the fit on the roster. I think he does fill a lot of the holes that they have. And I think it's just a humongous roster upgrade for a small price of a second-round draft choice. Now, again, in hopes of extending him long-term, bringing him into the building, hoping that he likes playing alongside of Cade, I think goes a long ways, rather than having to just outright pitch him in free agency. Having that ability to build relationships goes a long way, especially in the NBA. It's so much a relationship-building type of business, and that's exactly what this would be about.
MJ here wants to know if the Lakers can get Walker Kessler. I really just don't think that they can at this point. It would have probably taken 2 first-round picks. They don't have access to 2 first-round picks to trade right now. You never say never. In the NBA, if you would have asked me a week ago if I thought they could get Luka Doncic, I would have also told you no. But I just don't think Walker Kessler is going to get traded to the Los Angeles Lakers this trade deadline. Vault says he's watching from Nova Scotia, Canada. Super sweet to hear, Vault. Thank you for being in here. Nathan wants to know, what is the likelihood that New Orleans just selling off pretty much everything after the Murray injury? McCollum, Ingram, and Zion. So, Austin, we've talked about Ingram at length. We talked about McCollum as a potential Pistons option. McCollum could maybe make sense in Orlando too. You know, we've talked about the Magic a bit today. I want to know your thoughts here. Okay, we've talked about McCollum and Ingram. Austin, I really want to know Zion Williamson. First of all, I would love to see him traded. I think like Zion Williamson, if you put him into a different organization with a better, strength conditioning training program, a better injury staff, a better medical staff specifically, like Zion Williamson is a player, Austin, you remember the buzz around him coming out. People were declaring him a top, the most valuable player in the league before he even came in. Like, I still think there's a player in there that he can be so special. Does he get traded? Should he get traded? What should he get traded for? I want to hear your whole thoughts on that whole situation.
Now, if we look at what he should be traded for, it's a hard thing to try to analyze there. Is like, what's his value currently? Now, I think he should be traded, and part of that is I just don't think it's going to work in New Orleans how it currently sits. Some players just need a change of scenery. They need different people around them to really thrive, and I think that's exactly what Zion needs. There should be teams lining up down the block to try to make a trade happen for him, because I think you can get him at a very, very reasonable amount versus what his actual value probably is in this current moment. This team is absolutely in the tank right now. They're trying to figure out what their identity is moving forward. A team with the lost identity is a team that's more willing to make moves and more so in the desperation times. So I think this is an opportunity for teams to capitalize on a team that's really down, a team that's obviously going to be, again, probably picking in that top 5. I think that the teams that probably make the most sense for Zion are going to be the smart teams in the league that just have a history of, kind of buying low in certain situations like this. I don't know how you feel about Zion, where he's at physically. I'm honestly not that scared to trade for him if I'm any one of these teams, because versus what I'm going to have to, give up, I think the risk is completely worth trying to take a swing at a guy like Zion, who potentially is an all-NBA guy if he puts it all together. We talk a lot in hypotheticals. We talk a lot in if-then situations, but I think for him in the right situation with the right, strength and conditioning coach, like you had mentioned, I think he's potentially an all-NBA guy with the talent that he has, his attitude. I know a lot of people like to troll him, but I think when you look at a guy that has it right upstairs in terms of mental, wanting to be a team player, wanting to be great, I think he has all of that. I don't think he has any attitude issues. Very likable guy, likable teammate. And again, to your point here, I think that this is a conversation that we have to be having at this point with the Pelicans.
Within the last week, Zion Williamson had a very interesting quote to the media. And it's one that typically for me, the quotes to the media, and I say this as someone who's been in the media scrums and has been around players like this, like usually like 97% of what they say, I just kind of roll my eyes and like, okay, whatever. Like, it doesn't matter. I kind of think Zion Williamson has issued a silent trade request. Someone asked him, a media member in New Orleans asked him about playing on back-to-backs. And his response to that, basically he iterated multiple times, reiterated again and again that he did not have the decision to not play back-to-backs, and that the Pelicans and the medical staff themselves feel like it's best for him to not play back-to-backs. And he basically was insinuating he does not agree with that situation. And I also think that that public statement about how many times he reiterated that it was New Orleans' decision and not his was telling teams, if you trade for me, I will be trying to play. I will play. And I think with New Orleans specifically, the way that this organization has operated, they minimized Anthony Davis's career. They have minimized the assets from the Anthony Davis trade. You think about Ingram, you think about Lonzo Ball, Josh Hart, all of this. None of their moves collectively, again, like I was talking about Masai Ujiri, I don't think there was team building plans. I don't think they had an idea of what they had or what they wanted or how to build it all together. And I think with that, the Pelicans have minimized a lot of talent. Anthony Davis, immediately out of New Orleans, wins a championship and has been on some really great Lakers teams, has been a tremendous player there. Didn't get out of the first round of New Orleans. I think the same issue might be true here. Now, Zion Williamson is partially at fault. Some of his health, some of his eating habits, that kind of stuff, all plays a factor into this. But I think Zion Williamson is available for trade. I think Zion Williamson wants to be traded. Now, the question is, what team is willing to meet the demand? And as I'm sitting here thinking about it, Austin, I pulled up the Golden State Warriors in the trade machine. A team that reportedly today is calling everyone on all-star caliber players, including Paul George. This is the team that right now is looking for an impact guy around Stephen Curry and around Draymond Green without having to give up an arm and a leg because they can't afford to give up an arm and a leg. This is the guy, $36 million salary compared to Jimmy Butler's $50 million salary. This is the type of player that makes a ton of sense as the big gamble for the Golden State Warriors. They centered around Andrew Wiggins' contract, and then in addition to that, you can have your pick here of any of these $8 million players, basically. You can do Gary Payton, you can do Kyle Anderson, you can do Buddy Hield, you can do Kevon Looney, heck, you can do Jonathan Kuminga.
And I think that's what would be needed in any one of these deals for Zion is I think Kuminga would probably have to go with for New Orleans to pull the trigger. But I think that's 100% worth the risk there. You get a potential all-NBA guy having to give up Andrew Wiggins and his salary, plus Kuminga. To me, that makes sense.
One of the issues here, of course, with Golden State is being over the first apron in this situation. Remember, they only have $330,000 of space like we talked about earlier, so they do have to try and match money completely, which would mean that you probably are going to want a third team because, again, the Pelicans are trying to dip below the tax. So let's just go grab Utah. They have trade exceptions, and they've already been active doing this, Austin, with the Drew Eubanks trade, which is, I guess, what we're calling it. Lindy Waters goes to Utah with a second-round pick in 2025. Jazz get one draft asset to eat Lindy Waters' contract, and you have a deal here that would work. Now, again, it's the issue here with the salary cap is just insane. But you guys understand the idea, the picture here of what it will look like with Lindy Waters going out. But again, you're trying to figure out money. You're trying to figure out deals that make sense. Again, you could also pivot to someone like Gary Payton II, whatever. But this is the kind of framework that you're looking at. Zion Williamson in, Andrew Wiggins, Kuminga, 2025 first-round pick out the door. Let me know what you guys think on this right now. Smile says, watching from Tunisia, best NBA channel, go Spurs, go. Welcome to the stream, Smile. Glad to have you in here. Crazy that you're watching from Tunisia. That's super sweet to see. My Holy King here says, I don't think anyone wants to go to the Wizards. They're in rebuild mode, so not really, to be honest. Gorgeous Rock says, Beal really becoming the villain in Phoenix because he holds all the cards. That's what no trade clause do. That's why a majority of NBA players never, ever, ever have one of those on their contract. Dylan Brown says, or maybe Spurs try to trade for Cam Johnson and maybe John Collins. Cam Johnson would be sweet in San Antonio. He really would be. Connor Steele says this is a banger trade. JK Meme says Phoenix is supposedly still taking calls on Durant. I mean, we'll see. I think they're just listening to every offer. It's trade deadline season. You have to do your due diligence. I mean, if the Mavericks are willing to trade Luka Doncic, everyone's tradable. Gorgeous Rock says, I love being a Suns fan, highest payroll in the league, stuck with Beal and Nurkic, horrible contracts, and they're like the 9th seed in a tough West. Only way out, sadly, is to trade Booker or Durant. You forgot the option to trade both, too. That might be what the long-term reality is here for Phoenix. And Sheldon Norrid wants to know what shooters and bigs can the Rockets go get to supplement these young guys while the team is accumulating injuries. We talked about Robert Williams. Jonas Valanciunas maybe could be an option, although I don't love that. Cam Johnson would be the upper echelon shooter. Seth Curry maybe would be like a really cheap shooter, although I don't think he moves the needle much. Craig the Unicorn says, I think the NBA orchestrated these trades. I mean, I don't know. I really don't think that the NBA is behind this. I just think the Mavericks are dumb. So CLM says Bones Highland and Kobe Brown for Chris Paul. Thoughts? I just don't see the Spurs doing that. I think they've really liked having Chris Paul there. KD to Houston framework. The Rockets better not do this and should not do this. If the Rockets want to screw everything up, they trade for Kevin Durant. I just hope they don't do it. I don't think that's going to be something that we actually see. I think if anything, if we're talking about a Rockets trade with Phoenix, it's going to be Devin Booker. That's what we're going to see. Nemanja Vujacic here says, could Nuggets trade for Kevin Durant? Not really, to be honest. Let me just go make sure on that. Again, there are some iterations of trades that I have not put together in my brain yet, so checking is just going to help make sure I'm right. But Kevin Durant makes $51 million. Jamal Murray makes only 36 this year, so not really. You'd have to trade Jokic, which that's not going to happen, obviously. So Jim Prescott says it's 82 degrees here in Phoenix. Why would Beal want to leave? That's exactly right. Like Austin said, Jim.
I'm with you, buddy.
Sports Fanatic Wizards beat reporter just tweeted the Wizards and Bucks are in deep talks on a Kyle Kuzma trade. I mean, again, a lot of that's going to stem off of other moves happening first, I think. So,
right, that Connaughton deal's got to go down, and
yeah, I just don't see anything like actually unless it's just like straight up Middleton, which I mean, if it's Middleton, I just don't really understand the idea for the Bucks if it's just Middleton. For like Middleton and a pick for Kuzma, I just don't know.
But I think to the point of, I think they're kind of reeling in Milwaukee trying to figure this thing out. I mean, they have Giannis and they're trying to do something, and you give them credit for doing their homework on some of these other guys around the league. I understand it. They're looking at guys that could provide some scoring punch that are somewhat available. They call Washington trying to figure out what his value is, and who knows? I could actually see that really going down. But I think whether it's Kuzma or whether it's Brandon Ingram, I think those are my two favorites to land there.
Let's go over to Twitter real quick. I have something that I do think is worth sharing to look at. Thank you all for tagging Utility Sports in some of these mentions, so that way we can show everything that is actually going down. This was 17 minutes ago. This is really good. That was really good what you were about to watch there. I'm not playing that. I have already. There we go. I think I just bookmarked it. So let's go over to the bookmarks. There we go. So here's the news. Danny Ainge reportedly had no idea he was helping the Lakers land Luka Doncic. By the time he found out, it was too late for him to do anything about it, per ESPN McMahon. So that's per Tim McMahon. Even the Utah Jazz, the third team that facilitated the transaction by collecting 2 second-round picks for absorbing Jalen Hood-Scifino, didn't know Doncic and Davis were a part of the deal until about an hour before it was completed, league sources said. Even Jazz president Danny Ainge, who hails from the Lakers' hated rival, the Boston Celtics, had only about 30 minutes notice. Sources said that Los Angeles was about to acquire Doncic to be the new face of its franchise, but by then it was too late to do much about it. NBA history was about to be altered. Oh my God, as a Mavericks fan, this just makes me so angry.
So who knows? I don't know if Danny Ainge helps that. I don't think he really cares then.
Yeah, yeah. I think if anything, he's probably just mad that he didn't know. He would have offered all the Jazz's picks for him. So he said, you could have Isaiah Collier, Bryce Sensabaugh, all the young guys. I don't give a crap. Give me Luka Doncic.
Yeah, Utah would have gotten involved.
Yeah,
I didn't know he was available.
Good. Honestly, like the one thing, so I said this the other day, like we don't have to give the Lakers credit. This is just a screw up by the Mavericks. Like we don't have to say that, oh, the Lakers are so smart, Rob Pelinka's such a genius. Like, no, this kind of fell into his lap. But one thing that I do want to give him credit for now is the ability to keep it quiet and not tell anyone anything and get to the trade without anyone knowing the trade was coming. Because
smart business decision. If that thing gets out, though, that price is raised exponentially.
Yep. All of a sudden, the package the Spurs sent for De'Aaron Fox becomes double of that to get Luka Doncic. Like all of these other teams would have entered the race, and the Lakers probably would have lost that race, realistically.
Right, 100%.
So it's just like, this is a fun one here from Sugar. From Sugar Balls and Graham Christie as well. Zion to Spurs would be a good move for him from a player perspective. Pop would develop him into an upstanding young guy and hold him accountable to help him with the things he needs to work on. Austin,
let's cook that one up. I like that a lot, actually. Let's cook that up, Sugar Balls.
What do you think? So what do you immediately think of with Zion and Wemby together, Austin?
Oh, I think that'd be excellent. Put him, Zion, De'Aaron Fox. That's a good team. That's a really good team.
No, it is.
It is.
It is. Okay, so Zion to the Spurs, $36 million. Of course, one of the difficulties is going to be salaries here, but we do have two really useful salaries in this, in Keldon Johnson and Harrison Barnes, although this is where a CP3 contract could also be used. Also, I kind of want you to guide here. You think we're going CP3, or do you think like someone like Sohan would have to be involved? The Spurs would have hesitancy trading Sohan and picks.
They would, and I don't know that they do that necessarily. But okay, let's ask ourselves: if push comes to shove, if Sohan's got to go, I think they just do it. I mean, they're in talent acquisition mode, and you get a guy again that could be an All NBA guy if this is done right. I think CP3's gone. Yep, and then probably a pick.
Let's start here. This money works. Pelicans get, I don't think below the tax with this, but really close to the point where they could waive a guy and then sign a two-way guy and make it work on a prorated contract. So, I mean, Spurs fans are going to, I'm really interested to see what Spurs fans say here because they're not going to want to give up Sohan. I already know it. But you're getting Zion Williamson. So
100%. I think most Spurs fans would be in on that.
Nathan Joyce talking about himself. Nathan, appreciate you, man. Brandon says, I don't think Pistons would do it, but Zion coming to Detroit for Lob City 2.0 would be must-see TV. Zion in Detroit would be fun too, wouldn't he, Austin?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I think that'd be an awesome fit there.
We got a lot of hype in here. Ace Boogie says, shout out to all my Pistons fan. What I want you all to do right now, everyone comment your favorite NBA team. I'll start us off here with my own. I am a Dallas Mavericks fan. So
yeah, actually, I'm going to be watching these comments too here. Hold on. Let's see.
A Wizards beat reporter. Yep. Sports Fanatic saw that. Thank you. King Nacho says Zion for Beal. I don't think the Pelicans are signing up for that. Ted Offensive says Pels don't need Wiggins. Yeah, he would be in that deal because of salary. Ted, that would be the big reason why. SM here says Lake Show Luka. Don't remind me. Let's keep going on here now. Sean here says I wouldn't be surprised Lakers win it all. I mean, they have a lot of work to do to get to a point where I believe that'll happen. Their roster is kind of in a little bit of an in-between state right now. Kuzma linked to the Bucks. What would that framework look like? 2 or 3 team. I mean, that's what's hard to. It kind of depends on what the actual trade looks like. It could just involve the Wizards eating Connaughton's contract and then doing some combination of stuff, or it could just be for Middleton in some ways. Pedro says, hit the like. They deserve it. Appreciate you, Pedro. Everyone smash that like button. 811 people watching live. Dunbar here says Kuzma and Dame playing defense would be hilarious. It would be very, very rough. One of the big questions in the NBA draft here, or NBA trade deadline, is if the Bulls can get off of Vucevic and how much they can get back for him. I completely agree. The Clays, thank you so much for the $2 super chat. Says Zion to Portland possibilities. Definitely something we will talk about. I think Zion to Portland would be very interesting. It would center probably something around the contract of DeAndre Hunter, which would be a former first overall pick for former first overall pick trade 2018 draft for the 2019 draft. Pretty crazy. Thank you again for the 2. And then Cole Ballard, thank you for the 2 as well. He says, what do you think about Zion to the Grizzlies? A lot of Zion Williamson murmurs right now, Austin. I think Zion to the Grizzlies would be pretty hard financially to get done. But the Grizzlies have their pick. So when there's a will, there's a way. They could figure something out with Marcus Smart and then a few other salaries involved.
Right.
I mean, the hard thing is for Memphis is for a team that has only paid the tax 2 times since 2002, how are they going to afford keeping Zion and Ja and Jaren and Desmond Bane moving forward all together? And the answer is they probably wouldn't. So
right. I agree with that. I think that I'd be hard pressed to believe that they would go ahead and make a move like that. I think that's fun in theory, but based off of, the team history and the money, it just doesn't seem to align. So hold on. One quick thing, like to go off of the fans here. We have a lot of Pistons fans and a lot of Spurs fans here. Quite a few Lakers fans as well, looks like. Let's see. Keep cooking through here. A couple Rockets fans in here.
Yeah.
That's one that was not on my radar. A couple Pacers fans. Good to see that you guys exist. That's beautiful.
Don't worry, Austin's also one of you guys. Just like he loves the Colts, he also likes the Pacers, so don't worry.
Oh, yeah. Shout out to Pacers Nation, bro.
The only thing Austin's sad about is that Domantas Sabonis still isn't there to cheer for. A lot of fans in here of a bunch of different teams. Bulls, we got Pacers. Shout out to Andrew Nemhard in the stream, by the way. Obviously, Wake Up's a huge Pistons fan. Edward is a Rockets fan. Bucks in here. A lot of Suns fans, too, which has been
a lot of Suns fans. I've seen a couple Bucks fans, too. Shout out Wisconsin, bro.
We've got a great little spread here. Spurs, obviously, you mentioned. Clippers. We got some Grizzlies. Wizards fans, of course. A lot of Bulls and Raptors fans.
Sorry, Steven. That's tough.
That's all right. He's got Michael Winger. In Michael Winger, we trust, right, Austin?
Oh, it's a fact, though.
Ashley's a Blazers fan. Enchi here is a Knicks fan. Dunbar's a Bucks fan, of course. Great stuff. Honestly, a lot of fans all over the place. I'm the lone Mavericks fan. I think half the Mavericks fans are all.
No. To be fair, I saw a Mavericks and Lakers fan in the chat, and I don't know if that was because of the trade or if he just genuinely likes both. If you can find the guy and put him on there, I think that needs to be. There will be people in the comments section putting him on blast.
Austin, you need to share with everyone what happened to the Mavericks following after the Luka Doncic trade on Instagram.
Oh, well, they lost 700,000 followers immediately after that happened within 16 hours.
700,000. That's right. You guys heard that correctly. 700,000 followers. They went from, what was it, like 5.2 million, Austin, down to 4.5?
Yeah, it was a ridiculous drop.
Because of one player. Crazy.
Hold on. Let's not ignore this super chat from Jerome about the Dallas Mavericks making a move for Jimmy Butler.
Ooh, okay, Jerome. So this is something I've been seeing a lot of people wondering this. I'm not sure if there's like a Mavs reporter saying stuff about this.
Let's cook it.
This is something that does not make a lot of sense to me. And it's because of this number here. Again, Jerome, thank you so much for the super chat. Really appreciate your guys' support on the channel. But Jimmy Butler makes $49 million. So this is where the difficulties are. You're not trading Anthony Davis for Jimmy Butler. You're probably not trading Kyrie Irving for Jimmy Butler. So, I mean, we just start throwing guys in the trade here, Austin.
Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's rock. Come on.
Klay
Gafford,
Thompson.
gone. PJ Washington, gone.
And then this is the scary thing is you're not even at the salary yet, but this is close enough to work.
Because you can just throw another team in here, right?
Yeah.
Well,
even
close
Dallas.
Okay.
So this is the thing. Dallas got below the luxury tax trading Luka. They traded their 25-year-old superstar and saved money, which doesn't make sense.
So let's analyze this as it is. If you're a Mavericks fan, how do we feel, Mavericks fans or anyone else that's in the chat here? How do we like this trade? Here, I have an idea. I want trade grades from everyone in the chat for both sides if this trade goes through.
Throw them in there. I'm not gonna say what I'm thinking yet. I will say it after some of those grades start flying in, though. Love to see how many fans of different teams we have in here.
Trade grades, everybody. Both teams. Trade grades in the comment section. Let's get it.
King Nacho said he's never met a Wizards fan in person.
Unfortunately, I have. Yep. Okay, hold on. Yeah. Okay, unspoken hoop knowledge. Let's go.
We got some
Mavs D, Miami B plus. That's what I'm seeing from one of these comments here. I got a 2 out of 10. I'm not sure who that's for or if that's the entire trade.
R. Jones,
F for Dallas, C for Miami.
Mavs D here from Jamari. 2 out of 10 from Nemanja.
Whoa. What was his profile picture? Back that up quick. What is that? What are we seeing? What is this? It's the Minnesota, Iowa, Wisconsin, Illinois borders. And we have... Oh, I don't get it.
Brendan says there is no above a D trade for the Mavs this season. Brendan says F for both sides. So here's the thing. To me, I'm gonna give my thoughts on this trade. So this financially works. If the Mavericks do this, okay, Saturday night I was on the borderline of like, should I even continue rooting for this team because they continue to do things that I think are completely idiotic and stupid. I decided, yes, I've loved the Mavericks my whole life. I'm going to be a Mavericks fan my whole life. If they make this freaking trade, if they trade for Jimmy Butler, and if they go into the post-trade deadline with Jimmy Butler, Kyrie Irving, and Anthony Davis on their roster, that might be the worst thing I've ever experienced as a Mavericks fan. And I remember the days of Dennis Smith Jr. being like our only okay player. Like the self-lob to himself off the ground was like one of the best moments of my life for an entire year because that's how bad the Mavericks were. Okay. If we trade for Jimmy Butler, I am going to be in despair. And especially if the trade's like this.
I think that would be funny. I just want to see you have a meltdown on stream. I want this news to break right here. Shout out to Iowa, dude.
Land of the Corn and Bush Lights.
Oh, hold on, Nathan. Let's go.
Okay, Iowa. Little Hawkeyes fan. At least you guys had Caitlin Clark. That was fun for a while.
Dude,
this would be Mavs can get a B if they get rid of Nico in that trade.
Okay. See, that's a fair point. You do that trade then. You do.
Valio, you're going full blender bottles on us. I'm not a Mavs fan, and Luka trade still hurts me. Valio, appreciate your comment here. Glad to have you in here. Lofo says, I believed in DSJ. I did too. Dennis Smith Jr. should be on a roster, and in fact, he should be on the Lakers roster. Reunite him with Luka Doncic.
Okay. One other thing that I'm going to point out here, looking through, I've seen pretty much Fs across the board for the Mavericks or Ds. I did see a B. Somebody gave this a B or a B plus. That does surprise me.
I'm surprised we don't see any G's in there, and it's probably the old Bulls announcer saying the G stands for gets.
Facts, though. Facts.
G buckets.
Okay, another prompt I want you to put on here on the main screen.
Yep.
I want you to put who everyone's favorite player is. I'm very curious to see who our viewers actually look for here.
You could do all time, or you could do right now, whatever you prefer, guys. Who are your favorite players, or who is your favorite player? Let us know in the comment section. Right now, we got Paulo Banchero. So Mr. Iowa here, Nathan Joyce, is a big-time Banchero fan.
Dude, that's surprising. I thought it would have been Ant.
God, this is just like you, Austin. James Harden fan.
Okay, all right.
Die-hard James Harden fan here.
Whatever.
Packers GOAT, Giannis fan. We got Jokic, Kobe, Brunson. Ooh, a couple Jalen
Brunson fans in here. Good God.
Collins, Sexton. We got Kawhi. Jokic again in here. Stephon Castles got himself a super fan.
Wow,
okay,
bro.
Gates
Larry Bird for Gatesy here. Come on.
Eric Kush. Brandon Roy. What a throwback. Holy cow.
Yes, sir.
Holy cow. Paulo. Ron Holland.
No, that's crazy that Ron Holland's in this. Come on. Brandon, Jesus Christ.
That's awesome. Miles Turner. Okay, Turner. Oh, Harry so high. Luka Doncic. Okay. We got Cade Cunningham. Pistons Isaiah Thomas. That's good for the clarity on that. So we didn't think you liked G League legend Isaiah Thomas. Gary Payton, Andrew Nemhard.
That's wild. That is wild. Good God.
Jerome 360 is a Kobe fan. We got the Magic Johnson here. Tim Duncan, Cade, Bradley Beal, Bam Adebayo, all-time favorite for Nathan though.
Whoa.
Scottie
Sports
Pippen.
Productions with LeBron and Kirk Cousins is a Bradley Beal fan. That is intriguing.
What?
I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm trying to pick up. Hold on. Wherever he's at, he needs to comment who his favorite teams are. I'm very curious now.
Frontishek says Wemby. All-time favorite is Manu, though. Those are some good choices. Kevin McHale, Cade Cunningham, Eric Wynn with Amen Thompson, Peja Stojakovic. That's a good throwback. Brendan, who's a big-time Kings fan. His son, Andrei Stojakovic, is going to get drafted this year if he decides to declare. He's been awesome for California this year. Damian Lillard for Ashley, Giannis, Scotty Barnes right now, Amen Thompson. Ooh, Blake Griffin in here.
Blake Griffin. He's a Clippers fan, though. I remember Jason B is a Clippers fan, if I recall correctly.
Gates for 3, said Bird. We got Devin Booker. All-time favorite is Manu. A couple all-time faves for Manu here, which is cool. Emmanuel Quickly is Eddie's favorite. We have a super chat from No Laughing Matter. Says Pelinka played Nico. The best con is when the mark thinks it's their idea. That's what Austin does to me. Every time him and I start a Madden franchise together, he's like, oh, you probably really want my player, don't you? And then I end up trading all of my draft picks. Rob got Luka for a song. It's impossible.
Okay, really quick. Speaking of franchises here, I think collectively we should put together a 2K franchise of our viewers.
Okay, that's kind of sweet.
This could be cut. This could be some good memes. We need some dedicated people on the franchise, though, on 2K here.
That would be actually sick. Make sure you guys join the Discord. Links in the description. Maybe we can set that up after the streams at some point this week. That would actually be super sweet. Isaiah Stewart, John Morant. Favorite all-time, Arvydas Sabonis.
Wow.
John Stockton. Haven't seen any Karl Malones. Thank God for that. We're going to stay away from that topic.
Incoming the trolls. Hold on.
Franz Wagner. We got a Jaden Ivey fan. Damian Lillard. J.R. Smith. Bulls rookie Matas Buzelis, Bill Laimbeer, and Beef Stew. Kind of the modern day Bill Laimbeer. Isaiah Stewart's going to tackle someone. Dalton Connect. Okay.
That's wild.
GOAT, Derry Bird, is from Iowa. Okay, Derry Bird. Obviously not Larry, but Derry Bird. Keegan Murray. Oh, my goodness.
I can't tell who he's a fan of. I can't tell. I mean, it could be 15 different teams, or maybe I don't know. That's crazy.
Chat, clip that, please, and send it to me on Twitter. Someone clip it saying Austin saying that favorite team. But that was actually some of the funniest things I've ever.
Dude, that's wild, bro.
Jeremy Sohan, Ty Lawson, my goat. Oh my goodness.
Okay, now we're getting deep in the weeds here. This is actually.
Oh geez, Zaza Pachulia. Holy cow. Bull, Jamal Crawford, Sas Castillo. There we are, Stauskas fan. I like that. Crazy.
Hold on. Oh my God, we have some names coming. Yep, there it is. That's exactly what I was looking at.
You scared me. I thought we had a trade, and it was just Alexi Schmed.
Insane. You have a long ways to catch up.
Kwame Brown, Benny Abdia, Grady Dick, Cam Johnson, Baron Davis. Okay. Ooh, Rip Hamilton. That's a good throwback. Keon. I like that one a lot. Kyrie Irving, the GOAT. Yeah, okay. Sure. Bill Russell.
Dude,
the legend.
Edward. Let's go, baby. Come on.
Cam Thomas. Oh,
yes, sir. Russell. Yes, sir.
Nick Van Exel. Jordan Clarkson. John Isaac. White Chocolate. Okay. Oh, we got a Luka Doncic fan here with the little sneeze crying emoji.
Rest in peace.
All-time favorite Laker. I'm just kidding. Michael Carter Williams, though, crazy. That's awesome, though. Mark Madsen, GOAT number 2. A lot of Keegan Murray fans in here too, by the way, which is
insane. They have to be Iowa fans, right?
Oh yeah, you're definitely right. It's definitely Hawkeyes fans. You're definitely right. I didn't even think about that. Chris Martinez says Shangoon. I've got Elijah Wan, Ilya Silva, Nikola Jovic. Okay. The cat? I'm out. Oh, yeah, we'll have to get the cat here for you guys in a minute. Welcome, everyone, to the stream. 650 people watching live. We're going to continue on with our trade coverage here, of course. Let's go back over to the Utility Sports draft pick tracker. Austin, let me know if you see anyone you want to stop and speak about a little bit. I think one interesting one here that I do want to stop at real quick is Dallas. The Mavericks here sitting with their own first-round pick this year. They now have this Lakers 2029 first to trade, and they have their 2031 first-round pick to trade. I have a trade machine that I want to present to you, Austin, and I want your thoughts on this. With their 3 tradable first-round picks, essentially, what could Dallas go out and do? And there's one player, one team, one destination that I think does just inherently make a lot of sense. Now, this team, again, a lot comes back to the Pelicans. And they have a player that probably isn't really readily available in Herb Jones. But I think Dallas, who's trying to build a defense-first identity and now has, I think, too many bigs on their roster to really all get fair playing time, Daniel Gafford becomes a movable salary. They have their 2025, 2031 first-round picks. And they also, I'm going to trade this one for now, but it's not the actual one that I mean. What I'm going to do here is edit this real quick, just like I did earlier. $2029 via Lakers. Okay, so these are the 3 first-round picks in this deal, Austin, for Herb Jones. What do you think?
Oh, yeah, I mean, trading 3 first-round picks is tough to do, but I think with what they're in win now mode apparently, and I think that New Orleans says yes to this. I don't think they say yes to anything other than 3 first-round picks or 2 first-rounders and a big collection of seconds. So I think both teams say yes in this deal, but with the Mavericks trying to really establish that defensive identity, I mean, that would be huge. Getting a phenomenal perimeter defender in Herb Jones, an all-world defender at that. It hurts losing Gafford in that situation because I think Gafford is important to this team. But 3 first-round picks, you get Herb Jones, that's a done deal.
Yeah, like this is the deal that would. So Andrew here says Dallas is not trading Gafford after getting. I mean, they have Derek Lively. I know he's hurt right now, but they have Lively and PJ Washington already. So, they could go a different route. Like if you say they want to include Gafford, like again, they could go a variety of different ways, but that's the easiest, cleanest one to get done. They could do Najee Marshall. They could do some combination of. The issue here is Jaden Hardy doesn't make like any money. He makes $2 million. So when it comes to their trade exceptions, they don't have anything big enough to fit Herb Jones in. They have some sizable ones, but they can't use all of them, and you can't combine them. So you can't get Herb Jones with the trade exception. So maybe you do Najee Marshall plus Dwight Powell. That money gets you there. Like that's something maybe you could think about. Like again, though, it's still the real cost here is the 3 first-round picks for Herb Jones. So, and again, like I love Herb Jones. I think Herb Jones is an awesome player. I would love to have him on the Mavericks. I would have loved having him on the Mavericks a lot more if we still had Luka Doncic. So, Luke, do I think Herb is worth 3 first-round picks? No, but I don't think he gets traded for 2 first-round picks. So that's kind of the thing. New Orleans, like Herb Jones has one of the best contracts in the NBA. So, like, I just think it's, like Herb Jones would be, like, could you imagine a lineup of Derek Lively, Anthony Davis, Herb Jones, Kyrie Irving, and Quentin Grimes? Like, that's a really good defensive lineup. That's a really, really good defensive lineup.
For sure.
But, yeah, I mean, I would just love it more if we had Luka, but that's the situation. Andrew F. says they can't risk it, though. Lively injured. They want center depth. I agree. Graham Christie says Herb Jones, go get him for that Spurs. I mean, whoever gets Herb Jones is gonna be really happy. Like again, if we take a look at Herb Jones's contract, you guys are gonna see why he's such a valuable player overall here. His contract is nothing. He makes like 7% of the cap, which is incredible. So, everyone, let's get real quick here. Everyone throw W's in the chat for Austin. He is going to hop off for a little bit, but I appreciate him a ton jumping on. Huge W's in the chat for Austin. It was great having him in here. We're going to go through some more of your guys' comments. We're going to spend a lot of time going through some of the super chats here for a while and just the normal chats as well. So let's get some W's in here. A lot of big dubs coming in for Austin.
Shout out Keon, bro. Shout out Keon.
Some real dubs coming in. So Austin, really appreciate you again hopping in today. Love seeing all the W's pour in for you. Definitely well deserved. And you guys have been awesome as well. I know it's been a ton of fun streaming so far today, just because you guys have been having some great comments and questions and things of that nature. So really do appreciate you guys a ton. And Austin obviously does too. So Austin, thanks again.
All right, thanks guys. We'll see you later.
So let's keep going on here now with some more of the comments. I want to get your guys' questions, especially now after me and Austin kind of had more of a little bit of a back and forth discussion. I want to spend some more time just hearing what you guys have to think and spending some time with your comments specifically. Thanks guys for being all understanding and super laid back and chill about everything as we kind of have flexed and pivoted through different options and possibilities of stuff over the last couple of hours here. McLean here says Spurs, Cam Johnson, trade centered around Keldon. Let's get that up on the stream. I think that's a good idea of something to look into here, and one specifically that could make a good deal of sense in a few different ways. So I think San Antonio is going to be one of the teams to watch here now moving forward. Let me pivot over to this so that the screen's a little bit bigger for you guys. Again, I hope you guys really are enjoying. If you are, be sure to leave a like on the stream and subscribe to the channel for more. Right now, I have the comment section just to everyone. Everyone can comment. But later this week, when it gets a little bit crazier, a little bit busier, on Thursday especially, I'm going to have it set to subscriber-only mode. So subscribe right now so that you can still chat and comment away. And again, subscribing is one of the best ways to support me on the channel anyway. So when it comes to Brooklyn here, a trade for Cam Johnson, something centered around Keldon Johnson's contract, a Johnson for Johnson swap. We've talked about this earlier in the stream, but I still think something that's worth looking into. Malachi Branham can be in this deal financially. This works out really, really well. And at this spot, even the Nets, who would look to shed a little bit of salary, do in fact do so. In fact, I think instead of Branham, Blake Wesley would even be a little bit more likely because he's a little bit cheaper. I think this works a little bit smoother for Brooklyn from a salary perspective, okay? Because it would get them to a spot where they are non-tax, and that is really important. They were taxed before. They can get out of the tax in this manner. So keep that in mind. This is an essential possible outcome for them. When it comes to picks, the Spurs have a ton. They have this Atlanta first this year. They have their own first this year. And you have to think, okay, well, yes, they kind of like that Hawks pick and they like their own pick. But if they're going to make a win now trade after another one for De'Aaron Fox, could they come out and get Cam Johnson and significantly improve their team? Keldon Johnson, 2 first-round picks, both of them this year, and Blake Wesley. It would be a significant turn of events here where Brooklyn would have a historic amount of first-round draft picks in this year's draft. Right now, they're already sitting on 4 first-round picks. They would now have 6 first-round picks. At least 3 of them would very likely be lottery-level picks. The Nets could have a historic 2025 draft. And for San Antonio, you're getting an awesome player in Cam Johnson, who is, in my opinion, a very significant upgrade over Keldon Johnson for your lineup. A better shooter, a better off-ball player, a better defender, someone who's just flat out really, really good. FT wants to know about Ingram to the Raptors. I do think that is right now at least the betting favorite. It should be the betting favorite for Ingram. I don't know if any of you are super big into college basketball, but Leonard Hamilton, the Florida State Seminoles head coach, is going to step down after 23 seasons. He has been a tremendous college head coach for a long time. So that is pretty big news in the college basketball world. I really do appreciate you guys a ton. Everyone for their comments. Right here says, do you think Dalton Connect will be traded? I want him to play with the GOAT still. I think Connect will stay in Los Angeles. I really do. Mike here says perceived value for the Bulls pick was low. It was only valuable to the Bulls for his masterclass. I mean, kind of like, I think that pick, with it being top 10 protected this year, top 8 protected the next 2 years, it is a valuable pick to the Bulls because it restores all their flexibility. And that's something that pick wouldn't have restored for other teams. So you have to keep that in mind as well. Mike Camille here says, what do you think the Pistons will do? They'll use their cap space to get better. The Clay says the Mavs trade for John Collins. They don't need another power forward. They have Davis. They have PJ Washington. They have Gafford. They have Lively. They don't need more size. And honestly, like, I would be really upset if they traded for John Collins. Not because John Collins is bad, but it's just like, I don't know what the roster vision would be then. They need perimeter on-ball creation talent. Brendan here says probably already talked about it, but what can we do with extra picks to shore up our bench? Talking about the Kings, The Kings are another Cam Johnson team to watch for. Now, the issue for Sacramento specifically and why they shouldn't maybe be considered the favorite now after making the trade they made last night is the salary component here is kind of hard. Unless you're planning on including Malik Monk, which I don't think makes the most sense to begin with because Monk, first of all, is younger than Cam Johnson. I also just don't know like how you're getting to that salary if you're not including Keegan Murray. It could be like Lyles and Keegan Murray for Cam Johnson. That's your starting point of a trade. But again, I just don't really love that. So when it comes to shoring up the depth, you're looking for guys who make $8 million or less probably, or somewhere in that ballpark at least in a Trey Lyles trade. So who are some potential options for that? You can maybe call the Warriors. Kyle Anderson, Buddy Hield are some players who could possibly work. Obviously, Buddy Hield returning to Sacramento doesn't seem very likely, though. You look at the other situations here when it comes to, some kind of potential trade for some other younger players, some guys who haven't had extensions yet or haven't hit their extension quite yet. It's kind of difficult to see a bunch of really great options. We could go to Philadelphia, a team that has struggled this season. Caleb Martin, is he a guy that could be a pretty important upgrade for the Kings as a forward? Something like this, and the Kings throw in, they got a whole bunch of second-round picks. They now have this full second-rounder. This isn't updated on Fanspo quite yet. I'm hoping it is by tomorrow. But basically this pick, where it's the Bulls pick this year and Trey Lyles for Caleb Martin. Is this a solid upgrade? Is this a meaningful upgrade for the Kings or not? I think it makes the Kings quite a bit smaller. But one that I think could be realistically positive. Mike says Spurs need a beefy big, not a rim runner. I mean, kind of. I don't know. I just don't know if the Spurs are planning on getting like a big paint-oriented big man around Wembanyama. I just really don't know if they are doing that. Andrew wants to know if Mavs, if PJ Washington can effectively run the three. No, I don't. I just don't think so. BTB says Nets already got 4 first-round picks. Probably change one to a swap. The Nets aren't going to try and swap. They're going to get 2 first-round picks straight up for Cam Johnson probably. If they don't get 2, they'll get 1 and a swap and like a whole bunch of seconds probably. So I don't know. I think 2 first-round picks in this draft is fine, especially if you're San Antonio. But Luke here says Milwaukee Bucks should try to get Kyle Kuzma, Jeremy Grant, Jimmy Butler, or Miles Turner. Miles Turner would be great, but I just don't see the Pacers doing that, honestly. 3 first-round picks for Kamara to the Spurs. Kamara's not going to net 3 first-round picks. Blazers fans are going to be upset at me saying that. Kamara is awesome. He's just going to stay in Portland. He's not going to get traded is kind of what I mean here. Bezos says need the Orlando Magic to do something, need more talent around Paolo Banchero. I really like Anthony Simons for them. Just looking at overall trades, if we're going to go to Orlando, who's really struggled as of late, and then we also look at Portland, who could be ideally viewed as a seller. Anthony Simons to Orlando with the returning pieces here from the Magic being something like Cole Anthony's $13 million contract, and then you try and find other salary in here that could work or make something happen. Gary Harris, for example, and then maybe for like Corey Joseph. Like financially here, you're getting like pretty close to a deal that is workable. And then from there, you also have the Magic throwing in 2 first-round picks. Now, you could maybe argue that Jed Howard needs to be in this deal instead of like Corey Joseph or Gary Harris or something. But this is kind of the beginning framework at least. Like again, there's things that teams will argue, disagree with, want different. Not every single trade I propose here is exactly what the trade would look like. It's just kind of a rough framework. So keep that in mind. But Anthony Simons to Orlando. Blazers get Cole Anthony, Gary Harris, Corey Joseph back, and it's really about those 2 first-round picks in 2025, which would give Portland 2 extra assets to work with and draft more young talent if that's how they want to go. The Twig Gaming channel says, there's this guy named Luka Doncic who's really good at perimeter creation. The Mavs could really use him. They could. They really could. Nick Shelton says, do you think Jalen Hood-Scifino and Mo Bamba could both get a good shot to play on the Jazz? Who did the Jazz waive? I think the Jazz waived somebody already. I don't know who it was. I don't know. Hood-Scifino will play a little bit, I'm sure. I'm very sure of that. Mavs can use a point guard. That Luka guy in the Lakers is pretty good. Is he available? Trey for the win says, you think the Magic target Colin Sexton and Kobe White? One of those two guys would make sense too. Kind of a similar package to what you see on the screen, but maybe a little bit different. Of course, like the biggest thing is they're just not going to target someone who has a huge extension or is about to get a huge extension, which is why I didn't think that they were going to go after De'Aaron Fox. Yeah, Steven, thank you for throwing that in there. That's what I had thought. I thought the Jazz had already waived Mo Bamba, so I kind of had figured that was the case already. Bezos says, need that. Is Bogdan Bogdanovic worth the Spurs giving back the 26 Hawk swap? No, Mike. I would say no. I would keep the Hawk swap, especially since you have De'Aaron Fox now. That Hawk swap is very likely to get swapped, which is a good thing. Yeah, they waived Mo Bamba. Thank you guys for throwing in the messages. I was pretty sure I'd seen that, but obviously when I'm streaming and stuff, it's every once in a while it's possible I either forget or just flat out didn't see it. And I thought I had seen it, but I couldn't perfectly recall. Lee Thomaston says Herb Jones would be a good trade. Herb Jones is like the pinnacle player for a lot of teams. That's another. Hold on. Let's go back to Sacramento and let's get New Orleans on the phone. This is one that I think with the Kings' new draft capital could make a ton of sense. You throw in, so this is the issue here. Like, are you willing to attach Devin Carter, who they just took in the lottery? Probably. Something like this. Herb Jones comes back, and in this deal, the Kings give up the 2031 pick, and they give up a 2029 first. Something like this. You could also throw in a whole bunch of seconds. Like, this is maybe the beginning framework. Obviously, in the Mavs deal, you got 3 firsts. It's because you weren't getting a guy who they just took in the lottery, in Devin Carter, who's pretty good, and I think has a pretty okay future ahead of him in the NBA. I would love for the Kings to get Herb Jones. I would really love for the Kings to get Herb Jones. This would be really, really good. Brennan Sutherland says, love that Herb Jones trade. This is the type of trade that would be awesome for Sacramento. It really would be. Brianna, thanks for being in here. Appreciate you guys all so much. Again, if you're looking for ways to support Utility Sports, one of the best ways to do that is to either follow us over on Utility Sports Twitter or to go join as a free subscriber on the Substack. Links are right there. Honestly, what I really, really want you guys to do is go join the Substack. Anyone who follows the Substack right now, I'm going to try and shout you out as the messages come in here. Here's a couple today. Eric Schaefer followed today as a free subscriber. Woohoo Everstop followed as well. Thank you. As well as Tarico and also Triola, as well as Savian Rich. So thank you all so much for following over on the Substack. Jesse as well followed on the Substack. Jesse, thank you so much. All of the support, all of the follows over on Substack, and really doing a lot for us. So thank you all so much for the follows over there. Again, I'm going to be shouting you out on stream here. If you go follow over there right now and subscribe for free, I'm going to be extremely, extremely happy and ecstatic. So make sure you do that. I want to make sure that I get to hype everyone up and all of their work and everything like that. So you guys are absolutely awesome. So you guys are absolutely awesome, and I'm going to make sure to watch for all of those new free subscribers coming in as they do. Appreciate you guys all so much. We're up to over 40 subscribers over on the Substack. Of course, just started this week, so brand new. Really do appreciate you guys all a ton. You've been absolutely awesome, killing it, and I would love for you guys to all be able to check out all of the writing over there. Let's keep going through some of these comments now. Venkata, Clippers trade rumors, anything need answers. Create some deals. Again, it's kind of going to be centered around either that Bones Highland contract or the Terrence Mann contract, like we've been talking about, Venkata. So I think hold on to those as like potential frameworks and ideas. Brendan Sutherland says, would it be possible to take a flyer on Zion, assuming we'd have to go into the tax to do it, right? I think a Zion trade is almost impossible for the Kings, honestly. Like, I think one of the deficits here of after trading away Kevin Huerter, like this kind of trade is almost impossible now to get Zion because he makes $36 million. So the only real pathway is if you're going to include DeMar DeRozan. Otherwise, you just don't have the money. So you include DeMar, you include Trey Lyles, and again, you're still short on salary here by a little bit. So maybe you throw in another player here. You could throw Devin Carter in. Like this is the type of deal you have to make, and then you probably want to throw in like at least one first in this deal. I believe we already have two actually going out in this. So like this is how you would get to a flyer on Zion Williamson. I just don't know how much that actually helps you. It's a lot to give up for a risk on Zion. It really is. So Brianna wants to know a Sixers trade. I think for the Sixers specifically, with the Sixers especially, it's going to be something around either KJ Martin or Caleb Martin. That's really their two contracts to trade. Kelly Oubre maybe, but I think they'll keep him. Al Gregory here says, where did Fox go? He is a Spur. He is in San Antonio in the rare in-season trade. Of course, De'Aaron Fox will be wearing number 2. Mike says, love your content, straight to the facts with no BS or clickbait. Keep it up. Appreciate you, Mike. Appreciate all of you guys right now. We've been live for, holy cow, 7.5 hours. 7.5 hours, which is crazy. Brendan said, and that's why I'm not a GM. Brendan, it's a good question. Like, asking these questions is exactly what you want to do, because then that way we get ideas and we think through frameworks, and you guys come up with ideas that I'll never think of. And I say that in a good way. Because like you guys have creativity and there's so many of you that your minds can outnumber my mind pretty quickly and pretty easily. So appreciate you guys a lot. J.R. Karan says, my Nets don't seem to understand how to tank by sitting D'Lo, Claxton, Cam Johnson. Do you think any of those 3 players will be traded at the deadline? Yeah, very potentially they could trade all 3 of them, but specifically the 2 that I think they'll trade is Cam Johnson, and they'll trade Nick Claxton. And I'm going to put together, so it's going to look like a 3-team trade. It's really not a 3-team trade, but it's going to be 2 separate individual trades, but you're going to get an idea of what the overall makeup is in return for a deal. And actually one of these will be a 4-team trade, just as an option. So, and you'll quickly see why here, what the plan is. So what we're going to do, we're first doing, I'm going to zoom in on it too. We're doing a Lakers Nets trade first. Okay. And this is one we've talked about at length already, but Nick Claxton to the Lakers, and in return, Rui Hachimura goes to Brooklyn. Gabe Vincent goes to Brooklyn. And in this draft pick pool, this 2031 first goes to Brooklyn, and this 2030 swap others' choice, so the Nets' choice, goes to Brooklyn, okay? That's the beginning of the deal. Hachimura, a first-round pick and a swap, and Gabe Vincent, all to Brooklyn in this. It leaves them with Hachimura and Vincent for Claxton, okay? What we also have here now is a trade between Brooklyn and Memphis. Cam Johnson goes to the Memphis Grizzlies. The Grizzlies will give up this 2025 first-round pick to the Nets, this 2027 first-round pick to the Nets, 2026 second-rounder to the Nets, and a 2031 second-rounder to the Brooklyn Nets, okay? Now, you might be wondering, okay, well, what's the salary going out of this deal? You got all the picks. What's the salary? Marcus Smart, instead of going to Brooklyn because he has 2 years left on his deal, he goes to the Houston Rockets. This is a means to clear up salary cap space, extra space this offseason for Brooklyn. The Rockets then use some of these expiring contracts. Jock Landale goes to Brooklyn. They trade Jayshawn Tate to Brooklyn. They trade Jeff Green to Brooklyn. If you look at the money here, the Rockets are actually saving a little bit of money, which gives a little bit of flexibility here. Dariq Whitehead might even go to Houston to save some money for Brooklyn. And you might say, well, Dariq Whitehead's playing for the G League Long Island Nets. Why would they want to give him up? He's young. Hasn't looked good, really. I'm just not sure if his NBA future is going to be very bright. So basically, Houston's getting Marcus Smart, and they have to take Dariq Whitehead's contract in this deal as well. But the finances work, okay? The Rockets also give up a couple of second-round picks. They give up a second-rounder in 2027 to Brooklyn, and they give up a 2031 second-round pick to Brooklyn. The end result here, if you look at this deal, it's going to say failed here because of the hard cap for the Memphis. So we have to send out $3 million, which is not bad. That's not very much at all. And in fact, is very easily doable. The way that we're going to do that here is send Jake LaRavia to, not to the Lakers. I didn't mean to click that. We're going to send Jake LaRavia to the Nets in this deal. Okay. Something like this. Again, okay, it's saying the Lakers are having, I screwed that up. Okay. My bad. I completely screwed that up. I put Gabe Vincent on the Nets. So, or what did I do wrong? Outgoing, this is right. This is all correct. What is wrong? Team is hard capped to the first apron. This is all right. Oh, here we go. Why did it say failed last time? I don't know. But this kind of deal, it's a 3-team trade and just a 2-team trade. The Nets are involved in all of it. They get Hachimura, Vincent, 4 expiring contracts, 3 first-round picks, a bunch of second-rounders, and a first-round pick swap for Claxton and Cam Johnson. I think this is a home run trade. I really do. One that makes a ton of sense for everyone involved, honestly, for everybody involved. Let me know what your guys' thoughts are on this right now in the comments section below. And Steve wants to know if I think the Celtics make a trade. Yeah, I think they have Jaden Springer's $4 million salary to trade. The Clays wants to know, how did the Kings trade Carter, only point guard in a bright future? Well, they have Malik Monk, who will play point guard for them the rest of the season as a starter for sure. And Keon Ellis does some ball handling. When Fox was out last year, Keon Ellis played point guard. So I think I'm not really worried about the point guard spot for the Kings as much. And Sabonis does so much of the ball handling too. And like playmaking creation. So do I think Broom will be good in the NBA? I think he'll find a role as a role player. Yes. Luke Davis says, do you take PTO for trade deadline week? Keep it up, man. Been tuning in every deadline for like 3 years. I do. I take the entire week off. Which luckily my bosses, which I've had multiple different ones, have been all cool and dandy and chill about it. So I appreciate you guys a lot. Raheem says, best channel. Thank you very much. Mike says, D'Lo is the ideal tank commander. He loses you games in an entertaining way. He 100% does. Dunbar says 7.5 hours. He's practicing for February 6th. Great as always, Utility Sports. Appreciate you, my man. So much. Thank you, everyone in here. Adam Perry says, I signed into your Substack. I don't know what else I'm supposed to do. That's all you have to do. Just read the articles now, Adam. Appreciate you a ton. Let's see if I have some more updates here from Substack. Sometimes it doesn't notify me. Oh, here we go. Ryder Garland, thank you for the free subscription over on Substack as well. Appreciate you guys a ton. Mike says, is Marcus Smart the worst finisher ever if we exclude borderline players? I mean, ever is a really strong word. Like, ever is a really strong word. I wouldn't say ever, but I get what you're saying. Alec Gregory says, you do no wrong. Thanks, my man. Josh says, Rockets say no. Why do the Rockets say no? They give up 3 expiring salaries and 2 second-round picks to get Marcus Smart. I guess I'm just surprised by that position. I mean, I know Marcus Smart's not the same player he was, and his numbers are all down this year, but I think for depth, and he becomes an expiring contract he could trade again next year. It just extends your window a little bit of making trades and figuring some stuff out on your roster. And I think Smart in Houston would be better than Smart in Memphis in a lot of ways. JR says, great content. Thank you very much. Eric Kush says, NBA officially announced LaVine deal. Chicago waived Torrey Craig and Chris Duarte. Eric Klesser, thanks for the free subscription over on the Substack, as well as Adam Perry, thank you. And EB Interior, thank you for the follow. Edward Barker, thank you very much. Appreciate you guys all a ton. Seeing those free subscriptions pop up now finally in my email notifications. So thank you all so much for watching. Make sure to read the articles when they come out. Have a lot of new stuff coming out every single week. I'm going to be live here for about 5 more minutes or so. And Alec Gregory says, great work here. Served me well. Thanks. Aloha. I'm out. Remember, I will be live on the channel for just about 5 more minutes here. I'm going to take a little bit of a break. Now, if something happens, listen, this is a really important bit. If a trade happens, I'm going to go live, okay? I'm going to set up another live stream. It's going to be scheduled for tomorrow morning. If something happens, I'm going to go live in that stream. So you're going to want to hit that notification button on it. Hit the notification bell as well so you don't miss out on my uploads and live streams and everything. Also, really important, I'm going to share the link here for right now. This is one of the most important things. If you want to see more utility sports content, if you care about the NBA draft specifically, this is what you're going to want to click on right now. This video, okay? It is a mock draft. Okay, this mock draft will be the exact thing you want. So, I think the overall situation here would be it'd be really great for you guys to be sure to make sure to go watch that. Avram Wooder wants to know who the Spurs are getting next. We'll see. We're going to keep our eyes out on everything. Tom Graham says, can't wait for the trade deadline day. I think this will be my 4th year tuning in from Melbourne, Australia. Or Melbourne. I'm getting better at my Australian pronunciations of things. Melbourne, Australia. Well, first of all, Tom, appreciate you a ton for being in here. You're an absolute legend. You've been in all the live streams, it feels like, over the last couple of years. So the last few years, I definitely remember. I think this is your 4th. I think it's the 4th one in general, too. So you guys have been absolutely killing it. Again, I'm super excited to be live all week long for the trade deadline. If you haven't already, make sure to subscribe for more content here at Utility Sports. Really do appreciate you all so much. And remember, here's the trades we've had this week so far. Mavericks trade Luka Doncic for AD, a Lakers first, and Max Christie. The Jazz received Jalen Hood-Scifino in that deal and a couple of second-round picks. So that's important to note. Yeah, and you guys here, right here for JK Memes, you need to hit all notifications if you want the live notification. So hit that notification bell right now, and then also make sure you have all notifications set as the direct thing you want. Everyone, again, I really do appreciate you guys. You've all been super awesome. Harubo, welcome to the stream, says Knicks would have no chance at a big trade, right? Yeah, pretty much. Their draft picks are kind of deplenished, and they don't really have the flexibility because of apron rules. But YouTube is petty about live notifications unless you specifically chose all notifications. So you guys heard that. Do I think Zakai Ziegler will make the NBA? So Zakai Ziegler, Tennessee player, probably will at least very much at the very least have a summer league opportunity. So good question here, Rhett. If you want to check out my mock draft that came out today, definitely go check that out. Troy Dilworth says, 3rd year tagging along with you, Sheldon. You're the man. You're the man, Troy. Let's get some W's for Troy in here. Appreciate you so much, Troy. We're going to get some W's in the chat for him. And also, I want some W's for Tom as well. Throw in some W's for Tom and Troy, for the people who have been here for multiple years. I do appreciate them, of course, a ton. So Tom and Troy, huge thank yous to you guys. Love seeing those W's pop in. And Mamau says, cheers from Tuscany, where Kobe grew up. So Mamau, crazy awesome having you in here. Brian says, thank you for the 5 again. Sheldon, let me see a 3-way trade with Jimmy and PG involved after that. Light a match and toss it in the Wells Fargo Arena. Well, I won't be doing that part, but I will make a quick trade for you. Again, this is going to be where things get a little complicated pretty quickly here. Philly and the Heat could make some sense as a potential swap with each other. Otherwise, you're looking at trying to find a place where Paul George has to go, and that's where things get a little bit more complicated. But I think if you go to a team like the Jazz, who have the ability to take in contracts, we're going to send Paul George to the Heat. We're going to send Jimmy Butler to the 76ers in what is kind of a reunion here. And the Heat have to send out a little bit more salary. They're going to trade, in this situation, Alec Burks to Utah. He probably gets bought out. The Heat, actually the Sixers will pay that fee. They'll pay that to the Jazz, and they'll also send a first-round pick. Let me look at which one they have that's tradable. They have their 2031 first, which would actually be not a bad pick to acquire at all in all reality. So we're going to trade this first to the Heat. I mean, something like this. Jimmy Butler to Philly, Paul George in that pick to Miami. The Jazz get Alec Burks in the second rounder from from Philadelphia. This is an interesting package for sure. Also, we have news now that Zach LaVine will debut on Wednesday versus the Orlando Magic for the Kings. So LaVine will make his first action in Sacramento on Wednesday this week, which I'm excited for. There'll be videos out breaking down all of the debuts of some of these players too. Anthony Davis's Mavericks debut, Luka Doncic's Lakers debut, De'Aaron Fox's Spurs debut. You're going to also see LaVine's Kings debut on the channel with breakdowns on all of it. So, I am still live, but I will be wrapping up the live stream here now. I do really appreciate you guys. Thanks everyone for the super chats. Again, going to run through those really quickly. Michael Orlando, Maurice Drake, thank you all so much. Devin Miles, Chung, Private, appreciate you guys. Diaz, awesome as well. Arhan and Jeremy, thank you for the super chats today. JR Glenn went not once, not twice, but three-peated with $49.99 super chats. MJ 6 rings with the 5. Thank you so much. Edward with the 2. Kane with the 5. George Hickson with back-to-back $2 donations. Trinity here with the 2 as well. Appreciate you a lot, Trinity. Edward here says, when do you think Devin Booker will become available? Appreciate you guys. Brian Pumper, Jeremy Jensen, Brian again. Brian went in big today. Cole Clays, Jerome 360, No Laughing Matter, and Brian again. Appreciate you guys all so much for watching. I really hope you guys did enjoy. Like, subscribe to the channel for more, and thank you. Be sure to check out this link. Here's the mock draft. Be sure to go check that out right now. Video's up on the channel. Really appreciate you guys all so much for watching, and we'll catch you in the very next Utility Sports.